That was my bad. Okay, moving to our fifth testimony that was also anonymous. Hello, everyone. I want to keep myself anonymous. I was a previous member of the agencies. I want to talk about the misuse of funds for programs. WGPC has routinely asked other agencies to collaborate on all of their events while using their funding not correctly. As a previous student involved in student agencies, I often noticed the WGEC handing out prize baskets, including stimulating expensive toys instead of dedicating funding to what they claim is very important, such as parent supplies and essential. During a student senate business meeting, a senator mentioned that WGEC has delivered menstrual products to a student in Colorado. Another thing I would like to say is that when misfunding their programming, yes, these funds come from student fees, but only some know what goes through and what it is used for. I'm saying this because some students have scholarships and tuition, but others are paying out of pocket to go to school here. Do they know what their fees are being used for? Another thing is that FGSA, an agency on campus, must use its funds properly. I understand that they are first generation student agency to help here with other students. The only thing I see them doing is giving out de-stress bags on de-stress events and painting events, and that is all. The first generation student agency, FGSA, was created to support and provide resources, guidance, and developmental opportunities for first generation college students, and I don't see that. Okay, so those are the 5 testimonies that were submitted via email. Is anyone here for open forum?
Yep, sure. Hi, so I'm Dave Ostick. I'm the student body vice president, and tonight I'm actually going to be here. You'll see me more later. I'm here representing SGA and those budgets. Hakeem is in Lincoln tonight, so I'm filling in. First off, I just want to apologize for some of the discrepancies. We addressed that in the number and the questions that got sent out. But in the questionnaire that was sent out, there's a PowerPoint which is linked. There's the correct numbers in there. I spent the last week really just very diligently trying to go through and address all those things to make sure you guys are working with accurate information. I really don't want confusion to be in there. Beyond that, I kind of want to iterate that bike share is top priority. And we've kind of been cultivating a relationship with Heartland over the last 2 years, and just being able to maintain being a good partner and that sort of relationship is just important from like a kind of community strategic point of view. It's helping to address, because it's not just getting the bikes to people, but it's also helping address parking, transportation, wellness, and even ultimately the climate crisis. They all kind of link together in that sort of way, and we're able to express our values that way. Next, there was one mistake in the questions that were submitted to you guys. Down at question 14, responding with the agency things, I said that WGC was going to take a $25,550 cut. I added a 50 there. It's $25,500 for the inflow. I mistyped that, but it's correct in the PowerPoint. It's correct on the budget. It's just in that one area. I put that one number. I just wanted to be transparent about that. I didn't catch it until I was reviewing it later last night. Next really thing is just, I want to emphasize, please just rely on, there's a number of agency directors here tonight. There's, Gateway Pill, there's, MathPro people. I'm here tonight. Just lean on us when you have questions and things about that. We spend a lot of time studying our budgets, putting these together. We kind of know what's best, and we really want to help collaborate, kind of sculpting out what this process is going to look like and what the fee is going to end up being. So yeah, just please don't hesitate, and yeah, thank you all for being here. Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else here for open forum? Okay, Secretary MG, how much time do we have left?
17 minutes.
Commissioner Buchanan.
I move to close open forum.
Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding. Now we will enter a period of discussion. Seeing no further discussion, we will move into a period of voting. All in favor of closing open forum, please raise your hand. Okay. In the opinion of the chair, the motion is carried. Okay. Now that we are moving past open forum, we will begin deliberations. So how this will kind of work is we are going to go line item by line item for each of the organizations that have presented. So starting off, I would like to highlight now, again, commissioners, please remember you all have access to this file. Please do not edit on it, but everyone should be able to see it. So as of right now, we are looking at a 949-cent increase to student fees. So we will now begin with the gateway. So a little refresher of how this works. So we go line item by line item and make any amendments that you all see are necessary. And then at the we will go through each organization before coming back and voting for each line item for each organization. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Howard.
So we're going to deliberate on each line item of everything and then go to like the next one. So we're gonna go through all of the gateway and then all of MapPro and then we're gonna come back to everything and vote on those.
Yes. Okay, and that's just to ensure that if anyone wants to make changes after looking at other budgets, that they are able to do so. Okay, is everyone ready? Starting off with Gateway's publishing and printing line item. Commissioner Hopper.
I asked them.
Yes, so all commissioners, if you guys have any questions to anyone in the audience, please direct the question at that specific individual.
Forgot your name. How?
Steven.
Stephen and
Andrew.
Andrew. How, so you guys have about 6,500 remaining in your publishing and printing. I know we still have about 2 or 3 months left of school. Do you know about how much you're going to be like using that?
Yeah.
Just, is there any like way we could bring it down to like 5,000? So I know you're already bringing it down a little bit, but I just wanna kind of know like, you have such a big remaining balance and you're asking for basically what you have remaining right now for all of next year. So I'm just wondering kind of if you can explain that and kind of go into depth on that.
Yeah, so for publishing and printing, at the start of the year, things were a little bit rough. We didn't have a manager at that time. We were kind of trying to figure out, personally, I was kind of trying to figure out how to work out a whole bunch of things that no one had really told me how to work out. So we delayed on printing. We only printed once in early December of last year. So that didn't cost much. We are trying to be printing monthly, and it is around $650, $700 to print an issue.
Okay.
For the remainder of this year, we are planning to print 2 more times, which that'll be, I mean, that could be around 1,400 or so in that. And then we do want to be monthly during the typical school year.
Okay.
Going forwards.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Fuchs.
I guess a follow-up on that. So how many issues are you planning on in like a normal school year? How many issues on a monthly basis would you put out? Would that be 9?
Yeah, 9 would probably be what we are looking at most likely.
Is everyone ready to move on to the next line item? Commissioner Sharon?
Question for Steve or Andrew, I think.
Andrew and Steve.
You talked about school year, is it during J term or summer as well, or just during regular fall.
Yeah. So printing schedule wise, we wouldn't print during the J term, but ideally we'd have a welcome back issue for the spring semester there. When we're going into August for the fall semester, we'd be looking to have a welcome back there as well. And then monthly, we haven't worked it out completely yet. We did switch to a different printer as well in this last year. But yeah, that's that answer.
Commissioner Bear?
Question for Andrew. Have you guys thought about reducing to monthly, maybe doing every other month or quarterly? I know you mentioned it last week, but.
Yeah, so we had done quarterly for the couple of years during COVID. And that works all right. Especially when you do have a website, which we will have again shortly, but we want to be present, and I think when you reduce it to quarterly, people don't necessarily know when to expect it coming. We want to, going forwards, kind of set a more proper schedule for that, and then be in people's hands every month. I feel like that's more of a reminder of the publication than quarterly, but yeah, that is a possibility. Steven, did you have anything?
Yeah, am I able to add on?
I recognize Steve.
Okay. Oh, thanks, I feel recognized. One of the big things is profitability, we wanna get to that 50%. Having them monthly is also how we drive advertisement and funding, and in general, so that's why keeping that schedule. It's appetizing to advertisers to constantly have advertisements in front of people's faces, but also just in general.
So we're not 100% sure yet how much we're going to be able to pull in printing wise. Going into this next year, but that is one thing. It is a good spot to put advertisements, hopefully make them more profitable. So.
Commissioner Palaskar?
I think it's worth noting in the question sheet, they already were really conservative with their estimate for printing and publishing. So I think like bringing more cuts to this area when it's historically at like the lowest it's ever been. I think it would be smart just to keep this as is.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harden?
I would second that sentiment and also say that part of the complaints that I've heard, for lack of a more delicate way of saying, is like sometimes the relevancy is harder because it's quarterly, just because, you know, that's a lot of time to be covering, and sometimes information is less relevant because time has passed, or, you know, things get overlooked because there's now bigger things happening. So I think if part of the concern that I've heard from some of my peers is relevancy of information, which is, I think, more a problem of time than it is the hard work going into it, I think it'll help increase relevancy and visibility if they are able to get it on a schedule, especially because they're giving a conservative estimate of how much they'll need.
Commissioner Bear?
My question is, I don't know if it's really this line item, but how do you guys go about like postage or like sending out issues? Do you guys do that, or is it just primarily come to campus and that's how you get it?
Yeah, so it's primarily newsstands across campus. We have a compiled list that's going to be going up on our website, but most campus buildings do have a stand, including on Scott campus. So that's primarily how we move the papers, via the stands. We have not been sending issues out for the last couple of years. I believe that's something that we cut back during COVID as well. But that's something that we could use to send out to like possible alumni donors or advertisers or students that may be elsewhere.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on publishing and printing line item? Okay, moving on to the communication line item. Okay, we will now move on to dues, fees, and subscriptions. Commissioner Bear?
I mean, I'll just make a statement to the rest of the commission. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that they need a new website. So I think funding this is appropriate and vital for them to sustain themselves.
Okay, also a quick reminder, if all the commissioners can speak a little louder so the mics could pick you guys up, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, moving on to operations and maintenance. Moving on to office supplies. Okay, moving on to postage. Moving on to food and water expenses. Moving on to sorry.
I was gonna say was, just as a refresher from last week, was this one of the line items that we said is this kind of possible that we're thinking about dwindling, just considering that there's more important requests being made elsewhere? And any other thoughts to share on that? Double back on.
Okay, yes, moving on to equipment and software.
Question.
Commissioner Poliskar, oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
So with the like large expenses that you had this year, what have those purchases been made like over the course of this year?
Oh, the,
With
for
the-
this current year.
Yeah, with the
Yeah.
like 7,000.
So that was, we touched on it briefly last week, but that was, the purchase of 4 laptops for staff to use. We didn't really have any functioning computers, going into, the last year really. It was kind of a use your laptop and some students were kind of out of luck. So that was 4 laptops. It was a, Mac, studio desktop computer and a monitor, and then a couple docking stations and monitors for our office, so people could plug those laptops into a bigger screen, which is often helpful for like layout and design. I mean, it came in very handy for me. It's hard to poke on a laptop screen and see all of that. But that was, yeah, that's the bulk of it.
Commissioners, this was totally my bad. Please feel free to make amendments while you guys are going through each and every line item. Just wanted to make that explicitly clear. Okay,
Request for information.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
If we get back to it, so say we've had these deliberations and it is time for final voting, if by the time we get to final voting, we've decided we'd like to make an amendment, are we still appropriately allowed to do so during that section of voting?
Yes, that's why we haven't voted on each line item. So when you come back, you'll be able to do that.
That was my bigger clarification. I knew we weren't voting, but I just wanted to ensure that we are still allowed to make amendments even when it is the double back for voting.
Yes, you
Perfect.
still can. Okay, moving on to the travel line item. Commissioner Bugenhagen.
I actually really like this line item. I think all the arguments that were made last week during presentations were good. And I think this would be a huge benefit to the paper. I think my only comment would just be continuing to encourage the Gateway to reach out for other avenues of sponsorship or revenue coming in for that line item. But I like it and I think it's necessary.
Okay, moving on to managerial positions. Just some clarification with this. We are not allowed to touch these line items according to our regents policy. Okay, moving on to senior staff. Okay, moving on to editor-in-chief. Commissioner Bear.
Could you explain to me, just kind of why the difference between that editor-in-chief and the ad manager? Find out a little bit more.
Yeah, so the publications committee, kind of, I guess, our bosses in a way, there's the board that overlooks us. They, after kind of SABC and stuff last year and the switch to hourly pay, they said we're going to put the advertising manager at 15 hours a week and the editor at 20 hours a week. So that's kind of how we budgeted going forwards here as well. And that's it. I think it's worked out reasonably well. But I feel like it does somewhat take a little bit more time for the like editing of stories and stuff. Steven does a lot of great work in 15 hours.
Yeah.
But that's the committee set it at that, so that's what we budgeted for.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I meant to ask this question with the line item previous, but I didn't raise my placard fast enough. Am I still allowed to ask that question? Just as a point of clarification, and one I definitely should have asked sooner in this process. With the payment for senior staff or not the two of you, is that a number that, like, are they a required paid position or are they a position that you would like them to be paid because that's more equitable?
So, there's, I guess, technically, nothing that says that it's required. It's just that, these students are putting in that time every week. They're putting in, consistent stories. We've always kind of needed to, be able to pay people to entice that consistent coverage. I mean, it is a business. Journalism is somewhat of a business, and it prepares them for it, and people don't necessarily have the time to make it to everything without that stipend, which does not add up to very much. But those are positions that our committee, the publications committee, has wanted us to have and to have paid.
Thank you.
Any other further discussion? Okay, moving, Commissioner Sherrod.
Back to the senior staff fund item. How many individuals are, is that?
Yeah.
Is that the 7 individuals?
Yeah, it's 7, I believe, as budgeted. And then I forgot to clarify for Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding, but so that's that's staff writers and editors in that line there. But yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Poliskar.
Sorry, last one. What has the climate kind of been like amongst Gateway staff since there was no allocation in like the 2022, 2023, 2024 years?
Yeah, I mean, it's been nice. I mean, we figured it out. Like we worked it out to pull from other areas to fund those staff members. Initially, we were really worried about what we were gonna do, and then the committee kind of said that we will kind of figure it out for now. So it has been good. I think we've been able to get a lot of stuff in. We were only paying 4 editors for a while, in addition to me and Steven. So I mean, it's pretty tight knit still, and it would be going forwards. But I think we've been able to tell a good amount of stories with the amount of people that we've had. Steve, did you have anything to add?
To add to the climate, I'm actually, you know, Andrew was at Gateway before and then I joined. And one of the things that have really been stressed is that we work at a dedication. And it is minimum wage for these staffers. In a minimum wage job in this climate, I mean, we all know it's not the best. So it
10 hours a week.
Yeah, it leads to, the climate is that, honestly, it's like we're family. We see each other more than anything else, and we were doing it for the money, and then it wouldn't really be as good as it has been, and so.
Commissioner Poliskar.
Just to follow up, I know last year with the commission kind of cutting this line item, there were plans to pull money from the Gateway reserves. Would that be something you would be interested in, like moving forward as well?
It wouldn't necessarily be a lasting solution. One of the things that somewhat helped us last year, it helped and harmed us. I mean, we lost our previous publications manager for a while, so that was unpaid salary that we could also use to pay senior staff in that time being. Going forwards, continually pulling from reserves, I don't think it would be necessarily sustainable way to handle things, but could be a possibility to supplement.
Commissioner Bugenhagen.
So I guess this is to the commission, this isn't really a question, but so I'm looking at for our editor-in-chief and ad manager positions, coming out to about like an $18.50 an hour position for both of them respectively. What are the commission's thoughts about dropping that back down to a $15 an hour position? And keeping the workload the same?
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
Request for information, can you tell me exactly the math behind it, just so I'm following how you got there?
Can I answer that? Thank you. Yeah, for a 15-hour, sorry, let's do 20. For a 20-hour a week position times 4 weeks per month times 9 months, that gives you 720 hours per year. And then 13,260 divided by those 720 hours per year, per academic year, I should say, gives us $18.42 per hour.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
Can I then ask a question? Do you only work during the academic year and are we, can you explain exactly what the basis of when you are required to work your job is by the position?
Yeah, so at least for the editor, the editors typically worked over the summer and kind of facilitated like where there's a lot of turnover. I mean, with students graduating, people switching roles, so kind of facilitating that over the summer. I'd say it hasn't necessarily been proper in the previous years. I was hired in like very late July and there was only one other like person on staff, so it was kind of rough trying to figure it all out then and what to do about that. But during the summer, we'd be working to provide kind of limited coverage. As myself, would be getting people in place and then also covering stories. Like during the summer, there was stuff going on with Ted Carter had a whole bunch of peanut butter cuts and whatnot. I was kind of writing about that and a few others. It was like maybe a story or two a week. That was kind of the rate of things among figuring everything else out. But we have that position during the summer.
Ad manager as well is over the summer, but there might be better clarification from the publications manager on that. Can he be recognized?
Navia, do I have permission to recognize him? I recognize him.
Thank you. I was doing the same thing as you all over the past month, trying to wrap my head around what are these line items, what are the differences? And I can tell you that the sticking with the student management, the editor-in-chief and ad manager, that is the luxurious rate of $12.50 an hour times 50 weeks, 20 hours max. And then Stephen is $12.50 an hour times 50. No, what are you? You're not 15. Oh, you're 15 hours a week times $12.50. It is over the summer. That is the difference between the editor-in-chief and ad manager. Ideally, they will be working, well, they will be working since I'm here, but they will be working, they'll be selling ads for the next year, they'll be hiring staff, but they're also like, they got to cover the campus still over the summer, even if it's a little bit sleepy. So those two are working year round. The senior staff, that number reflects more of the 9 to 10 month minimum wage, 10 hours a week. And that should get us, I've been crunching numbers, that should get us 7 or 8, possibly 8. So all editors write, but the plan is 4 editors, 4 writers, and then at the 10 hours a week. And then the editor-in-chief and ad manager as well.
That 12, it is 1275 by that because it's half and half. The 12 minimum this year and then 1350 starting next year. It'll split almost half and half, I believe exactly.
And then this isn't your concern now, it is my concern in the future. There is no like step scale for Stephen and Andrew. So they'll be at the Gateway for 4 years. They're lifers. They'll be there their entire career, and their reward will be that they'll make $12 an hour in the fall. They'll just get to work more hours. We'll try to find ways to rectify that. We chose not to try to do that this year, knowing the position you guys are in, but we'd like to get them up a little bit more to the number that the commissioner mentioned, like a $15, $16, $17, something like that. But for now, they are not there for next year.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
From the, maybe not the most refined math ever I've done that I did as they were speaking, those numbers do check out to being about anywhere, depending on the hours based on summer or year coverage, anywhere from a range of about 1257 to about 17 if we're really lowballing how many hours we think they're working. But considering the fact that clearly some calculations have been done behind the scenes to make sure it's at least minimum wage for the 2 positions that need to be paid adequately, that makes sense to me. And then when I did the calculations based on the hours and week coverage that we were given for senior staff, if we are choosing to keep the number of senior staff that they are requesting within the $35,000, that also checks out when you do it mathematically.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing as there were no amendments made during this round, the fee is still at $9.49. We will now move on to macro. Okay, starting out with the special event insurance line item. Okay. We will now move down to the public relations line item. Okay, we will now move down to the traditions line item. Commissioner Poskett.
This was the one that Mavro felt was essential to their budget, and I think especially seeing like the exponential growth and attendance that they've had at these events over the past of the first couple of years. I would like be good for maintaining these lineups.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I'd agree. If I think there's gonna be anywhere we decide to wiggle, it could be general programming, but I really think traditions are something that like I've heard my constituents and my friends just say like, this is something we attend regularly, and like, I know that I was so sad that I had class during Very this year because I know it's something they do every year, and so I think if there is going to be one that I would say is consistent and more beneficial to the student body as a whole, if we're looking at it at about an average, I think traditions would be the part that I would advocate more, and more for rather. And if we're gonna put wiggle room on one of them, I don't think of the two programming pieces, traditions would be the one that I would want to hit as hard. But that is my view of that.
Commissioner Fuchs.
I just also want to pile on there that, I do agree. I know from the events that I have personally attended, they're always very well attended and they're always packed. It seems like everyone's having fun. So I think for students, especially with how much stress a lot of us go through, that a lot of these events allow us to unwind, and it's a good way to kind of release and especially, you know, just kind of have fun on campus, talk to people you don't usually see, that kind of thing. So I think that's a line item that might be pretty beneficial to keep the way it is.
Commissioner Jarecki.
I agree with both points previous. I would also say even with the general programming, but any programming that MavPro is doing, these are the type of events that are that bring a sense of belonging to people on campus. It creates a culture for our students. It allows retention and for students to tell students who might be incoming and for visits to happen and for people to talk about MavPro events going on and for students to, or maybe younger students to be more interested for admissions to increase. These are the type of things that bring a positive culture to the campus.
Okay, moving on to general programming line item. Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I'm not saying that I particularly think we should be cutting this out, but I think if we are going to be looking at a place to reduce costs, just if we're being completely pragmatic about the fact that right now we're looking at an over $9 increase. I'd say that typically from what I have felt as a student and as someone who talks to people about this and even gauged interest in like MavPro things since last meeting, I feel that people more often are interested in traditions, which is what's increasing this year. I think that they're just more visible, they're easier to attend, they're set, and they are, as the name would imply, traditions, so people are more likely to know they're happening and thus more likely to attend them. So I'd say if anything, we're going to have wiggle room, I would more so be leaning towards general programming, but there's no part of me that particularly wants to be reducing that, but if we were going to, I would urge that we look at reducing that before anything else, but again, it's not necessarily something my heart would be behind to reduce it.
Commissioner Poskett.
Question for MavPro, but in the question sheet was accept cuts, and you said that would be with experimental programming. that come out of this general line item?
Yeah, general programs for anything other than traditional events, which is like Glow at UNO, Very Berry, and that sort of thing. It's also for the concert, since we moved from having a concert every year to every other year. So it's not like a drastic change, like, so this year we wouldn't ask for $130,000 and then next year, like, oh yeah, $250,000, like bam, surprise. So we're kind of trying to spread it across the 2 years, so it's not like a surprise.
Commissioner Robertson?
So it appears this year, even with a 90,000 budget, went over about 2.25. I'm curious, no, with the budget already being lowered, what are, anticipated losses or what would students be anticipating losing out if we were to reduce this budget even more?
So with it being lowered, it's because this year we had some of those traditional events that we put on that were covered by the general programming budget when it was at $90,000. Because the first traditional event we did this year was Glow at UNO, and that already left us at like negative $8,000 for traditions. So then next year we want to bundle up Very Berry, which is another very popular event that we've done several years in a row. So we moved that to the traditions category as well as Earth Day, which we've done for several years. So it's more so just these things have already been happening. We just were initially taking them from general programming and we moved it over to traditions. So did that answer it?
Yeah, so I'm just doing quick math in my head, because as peers, you're asking about 30,000 more for traditions, only 10,000 left, and you had about 15,000 difference between the traditions and general, or 15,000 deficit between the two. So it seems like there's still about 15,000 there that if all things were held consistent from this year to next year, that there's still about a 15,000 increase. So I guess for me, for the commission, again, the general programming, I would be okay with reducing some of that, only because we're seeing such an increase in traditions, not necessarily adding new programming, but because of the switch from general to traditional, we're really not going to be losing much of what we've had this year, it seems.
Commissioner Hirschbaum.
Doing more specific math, including if we were assuming what the deficit would have been included with the last year, it is a $5,000 difference, not precise number, but like if we're looking at it, so if we were going to reduce it, I think the most reasonable amount max that we should be reducing it would be about 5,000 if we want to keep programming consistent. There can be some discussion about whatever, and again, I'm not saying necessarily that that's what I would like to do, but if we are looking for somewhere to reduce, I think that if we were to reduce general programming by about 5,000, there would still be access to this about equitable amounts of funds in consideration of what they did last year. Again, things have gotten more expensive, and I think that any way to expand that program is important, especially after COVID. But if, as we double back, or even now, if we are looking for somewhere to reduce that, I think the most reasonable cap would be taking 5,000 out of general programming. Doing more than that, I worry would just start to have a negative effect on the campus atmosphere that MavPro gets to bring us.
Apologies for the input.
Commissioner Pavaskar?
I think the 5,000 estimate is like a decent one, but have we considered with the MavPro like reserves being almost like $340,000, would we be willing to have more of that?
Commissioner Koenig?
I was also thinking, considering the state of their reserves, that we could take a bigger cut out of general programming just because of the increase that we're seeing right now. And because they have the largest reserve out of the three agencies.
Commissioner Baku?
I would agree with those sentiments. I also would think about possibly cutting the special event insurance for 23-24. They're allocated 2,500 and they still have that remaining 2,500. And I mean, I feel like out of their costs, it's a little trivial and can be taken out of their reserves as well.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding?
Am I allowed to speak again? Request for information, I should say that before I speak, but
Yeah.
okay, I didn't know if we had the set limits. Question for you, are you allowed to get rid of your event insurance, or is there like some kind of stipulation that you need to have that on there because of the nature of events that you have? Cause I know for us, insurance isn't one of those things we can start.
For the concert and anything like dangerous involving inflatables that we do pretty much every year in field day, we have to have the insurance.
Okay.
So this year it's still 2,500 because we haven't been billed for the insurance yet, and that's the story for a lot of things with the concert that haven't happened yet. So there's probably gonna be about like $20,000 to $30,000 more in costs just relating to the concert coming from.
Commissioner Fuchs.
I have a question for you. So if hypothetically we were to cut any sort of money from general growth, do you feel confident you could still hold events of the same quality as this?
Yes, with the current $330,000 in reserves, I do think we have. But I want to put us on a path to start taking less and less from the reserves every year. So for example, this year, we're planning on spending about 50,000 to 60,000 because it's a concert year. The next year with no concert, we will hopefully not dip into the reserves too much. And the next concert year, we take out another $60,000, $70,000. And hopefully by about like 2027, we'd be down to like a reasonable $150,000. So I'm just trying to get us on like a gradual trend upwards so that when we do finally run out of those reserves, it's not such like a drastic like $100,000 increase for like what our request is.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I think then I also would not be super opposed to the idea of reducing it slightly more considering that amount. I would caution against, based on that information and what we heard last week, doing too much because I know that they are planning on using that money to not then also have another random $9 increase like a few years later down the line. I don't wanna set us up for a rough ride later when we might not be in charge. But I would say that it doesn't sound unreasonable to reduce that number at least by some margin, just considering the fact that they still have a plan to make sure that that's not going to negatively impact the students in an immediate manner. And that will be more considerate of the fact that we do have currently quite an increase in our student fee allocation.
Commissioner Bear.
I want the commission's thought on reducing the general programming to 50,000.
Commissioner Fuchs.
Well, I do know that like a $9.50 increase in fees is very high. It's what we're set at now is 55% higher than we were 2 years ago, so that's kind of not good. However, I would say that kind of what he was saying there is that I don't think we should cut too like that much. I do think we should do some trimming, but I'm not thinking of a massive slice out of this, just because we don't want to set up our financial future down the line. We don't want to kick this problem down the curve because we either address it now or we're gonna have to kick it to someone later down the line who's gonna have to figure out why they're increasing it by $18 instead of by $9. And so I think that if we do some trimming now and then maybe get it to a reasonable number at the end of the day that we can all be happy with, that's not $9.50 increase, then I think that's better than even like getting down to what we were last year. Just a reasonable number. A reasonable number we can all be happy with, not necessarily just like fixing the problem now so somebody else has to deal with it later.
Commissioner Bugenhagen.
I do agree with a lot of those sentiments, but I think we also need to take care to recognize that a big part of why we're in such a large deficit is because we added a massive expense this year and the year prior. And so the pendulum is going to be swinging for the next couple of years in terms of being in a positive balance and a negative balance. So we just need to take care to recognize that we have reserves for a reason. I think there is room here to cut, and I think it's necessary in this case, just to make sure that the UPFFA is stable enough to continue working year after year. I wouldn't want to throw all of our organizations under the bus completely to save on 1 or 2 more years of excellent high priority items. Really what I just mean to say is that this year's probably going to have to hurt. But because of that, the next couple of years after that, we can return back to normal and continue our upward climb. So I think we just need to take care to recognize that this is an off year, a strange year, which means we need to be more careful about what we're doing, just to protect our students and to protect our organization.
Commissioner Pavlikar.
Yeah, I think just to piggyback off of that point, I don't think that 30,000, like, not 30, I don't think that a cut down to like 50,000 would be unreasonable necessarily. Especially just looking at previous years. I know COVID kind of hit everyone really hard. But the increase last year is kind of an unprecedented one in the face of like the budgets that we were seeing on trend before. So I think getting more back to a baseline in that way would be beneficial.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
May I make a request for information? If we were to reduce that line item to $50,000, what would the new allocation for, or what would the new increase in student fees be? Oh, no, to 50.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're right, you're right.
That's-
You're right.
oh, okay.
It's the decrease.
Sorry, I can't read.
Yeah, the headers decrease.
We should have trusted her.
It's hard when you can't see.
Okay, oh. Sorry, a second.
Not yet until X, scroll down,
Yeah.
X 28. One over, no, over right one, there's no sum there.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
Yep. That would bring the fee down to $8.25. Commissioner Buchanan.
I move to amend the general programming line item to decrease by $30,000.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Bear?
Second.
Now entering a period of discussion. Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I really hate to do it, but also I think considering the fact that there's like $330,000 and we have just heard confirmation that it's not going to cause like a halt in programming, it makes me more comfortable with doing it, especially seeing the fact that it is gonna make it more affordable across the board for many of our students. I hate the idea of doing it. It feels kind of funny too. But I think the only consolation that is really helping me move towards a yes would be the fact that we have just heard that this isn't going to immediately impact that programming, but also just the 30,000 makes my jaw clench a little bit, but I think we can also debate whether or not the benefits of that are outweighing the fact that that 30,000 hurts a little bit.
Commissioner Bugenhagen.
I also wanna say, we can come back to this line item. This is just while the thoughts are fresh, we should have it written down. I also wanted to say that I think it may be a good idea for this commission by the end of tonight, just draft a small little sentence saying, this is a weird year. And it should be known that the changes were made with good intentions and they aren't intended to be the same. Like what I'm trying to say is we don't wanna go into next year and tell that commission, yeah, Math Pro should only have $50,000 instead of the requested $80,000. That's not what we're intending to do. So that's just something to keep on the back burner.
Commissioner Fuchs.
I heavily agree with Mr. Bugenhagen's comments there that I think we have to take into consideration that this is an odd year and that I don't believe, I mean, I wasn't involved with this in a year before this, but I highly doubt that there was ever a $230,000 over what we intended to bring in issue that arose. And so, I mean, we're gonna have to cut what we can. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt for a lot of people, but I think if we can kind of weather the storm for this year, and as much as it pains me to see, say $30,000, that is a large chunk of money out of something that a lot of our students really enjoy. I think unfortunately, it might just be a necessary pain for this year due to our circumstances.
Seeing no further discussion, we will enter a period of voting. All those in favor and all those in favor of decreasing the general programming line item by $30,000, please raise your placards. Okay, all those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Okay. Any further discussion on Math Pro's budget application? Okay, moving on to SGA. Oh. Sounds good then. With the amendments made, the fee increase is now at $8.25. Now, moving on to SGA. Okay. Starting off with the accountant retainer line item. Commissioner Bugenhagen.
Is this something we can change? This feels like we're contractually obligated to, pay the accountants what they want. That's a question for, any of the admin or.
Yeah, we have to pay them.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice President Austin. Or we might lose our money if we don't.
Fair enough.
That's where they are in charge of.
Any further discussion? Okay, moving on to. So we can see a couple line items have been moved. Moving on to the contingency line item. Commissioner Barrett.
I don't think a contingency line item is necessary. Neither any of the other organizations have it. And SGA has put in a pretty significant process for pulling from the reserves. And it's seemed beneficial, so I don't think a contingency line item is no longer needed.
Again, if all the commissioners could speak a little louder, that would be great. Commissioner Powasgar.
Can I defer to Nate to kind of explain what the contingency is for?
Yeah, so contingency is basically if there's any unexpected expenses that, I know in previous years we had the account retainer, the account, back between 2022, between last year and this year, we changed accountants because previously we had it was just like a mom pop, like they gave us a really good rate. They ended up retiring. And so, we had to pull from contingencies, to really help pay for that and some other stuff too. So kind of those unexpected expenses, it's there for that. And to kind of, I know this wasn't the question, but to what Trent brought up, there is existing processes to pull from reserves in the event that we have like an obligation to pay for it. We can't pull from reserves to do that. But apart from that, it is more restrictive, at least as it's currently written, than like a contingency line item would be. And there's more steps that need to be followed.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I would also say that just knowing what I know, because I've heard all about our reserves this year, we don't have as much wiggle room as we have before. So there's a process for pulling from reserves, but to be frank, next year we are not going to have space to do so. So if there is an emergency either within our organization or any of the agencies, because it is also something that they can call upon via process, or truthfully, because we're like the umbrella, anyone who falls under us, there isn't space in reserves for them to be pulling about the way they would maybe typically. So I'd say there might be some space to reduce it. I would think it would be incredibly unwise to get rid of it though, just knowing that our reserves are not in a place of pulling that we would maybe anticipate they would be, or they have been in the past, because I know part of the reason that number hasn't been touched this year is because we were using reserves until it was suddenly like, hey, stop doing it, you have no money. So I'd say that since we've got to that, like, hey, there's no money point, maybe it's more wise for us to at least have some fund in there, should there be an emergency either for ourselves or one for our agencies that doesn't fall upon the qualifying emergencies for reserves.
Commissioner Bugenhagen.
Just to clarify, we don't have any usable reserves left. That doesn't mean we're out of money completely. We still have part of our reserves left that falls under our 1-year threshold, and that is to be used only for emergencies. And that's over $100,000 at this point. We do have the money. I think I would feel comfortable as a member of SGA reducing this line item or eliminating it just for this year again. But that's simply because the reason we don't have any usable surplus right now is because we need as much money as possible. We're in that deficit. If this is another way of getting us to climb back up that hill a little bit, I think we should do it just for this year.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I'd have not a qualm in sight about reducing it to 1,000. I'd feel a little bit more uncomfortable if we fully got rid of it, just all things considered, because it is a contingency. But if you want to reduce it to $1,000, I won't be the person to stop you.
Commissioner Hubbard.
Could the SGA representative or anyone with biases for SGA, how often year to year, or how much of that from year to year do you guys use? It looks like we've allocated similar amounts for the last 4 or 5 years. Just wondering how much how often that 2,000 all gets used, or if some years it's all of it, other years it's $200. Like how often or how much kind of on a year basis is used of that? So we kind of get a good basis of what would be a good amount to decreases if we do a decrease it.
Yeah, I can speak to just recent history. I know last year we ended up using all of it. This year it hasn't been touched yet, but there's still concerns because we had one program where it was like maybe we end up having to pull from this. I think that we could probably cut it down like $500, $1,000 and still be able to function. Because in the event that there is we have this obligation, we can pull from the reserves to fulfill that obligation as long as it hits the correct check marks. I mean, I would like, there's some other areas where it's like maybe looking at, but if the commission's looking to reduce that fee, it could be an area that there could be a cut from.
Commissioner Roberson.
So just a little point of clarification here as well. So for this year, say the contingency isn't touched at all, is that moving to the reserves? Okay. So yeah, I think I would be comfortable with reducing this down to 1,000 as well, and knowing that based on emergencies, at least that money doesn't just disappear. It can still be potentially utilized if need be. Hopefully not, but just make some room there.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
Speaking from like anecdotal experience, I've been in student government since my freshman year. Some years that thing got hit, like it was the only thing that existed in our budget. And then like this year, it just hasn't happened yet. That doesn't mean that in the next few months, it isn't going to get used, especially considering that we have stopped making reserves something that is a usable like there is no usable surplus. So it's a depends kind of line item, which is why I am now going to officially motion to reduce that line item to $1,000.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Bugenhagen.
Oh, I had a comment.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Hardy.
I just wanna say, as someone involved like in the budget committee, I do like to test that it can be unpredictable when we do have to pull out of reserves. So just to state that that's not always consistent, because something might come out. It's not something we actually, obviously, we don't plan for it necessarily. Just wanted to add that comment to it. But as part of that, on that member, I do kind of support reducing it down if that's what we agree to in this group.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. Since there's no further discussion, we will move into a period of voting of decreasing the contingency line item by $1,000. All those in favor? All my God, all those in favor, please raise your placard.
That's spicy.
All those opposed? Okay, in the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Okay. Moving on to the next line item, dues, fees, and subscriptions. Commissioner Hubbard?
Can you kind of go over what this is for again? Sorry. Trying to go, so just because it's the first time that you guys have ever, or in 5 years have asked for it, you're gonna go over what this is going to be going towards.
Yeah, and I'm gonna defer to Navia to some degrees on that because there's that knowledge back, to my knowledge, it is an Amazon Prime account. And is it Costco or is it Sam's Club membership?
It is a Sam's Club membership.
And a Sam's Club membership, so it's really being able to, was there a third account in there or is it just those two?
Just for further clarification, me as Director of Finance of Student Gov, that line item was, so as you guys see, the Amazon Prime line item says moved, that is where it moved to. Just so we can add that Sam's Club through there as well.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, so yeah, so students being able to just get bulk purchases, get them timely, like
I
that.
got you. All right, yeah, I just asked for my book was, okay.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Sherrod?
There was an additional request for a Canva subscription. And I feel like a lot of the other agencies were asking for it as well. Can that be put together? I know it's like under SGA, it says that because it's a nonprofit that you might be able to get it for free. Can other organizations receive it as well?
We were kind of experimenting around with that yesterday and we were having mixed results and getting people to get access. We've had some people to do it. To gain access to that free Canva, you need to say that you are a teacher at the organization through there. So like we've had students in the past who have been able to successfully get access to that free Canva premium. But then there are other times where like it just gets a little bit weird. So theoretically, we would be able to do that. And that's why we didn't recommend like a change because we didn't want to leave the agencies in a position where maybe they were expecting to have Canva premium as like a functionality sort of thing. But then money wasn't allocated to do it, and then like that, what's effectively a loophole doesn't end up working. We don't want to leave people high and dry.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding?
As someone who's both a teacher and works for a nonprofit, sometimes it doesn't work. I've been trying for like 3 years to get them to give me free Canva Pro because I'm broke and it just doesn't always work. And it's harder when it's a university because on a technical basis, it is only supposed to be K through 12 schools. And then if you try to do the nonprofit, sometimes they have debates about what they consider an official nonprofit. So to answer that question, it doesn't work well enough that if we reduce it, it would just kind of leave them without anything.
Any further discussion? Okay, moving on to the insurance expenses. Moving on to the gala line item. Commissioner Bear?
Nate, can you explain why the $150 increase?
It's mainly due to food price increases with Sodexo catering, like having to do that. And last year enough money wasn't actually budgeted last year for the gala, so it ended up being appetizers only, which made some. And a lot of them had meat in them, and then it was a whole thing. Because student government has a lot of vegetarians too, and it just became a whole. It was a whole ordeal. So we increased that to be able to accommodate for people. Thank you.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding?
As someone who, and I'll be very open about this bias, I'm currently trying to like plan the gala. Sodexo is very expensive, and we're trying to start an initiative to also expand it from just Senate members to like anyone involved in SGA, make it more of a blanket so that it is actually a celebration of SGA as a whole. So I'm having some interesting mathematical qualms right now. So I wasn't someone who particularly requested that number change, but it is also, as someone trying to use the amount that we have right now, it's a challenge within itself, especially considering that if we are anywhere on Dodge campus, it has to be Sodexo, which is just by nature a pricier way to go.
Commissioner Roberson?
I've also been looking for a point of clarification regarding one of the previous line items with dues, fees, subscriptions. in relation to food, I know Sam's Club, membership is there. What exactly is that used for?
What do we use Sam's Club for?
Navia created that purchase, please ask her.
Okay, so that purchase is mainly used to buy things in bulk. So again, the director of finance, Kandavali, is answering that we use it to buy things in bulk. So for example, anything we use for programming, such as candy and stuff, we buy from Sam's Club. Agencies are also allowed to use our Sam's Club membership for anything they need. So that off-campus events, stuff like that, they can use Sam's Club for.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, moving on to the insurance expenses line item. Okay. Oh,
Is
sorry.
there a line where we thought could be cut a little bit? Insurance.
Commissioner Gurecki, if you could please wait to be recognized, that'd be great.
I'm just trying,
You're good, you're good. Commissioner Gurecki.
I thought this was one of the areas that in the presentation, this could be slimmed a little bit.
Commissioner Powaskar.
They did clarify in the document, it looks like their essential areas are MAVRIDE, student legal services, and then programming. Where the more slimmable areas are the Maverick Readership Program, professional development, and then the public relations outreach. I know just with SGA like having to like provide insurance for themselves as well as the agencies, I'm assuming this would be one of their more essential areas.
Commissioner Hubbard.
Get to kind of pile on that, as we heard from Math Pro, I think with the programming and insurance kind of go hand in hand. So I wouldn't want to decrease this, just as insurance is something that you have to have for any event or for most events that they would put on.
Okay, moving on to the MAVRIDE line item. Commissioner Fuchs.
This is speaking to the commission here, but is there any, actually, I rephrase that. Is there any way to not do the B cycle pilot like that this year? I mean, we're already pretty crunched for funding and that's adding a pretty hefty line item right there. Or is that something that has to move forward and we cannot touch?
I think it has to move forward. It was a central thrust of like things that we kind of campaigned on and said that we were going to do. Just speaking at a broader sort of level, I don't think we've necessarily seen a program like actually get that much engagement. We had, at the beginning of the year, I had students coming to student meetings being like, hey, like this is a really cool thing that happened. And so I view it, you know, that expansion as like, as far as making a positive impact on campus goes, one of the top priorities of things. Additionally, we've had international students who, because the previous 200 passes, they've expired now at this point because they were distributed in late February, early March of last year. And there's actually a good contingent of international students who use it as the form of transportation that, you know, basically this is getting that sort of access to them. And so there is a time sensitive nature to it. And it would be a 3-year commitment where Rome, that's the parent organization of Heartland, they've actually been burned in the past by UNO before. The previous chancellor was attempting to make a deal with them, but they ended up leaving partway through, and so it fell through. And this deal has far more generous terms than the one that was offered, because that was $50,000 a year.
Commissioner Hardy.
I'd also like to add, I'm vice president of SUNO, Sustain UNO, and people also go to that club specifically for the speed cycle, like they're really happy to have it. As well as I'm doing, it's called STARS report, sustainability report with the DI office, and they also rely on that to have UNO like certified, so it's certified as a green campus, so it's really important to have that still. At least from that perspective.
Commissioner Sherrod.
Question for, sorry, I forgot, but, so if we were to accept this year, is this again like a 3-year commitment? We have to accept it the year afterwards and year after that as well?
Yeah, it would be a 3-year contract that would be signed, so it'd be, so there'd be that additional, $18,000 on student government. But we're still looking to other university partners, and it just became a time crunch, like being a student and having to like do school and work jobs and like all that stuff, so I haven't been able to have the time. But we have contacts in Scott campus where they're interested in potentially contributing some money and maybe campus recreation, although student life well-being, that counts as that. So we're really doing what we can to try to slim down this cost and like do our due diligence, because we have a lot of interested parties like in this program, like housing. They saw usage of that station, which had just been sitting there, like straight double. And that was not even like counting the beginning of the school year, like on those numbers. So my numbers aren't quite most up to date. So I would hope that next year we would actually be able to reduce the cost by getting Scott campus or some other partner to contribute, you know, $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 to this. But it's going to be a process of just building connections and like just getting that buy-in.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I would also say, just as information to keep in mind, it is in some odd way of saying it, probably cheaper than it would be if we deferred a year, because we are also getting like a generous offer from Kathy Pettit to help add to that, or to the best of my knowledge, that's how that's working, is that number was reduced because we had been offered that money. And we can't be positive that it would be there next year, so it might actually just be a bigger increase in the time that we're trying to find alternative funding, the way that Nate mentioned. And I would say that this is like weirdly one of those things that like a lot of my constituents come up to me and ask me about, because with CEHHS, that's like both people in Roskin, so just people who are like education majors, or anyone who, every time I'm in like the rec building, I have questions about it. So H&K people have questions about it. I've been in like my physical rehab appointments in IPC and have people like stop and be like, are they doing the bikes again? I like the bikes. So I would say that, as odd as it might be to think about it, it really is something that a lot of people care about. And it is sometimes the first thing that they have like cared about enough to know more about what is happening within our inner workings, which is unfortunately not always something that happens. So even if like bikes is maybe not my number one passion, I am passionate about the project because it is something that a lot of people have demonstrated to me that they care about, both on an equity and sustainability platform, and just because they really enjoy it, considering where the stations are in relation to campus.
Commissioner Robertson.
So it does sound like there's a lot, at least on an anecdotal basis, there's a lot of support for this. I'm curious if there's been any estimation done to see, one, you know, how many individuals would potentially be committed to getting a pass, and two, how many individuals would we need to sign up to make sure we have a return on investment, making sure that we're not just committing to this, I mean, what seems to be a very attractive deal with this organization, but to make sure that we're also getting a good return on investment here.
Yeah, thank you. Is that directed to me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you for asking that, because I actually do have numbers and data for that. So previous polling survey, albeit this is a biased demographic. So we'd sent out a survey to everybody who had claimed one of the free 200 passes that we distributed last year. We had near universal positive feedback from people like who are part of that program being like, we use this. We did get complaints that there weren't enough, like people being like, hey, I want to do this with my friend, but I ended up getting it like later on. Then beyond that, we do know that it would take approximately 450 people to buy the $5 pass in order for us to get a return on investment as made by like the rate that we both purchased that 200 like pilot program at. We need approximately 450 students to get them. And then we also know that UNMC, they have a program. We actually undercut UNMC because we did that. So that's just a whole relational drama thing. But because we got a better deal than them, then they found out that we got a better deal and then they started demanding it. So like, cause they have a partnership with Heartland as well, but they were looking at getting, I believe it was 450 passes a year for free to distribute to students. And I think that was costing them like $40+ thousand. And they were struggling to distribute those passes at first, but then we basically, we talked to them and we helped them update their distribution model, because people had to basically create an account and do, like jump through a number of hoops. Whereas our distribution model is as simple as like, hey, if you know about it, like, we might change it a little bit, but basically fill out a form and then you get your promo code. So it's designed to be maximum accessible to students. And after we met with them, they were able to see increased sort of things because they reworked it to make it a little bit easier as well. And I think our campus, we have more stations on our campus compared to UNMC, and we have a student population that lives on campus. So overall, I think we're in a place where we're more dispositioned to like being likely to use the sort of program. If that answers.
It does, thank you.
Commissioner Pavaskar?
So this budget is obviously like for the fiscal year to come, and you mentioned the contract being a 3-year contract. Can you talk about what potential budgets for like 2025-26 might look like, or like moving forward with that?
Yeah, so part of this line item that makes it a little bit tricky is that it is also combined with the bus program, where we don't actually know, we're renegotiating that contract right now. We don't know what the bus cost is going to end up looking like this year. But we did make a slight increase just to account for that because parking services have been taking the increases previously, like year on year. And so we budgeted for basically a 10% increase, which is where that extra $4,000 in that big number comes from. So we don't know if like the bus end of things might also increase at some point. Metro, just speaking to that end, Metro has been very like a good partner as far as like understanding that their analytics for the orbit line, their analytics work for all their lines except the orbit line, which is the most used line that comes directly to UNO. And so they've been like not charging us increases at the same sort of rate because of that. And I think that's something that in negotiations we can like kind of leverage to not have like there be a sharp increase. As far as what 2025, 2026 looks like, I don't know for sure, but I do feel moderately confident that we can get at least some amount of one-time dollars from Scott Housing, just because it benefits them as well. And like integrating that promotion, because into like trying to get just more Scott students to use it, the program, because we didn't really advertise very heavily, like we advertised on the station itself, but not like in housing. And having this longer sort of commitment where it is 3 years lets us build up that institutional like knowledge and like marketing, all those things. They're not gonna go within a week, it's an unlimited number of passes, so it can just scale up, forever. And really kind of could go towards making a cultural change.
Commissioner Bear?
Might be a dumb question, but I'm just gonna ask it anyways. So currently with the promo code, it's $5 per student. That's the proposed, correct?
Yeah, the proposed, yes.
Okay. Have you discussed or thought of the possibility of increasing that to, let's say, $10 and 5 goes to B-Cycle and 5 comes back to SGA as a source of kind of get that, so we don't have to give $20,000 every year?
That would be something that we would need to work out. We have no infrastructure in place or conversation as far as that revenue split goes, where it is going to UNO. So we would need to work out some sort of transaction through the business office to be able to account for that. And then that also increases the possibility that we don't necessarily hit that 450 number, like as we increase that threshold. So that's something that we're playing with and why we're happy with the $5 increase. But as far as like it being a source of revenue, I do appreciate that. And like moving forward, let's say after this 3 years, that could actually be something where it's like thinking about where is that happy middle.
Commissioner Sherrod?
Just for more information on the program itself, so the pass, is it like 365-day pass? You talked about last year was the late February, early March. They don't have access to it now. Is it 365 days or is it?
The pass, it's 365 days. It's whole year. So from time it's activated, and the first bike is checked out, that's when it starts. Again, like for that. And then one of the things that I do actually appreciate about your payment system is that it's very easy to, I believe by default, auto renew is actually not checked when you get like an annual pass. So as far as like, because that's a concern for me, like if like there's students where previously they got it and like, in this case, they got it because they still had to enter credit card information or debit card information with the free passes even, because they're like, if you check the bike app for more than an hour, you get like, it's $5 an hour after that. So like there needs to be a way to be able to assess that. And so having just that default setting be not auto renew is really good for like students not getting hit with a surprise, like $100+ charge on their account. And I'm sorry, I actually missed the first part of the question. I did, someone was, did I answer it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Paliscar?
I know you talked about like potentially expanding on the Scott campus, and seeing with that, like other stations increase around campus. Do you feel like the way that you obviously like set up the budget, that there would be any wiggle room if you're looking at like accepting like payments from them as well?
I don't think that there would be, just because there's a chance that they just wouldn't give that, and like I've love Adam Wick, but I just getting into a meeting with him can sometimes be difficult as far as like scheduling and like just reaching goes, because I know that he's a very busy person. And so like I'm not confident enough to be able to like kind of have that wiggle. And I know that it's also a big line item and it's a big increase too. So like it begins to look like an area. But like when I think about what, government and also student government should be doing, I think of this because it's providing public services and like transportation and just these basic essentials that people can take and then live the rest of their lives like in a very like just materially better off.
Okay. Now moving on to the Maverick Leadership Program line item. Commissioner Hubbard.
So in the questions, you noted that you have a $10,000 grant or just $10,000 for the Maverick Leadership Program. Is that included in this? So would that, if we decreased this by that $10,000, would you guys still have that, or is that already, or is that not included in this?
Yeah, so I've actually studied this now and like basically read off pretty well. So the original agreement just historically was that going back to 2022, 2023, is that our contract with USA Today and like World Herald, like that first, papers, is that physical papers are distributed, hard copies up to $19,000 being spent. And it was a partnership between student government and academic affairs, where academic affairs would be putting in like $10,000 and student government would be putting in $10,000. But then what ended up happening was there were some like staff turnover and just changes at academic affairs. So we did not receive their $10,000 that was a part of this like partnership until just like maybe like a week. We're still kind of sorting through it, but we've touched base with them and like that's sorted. So we would know next year that would be like coming because it covers up to $19,000. So we're paying for half of the program through this. And then that's also why there's the $6,000 increase on the original, because we didn't know for sure if that money would be paid through, but then we recommended that it could be moved back down because we have insurance.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
2 questions.
Yeah.
Do we have a contract where we have to maintain this program is question 1, and question 2 is, if we receive the money we're supposed to receive, how much do we need to be paying if we are continuing this line item?
Okay, so as far as this is a year-on-year thing. So there's no ongoing contracted. So if we wanted to, this could be terminated tonight. And as far as student government's contributions go, it's over. Broadly speaking, as far as our like, I don't know, I'll call them like our social programs go or something. I do find the Maverick, I do like being able to see the Omaha World Herald around campus, but it doesn't give digital access. So it is a little bit like antiquated. Like I like being able to hold the gateway because it's like really local, but Omaha World Herald's kind of gone corporate. As far as they are not the same small town newspaper that they were. I mean, and I'm gonna stop doing. I dove just for a history class. I dove into the archives for a while, and that was really fun. And like it just doesn't read the same. But anyways, off that tangent. I'm sorry, can you repeat your
The
question?
second half of it is, if we were to receive the money that is mentioned by that grant, how much would we still need to cover if we maintain this program?
If we got that, it would be $9,000. As far as if the contract were to remain the same as the contract we have right now, where it's up to $19,000 of papers that are distributed, then it would be $9,000 if we get all 10,000 from them.
Commissioner Bear.
This is just kind of a note to the commission. I would rather spend more money to fund the Gateway newspaper than this line item.
Again, commissioners, if you could speak a little louder.
Someone's gonna be a microphone.
The secretary Emke needs to be able to hear you to take notes.
This comes right here.
Please speak louder.
I will sit in the middle.
You even tried to change spots?
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
At risk of sounding a little bit like a hater, I've been in student government for every year that I've been here. I didn't know this program existed. I don't think I've ever actually seen one of those papers, and if I have, I don't know if I've picked it up. I don't know that, especially in such a digital world, if I'm gonna pick a newspaper that I care about, it is certainly going to be one that is made by people I might know. It is certainly going to be one that's a little bit more local, and I have to be honest with you, when I think about priorities for me as a member of SGA, looking at this budget, and I'm not saying this is what we need to do, all I'm saying is maybe my priority isn't particularly this. I'm not saying that I'm not necessarily immediately saying it should go, but for risk of sounding a little bit blunt, if I'm prioritizing things, this is not at the top of my list.
Commissioner Wu.
To contrast Commissioner Bob Harding's point, I read this newspaper almost every day. I really love it, but to tell the truth, all my classes are in PKI. I have never seen the tray empty of either the Omaha World Herald or the other one. I do, however, see the crossword puzzles taken out of the Omaha World Herald all the time. So to that point, I think we can absolutely get away with just decreasing the volume of papers that we are purchasing, especially if it's not on a contractual yearly basis. We can get away with decreasing the volume of papers. So I would like to motion to decrease this line item by $7,000.
Is there a second?
I have a
Oh, Commissioner Harding.
Sorry. I was just wondering, since we have the digital access, is that through like the library fees then, since it doesn't include the paper?
We
But
don't,
we
we don't have
don't.
digital access. That's why I'm being a
Yeah.
hater.
But I can
just.
log in the library now and literally go on the World Herald. So that must be from like the technology fees.
Yeah, it's just library business.
So we don't really need it if you don't want paper, right?
Commissioner Harding, would you like to direct your question to someone in the audience?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Somebody has.
Nate.
Yeah, correct. New York Times access and also these papers, I believe Omaha World Herald as well, that is through the library and the digital access. Was
Yeah,
that-
it's part of a database, the Access World News. It's not a great format because it's not like you can just log on a website and scroll through. It's like a scan of the paper. So it kind of sucks in general, but there is some access there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hubbard?
I would just like to second Commissioner Buchanan's $7,000 to this,
Okay,
is what you said. Down to the 9,000, just so that.
okay, seconded by Commissioner Hubbard. Now entering a period of discussion. Commissioner Conan.
I think considering that we have access to the paper online through a different source, that it may be beneficial to just cut this program.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I'm also a real fan of reading physical newspapers, but I can't say that I've ever gotten one here. And especially considering that there is digital access, so it's not just like we're fully cutting them off from that news source. I'm also not uncomfortable with that idea. I think there's a lot of value to that access, but especially knowing that there is access in a different format that is more equitable and more accessible to the average student at UNO. That I'm not saying that might be the worst idea we've ever had to just kind of shuffle it over so we can focus on more important line items.
Commissioner Fuchs.
I second that. I was gonna suggest that at minimum, we reduce the tax on this to like $5,000 or less. Cause that would still give us 15,000, it would $10,000 grant, that'd give us $15,000 worth of papers. But then also significantly reduce the burden. But I also, if someone were to suggest that we cut it all away, then I would not be pouring over that.
Commissioner Powascar.
Yeah, I would never agree with that. I think the reduction is more prudent than like a full cut, just so we're still maintaining good relations with those Omaha partners.
Commissioner Bear.
I motion to amend the original motion to reduce it by $16,000.
Is there a second for that motion? Commissioner Fuchs? Now entering a period of discussion. Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I think that Commissioner Powerscar actually makes a fantastic point that there is some benefit also to the community partnership there. So I think if we are assuming we would get that 10,000, maybe the 5,000 that you've suggested is the new amount. Makes a little more sense to me so that it's not just like a full swipe out because we still want those partnerships and that leaves some wiggle room to maybe have some kind of deal. With that detail, I think it's a good one. Maybe don't want to get rid of the whole program, but I also agree with that idea that maybe 5,000 is all we need considering we might be getting the 10,000 elsewhere.
Commissioner Biggenhagen.
This does break my heart a little bit, but I completely understand it. And I also don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that these papers are gonna remain on campus. They just won't be free for students paid for by fee funds. They'll just be regular newspaper stands that you can pay a couple dollars for an issue, which I think is fine. And I don't think the papers really care about who's giving them the money, where the money is coming from. If they're getting the money, they're probably gonna be all right. So I don't think this is gonna kill the physical newspaper on campus. So I think we can probably be good with cutting the whole thing if that's what the commission wants.
Commissioner Fuchs.
I kind of agree with both points. I think if we're gonna have $10,000, like assuming the grant goes through, if we're gonna have $10,000 for this program, then I don't think people would be too upset that they're only seeing 3 unread newspapers in the bin instead of 5. And it's just, I don't think it's going to affect the average student on the whole. It may, in a special case, it's like, oh, on the off chance that 3 people randomly took 3 papers that they might not get one, but then on the other hand, they may still have 3 copies of the Omaha World Herald, and both of them are generally the same. It's not that different. I mean, there's gonna be more local news in Omaha World Herald, obviously, but between that and that, the other one is USA Today. Don, you should know, you pick one up every day. But yeah, the difference in like the big news in each one's not gonna be that different. The Omaha one's gonna have more local, and if we have a reduction for 2 or 3 of each at each thing instead of 5 or 6, then so be it.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I also agree. I think considering how much more money this would be than the printing for the gateway, if I'm wanting physical copies of something, that is certainly what I would prioritize. We have that digital access and then, as we've said, there's alternative ways of getting it. And just like, if we're being pragmatic about it, there's a lot of things that are very expensive that we're gonna be looking at tonight. We haven't gotten through all of the SGA budget. And if I'm thinking about things that I just don't need, that's there.
Commissioner Koenig.
I think that considering just how few, it seems like people actually read the physical papers, and combined with that we have our own paper that could maybe take some of these funds so that we're not just paying the staff minimum wage, that could be good.
Commissioner Hardy.
I just have a quick question for Nate. Do you have any numbers on like how many people actually use it?
I know that I haven't done the math on this, but I can tell you if someone wants to do math right now. The papers cost about, I think it's 75 cents per paper. And the way it's charged is by people basically pulling it out of the thing. It gets counted every day or so by whoever's coming in. The ones that aren't read are not paid for, so it's only ones that get pulled out. that we get charged for. And it's enough that that line item currently is down to, could you move the mouse a little bit? This year, and that's from several months ago. Correct, that 3,000 number? And so that's before the last invoice. And so like papers are being taken and read through that. But well, it's how much of them are being read. There's also the possibility that people are literally taking them out because you can literally grab a stack of papers and just take them out. That's like something to keep in mind.
So,
Commissioner Hubbard.
so that 3,000 is not indicative of the $10,000 that the student affairs or whatever have recently paid.
Correct.
So technically that would be 13,000, correct, right? Or if-
We would have that much, yeah, there'd be $13,000 left in that line item. My understanding of that is correct, right, Director of Finance Navia, not Commissioner, or, okay. Cool.
It is correct.
Okay.
Seeing no further discussion, we will move into a period of voting on the amendment to. Yes, the amendment to change the decrease to $16,000 in the Maverick Readership Program. All those in favor, please raise their placard. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Okay.
Oh, can I know what the vote count was?
750.
750.
Thank you.
Okay. Now,
We have to vote for the amendment as a whole.
thank you. It's not here. Moving into a period of discussion regarding the 16,000. Commissioner Roberson.
Just considering how close that split was, I'm curious as if you would still be open, and considering the 10,000 that could be coming from student affairs, if we were to amend this by reducing by 14,000. Then we would have 2,000 left over plus the 10,000, so the budget would effectively remain the same. Except for like little protection, because I'm guessing by the time this academic year ends, that 3,000 is gonna be gone. So if we potentially supplement the 10,000 coming from student affairs with another 2,000, that'd be 12,000 total. Not the 19,000. But at least it'll only be 2,000 coming from SGA, if I'm getting that. So it's not totally like that. Just to appease the 75 split.
Commissioner Hubbard.
Just for record keeping's sake, can you go over who is providing that 10,000? I said student affairs, because that's what I thought I heard, but I just want that to be made sure so that the record indicates the correct organization.
Yeah, close, it's academic affairs.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, we will now move into a period of voting on decreasing the Maverick Readership Program line item by $16,000. All those in favor, please raise their placard. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Okay. So now we'll head back to the fee page real quick. That drops down student fees to $6.85. Okay, moving on to our next line item, office supplies. Commissioner Barron.
Is there a need for $150 in office supplies? Or like, do you already have like enough built up from previous years?
Need to look real quick, at a different request real quick. Any agency director, are we currently paying for office supplies for the agencies? Is it a shared line item or are they split among?
They're split.
They're split? Okay. As far as immediate office needs are concerned, I think we're bigger than Woolstock. Sometimes we'll run out, because we share some degree of office space with like SLII. And so, like, those costs do become like kind of, somewhat joint at times where it is like, because it's different organizations that we're putting in different amounts. As far as those purchases go, I can't speak to, which ones are being made, other than, some might come up, but some might know more than some of the other senators here. It's a big org.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
From my understanding, part of it is we could probably get away with reducing it by like $50, but we need it for like placards and the things that just every year we're gonna need new ones. Not everybody gets the same placards, they'll have new positions, it's new people. So something needs to be in there, and we do have new offices. So that's caused some shifts as just things have either been discovered to not be ours, or be like, where do we put that? Or what do we need for a space that's entirely ours? And so I think we could get away with like a little bit of wiggle, but there is some stuff that just has to happen in order for us to properly follow like Robert's rules as we're doing things as a Senate, just because we need to be able to see each other's names and placards and stuff like that. But there's probably like $50 of wiggle room from the understanding I've gotten just from experience and hearing this discussion a few times in SGA.
Okay, we will now move on to the programming line item. Okay, we will now move on to the Freshman Leadership Council line item. Okay, we will now move on to the Public Relations and Outreach line item. Commissioner Bear.
Could you explain to me the difference between this line item and the programming line item?
Yeah, so this year we decided to kind of we decided to restructure a lot of, the funding, because there's like agency partnerships previously, like last year was like 8,000, cutting that entirely. Because we realized that a lot of our programming events that line item is being used for like kind of outreach sort of stuff, where it is like getting either talking about like, maybe getting shirts, or maybe getting like business cards, like that sort of stuff, or events that are dedicated specifically to outreach, like coming to meet people. So we figured that we could actually differentiate them a bit, where programming might be like, if we want to have, get a speaker to come in, or, stuff like that, where it is, I don't want this to be like disrespectful, but like more like substantial, like, something like that, where the outreach is really about getting that impact on campus, letting people know that we're, out here getting signage, doing all sorts of those things that like really can make us look like, increase our footprint, get people know about us, get more buy-in to democracy, that sort of stuff. Thank you.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
This is my second year as outreach committee director, outreach committee chair. Sorry, that's not the right word. I'm gonna be honest, most of the money that has been used from programming came from outreach. We have come back to what was a pre-COVID tradition of trying to do large events in partnership with like student athletics and things like that, just to get more visible, to get people know about us, because truthfully, the more people know we exist, the more helpful we are as a body. So I think part of it is, since there is no agency partnership line, they want there to be money if the agencies are like, hey, we have a program that we really want to do, but we don't have financing for it. It would be more appropriate then for them to be pulling from that, or for ourselves as outreach, if we want to do collaborations, there's somewhere that's more designated. I think it's just trying to be cognizant of the fact that like a lot of that in past years, especially as outreach has been established as a committee, has bet like most of the things that have come out of programming have gone to us. So I didn't necessarily request that line item, but after I saw it, I think it's a good idea, because I don't want it to be the programming, which could be such a large facet of what we do, is just going to outreach, because obviously I think what we're doing is important, but it is in its own way kind of its separate thing. And it would be nice for me, planning wise, or whomever it might be, like if I'm thinking about what has happened in the last year, it would have been easier to plan events knowing that truthfully, the only people who are using that line item would have been my committee, because it makes me feel less bad about being like, give me all the money in that line item. So it just, that separation does just kind of help make that distinction, so it makes it easier to plan things in an equitable manner.
Okay, moving on to professional development. Okay, moving on. One second.
Yeah, oh,
That is not supposed to be posted. If I could have someone motion to move to groove real quick, so I can double check where that have happened. Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding,
I moved to group for 12 minutes.
seconded by Commissioner Pawskar. Entering a period of discussion. Seeing no further discussion, we'll enter a period of voting. All those in favor?
yeah, it's postage is nothing, retreat is 1,000.
All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the motion carries.
Yeah.
They get started.
Postage got moved. And yeah, the retreat, I'm down now, let.
Am I muted here or would it be fine?
I'm down to 44. I'm on like a
Allocation and appropriation.
You know,
I see, okay.
or like.
No, it's the other way.
Oh, no, the name's actually because it's here, it's not. I know we have 4 hours.
Oh, sorry, taking that. I don't know.
It's like.
Oh, you're right here. Promise you right here. And I know I'm closing the
I don't know
floor.
what.
No way I would have made it through.
Yeah, I.
No, I'm like. What month, like, what renovations did they do on carpet, I guess?
Readership.
Yeah, readership. Code violation. It was because it was 7-5 to change. It's fine, we got. It's like about 10,000. 7,000 cuts and 60,000 cut, so that was really close, and then, but to cut it.
Deal, but,
You think that's math is wrong?
yep, yeah.
It seemed to go down.
You'll give it?
I think.
8,000, sure. Okay. From the bathroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, the dollar.
Dude, I can't walk that fast when I.
There's some weird calculations going on here.
That doesn't look, I can't be right at all.
Cause I was shocked when I saw that.
I was too.
Too good to be true.
Yeah.
Nice.
So the current fee is 6. What?
685.
685. That.
I was like, we did it, guys, we did it.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, we still have.
Yeah, no, there's still $25,000 gonna be cut. Square.
Yes. Generous gift.
I really need to start looking at the time when I moved to Germany. You're like, Riley. What are you never doing? I'm like, I don't know how much time is left. I guess I can be fast.
Is there fact checking part of SABC after the fact, like,
Well,
or did they double check the functions?
Chicken, right?
I guess I can eat some more.
No. Validate the fact that.
Well, no, on this calculation.
We got time to use the bathroom.
Yes.
Yeah, go. You can go to the bathroom anytime. Yeah, everybody, it's just that they're locked down.
Leak at your leisure.
I'm stealing that.
Oh, wait.
Why did you keep it?
Why would you protect your sources?
Like when a man and a woman love each other very much.
1050.
Why do you think one side was rounded? I wanna,
Oh my God.
validate and appreciate that you told me that.
Okay, 1050 is the bike care bill, but like, no, 1050 is menstrual product. It's 1250. It's 1250. I'm not like 1250 by
That's what I'm saying, that's where I'm
Our dance had a good.
And you know what? You're gonna be
That's
full for a while.
We have to line item.
Yeah.
You know what, I mean.
I was surprised. I was like, that one's actually a good idea. This one, like. I didn't really.
It'll be,
You know, real.
Safe syringes.
yeah, that was it.
I should have brought it back, it was a real calculation on my part, I should have known that my Lavelle is.
Oh, yeah.
Jacket.
So Sodexo Police never existed, Cory.
There's your.
We're changing the color dynamic we're working with here. Thank you.
Well, she said.
I even thought about it.
I wrote
Because when
that
I
up.
left my house this morning, it wasn't as relevant,
Like,
but I
everyone's
was
on
like,
our website,
I'll go back and check, I have not been home since like 7:30 in the
But-
morning. And I won't, yeah, and so I was like, well, that was a real miscalculation, but the emergency jacket in my car.
No, I mean, because the weird thing is.
Wouldn't have been right, yeah, I was like, yeah,
Doing
like, it's
whatever.
not,
Assuming that being like, go ahead.
Yeah.
it like doesn't quite fit, you know, it's really there if there's like stuck in the rain emergency. That's how much, like a jacket that I would never wear. A rain jacket that doesn't arms widely and it's only in the car for if I get stranded in the rain, you know? There we go, really specific instances.
You know, I can't believe.
This one
could go longer.
What?
This one could be munchies, yeah. like-
You just don't.
You don't.
Yeah, I know.
That's just.
Okay, that's like,
You know,
it's $3 and
This
if you.
is further than I thought we'd make
buy
it
a
by
slice
seven.
of pizza every time.
Yeah.
We're gonna be close about that.
That's all.
But I thought we were gonna make it by 7. I should not.
It's $3.
You like it? Like, I would everyone.
Well, I was saving my notes so I could refill them.
Good focus on the positive.
It felt like a ring around your.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get good terms of all the yes. I'll be like,
I know.
what's in
I
that?
recommend.
I can see if like Sodexo like
I'm an engineer, I said.
any
Funny number.
willy-nilly like.
I can't.
There's also some numbers, there is at least one number in this document that's just wrong, but we're not allowed to change it without
Cause like.
Senate approval or us motioning, so I can't wait to have to motion to be like, so that number is not what we voted on.
In what setting here?
And then it happens.
Some automatic cheat note, 25.
That one, we're, who knows, we're going to, I have a document of every single thing. We go out of rain in a second. And the 2 notes on the start of SBA are motion to reduce that and motion to reduce that, so that it's.
Sarah, that's what you noted. That's so much. We're leveling things.
Both of the incorrect numbers will make.
Yeah, no, it's.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, that's easier freaking than 7.
No.
No.
You always get to know way to like just put it there.
Easier, but for me to say this number is wrong, it's not what we voted on, it needs to be reduced, is a little bit easier, you know?
See what Max put in, there's a document, the trims,
They
look good.
Same
so like
size as
the
that.
formatting at the top.
That
Of each page.
makes
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
I can tell he's a lighting. Yeah, for sure. He's electrical, he's lighting.
No, yeah, I'm a little sad there's not much light in there.
I don't know what that is.
I know. I'm a little sad, but also I can't.
Vinny.
I did also carry the legs first. I knew
Oh,
it was. So.
Sorry, that's a
It's got Niglia blood. It's melted, but it's got Niglia.
Yeah. Well done so far.
Which is very interesting. Your ancestor, or not, you're not necessarily ancestor, but,
Oh. Oh, my God. And you do it on the other side, so not the outside.
All in flavor.
I love it.
I don't know why I keep saying that. In what world am I thinking?
Great, grandpa.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, no, oh, yeah, no, it was bad.
Coming on with it.
Benefit behind Alciniglia is a benefit.
Hey.
Way more confident.
No, Alciniglia is a benefit.
All that work.
No, I don't. It's like, with my 4 hours. Everyone's getting their chart.
This is actually, that's actually.
Oh.
My family, I was obsessed with that.
I'm deaf. And they're facing this way. I'm the lowest brightness today.
I tried to shut everything else down, but like my browser.
I love the spread you got, the hand sanitizer.
Yeah, there's Sammy.
That is, I'm the same way where it's just like regularly, you'll see me sitting and it's just my little disc of hand cream sitting there and I was like, I got it.
Oh, what's her amazing berry?
It was less trying, as soon as you said that, I was like,
She gotta be.
I feel like I just.
No,
Five, it was just, I wanted to know the exact number before I said it out loud.
I just had five in my head.
That's the worst part.
I thought Vinny's like a thing.
But it was, I promise it was not trying to like correct you, it was more a piece of evidence. We went further anyway, but no. I appreciate that, but I promise it was more so that I like mathematical side quest. It's like, that's the weirdest thing I'll be like, it's like mathematical side quest, because we're talking about something, it's not these numbers. It's the same as meeting. Handy if you've done.
And I may have a few kids who just have a bunch of tabs open. But I'm thinking really
No one has
fast.
told me a single thing about I heard this week, and I'm really sad about it because I was literally in charge of it. So, yeah. It's not your fault, I promise you, of the people that should have been in charge of it, it's definitely not your fault.
Last 1 minute warning.
Thank you, one.
Thank
Thank you.
You know?
Not really louder.
I got it, stop it.
Good option.
He was only buying something that was in. So it doesn't. Don't go after him.
I'll take it.
No, without his family, wants to need it, so the other ones keep.
So.
This is a lot. And then it links with like national, like Democratic Party.
No, so that's. And through these, Dennis pulling his, one of the strings.
Yeah, Omaha was the wedding.
It is actually really.
I know, and
I wish you
I
wouldn't have said anything.
And then
I got my cardigan at 7:30 in the morning and have not been home to get probably anything, so,
Yeah.
Miss Cannavale, yes, 3, 2.
Wow.
Forgot to do it. Okay.
Now that we got, that error fixed on the working spreadsheet, we will, okay, we will move on to the now retreat line item. Commissioner Baku.
I would like to direct this to, I guess, SGA or anyone who works on SGA on why only $107 of the allocated budget has been used. I feel like there could be some cutting down on the retreat numbers with how little has been touched.
Yeah, so taking that, we had a retreat planned, for over winter. but do you remember that period of time that it was like -40 out? It was during that period of time. And so we ended up basically canceling that, and that would have spent probably like $500+ from that. And so we have one instead planned for the end of March, which should take an amount from that. And if you look at previous years, it typically has been used, it's usually used as like a food expense or an activity, like something to really like just allow us to like unwind for a moment, because student government can get really tense, and like having space for people to like just see each other as people is shockingly, maybe not shockingly, is kind of important.
Thank you.
Commissioner Koenig.
This is just to like anyone in SGA, what is the worth of this line item? Like, do you think it's this important?
Commissioner Hirschbaum Hardy.
It's been a tumultuous year, to be quite blunt about it. And so this helps, even in the best of years, it is just really helpful to know each other as people. It makes it easier to work together, to find better collaborations, I mean, in years past, it usually takes a few months before you know people's first names, just because we all have last name placards. So it's just kind of helpful to see each other as human beings, because it is much easier to treat each other as human beings if we have a chance to experience each other in that way. I know that we have our retreat planned for later this semester because of weather problems. I in the past have really enjoyed it. It's just a nice opportunity to also spend time with people you might not automatically gravitate toward and week to week functioning. So I've gotten a lot out of it, just getting to see people as people, because unfortunately, sometimes it's just busy enough that that's not always how it works.
Commissioner Robertson.
This is very speculative in nature, but I'm wondering, had the retreat occurred in winter, things went according to plan, do you feel as though that sense of tumultuousness would have receded in proceedings for the spring semester thus far? Do you think things would have gone smoother, or do you think the retreat would have been effective in really ameliorating some of those perceptions of anxiety or angst?
Commissioner Hirschbaum Hardy.
So to answer that question, the first part of that answer is we split it into two parts. So we had like a professional development workshop, and that did help quite a bit. I think from just what I've seen so far, it's made some improvements. We're just hoping to further those improvements. But I know there's also been lots of pushes to make that retreat far earlier in the school year, because that's a more effective place. It just has been, it's been a busy year for us. It's just been lots of changes. So I think that was just like the first available spot. And that's the first spot where we're like, we really need to have that retreat. It got split into the professional development half of it. Then there is the more like retreat part of it that is happening later. That first half of it was very helpful in just opening up channels of communication and making us consider a little bit harder how we are communicating with each other. And then there will be further efforts done just to ensure that we're ending our year in a way that is a little bit more holistic.
Commissioner Jarecki.
Can I refer to the previous line as well?
Yep.
So, and this is directed to anyone. What is the difference between the professional development and the retreat? I mean, by definition, I can understand, but in terms of what you're going to be using it for?
Yeah, I'm gonna speak to this a little bit, and then I also like to call on Sierra and also Kevin, just because they know they're a little bit more in the brains. My knowledge is limited. Where I sort of understood it is professional development is really, because student government is kind of meant to be also like, you know, a training pipeline for like leaders in the community on campus, all of these sorts of things. So it's being able to get like, you know, like Clifton Strengths, like any sort of these other programs, and kind of incorporating that into our off, because we do every other week, like formal business meetings, like placards and voting, all that stuff. And then we have committee or circuit meetings, which have like committee work and just like presentations and that sort of stuff in it, to be able to have funding to be able to slot into that sort of timeframe. And then I don't know if Sierra or Kevin.
And going off of the professional development, it was a line item that didn't really exist, that we're looking to push a little bit more for our students headed into this upcoming fiscal year, whether that be, even conference registrations, certifications, assessments, potentially even bringing people in to speak to help spread additional knowledge to further their leadership skills in that way. And Kevin, I'll have to speak to Patrice.
So additionally to advisor Sierra and Vice President Hustic, the professional development line item is mostly like educational workshops, like for example, like in January, it was mostly like talking about leadership, collaboration, and empathy, while the retreat is more of a bonding on it. Like last year, we went to a place, I forgot what it's called, opioid. Yeah, it was like funplex. It was a fun place. And this year we're planning on doing like a more or just for like a little bonding.
Okay, now we will be moving on to. Sorry. Okay. The student court line item. Commissioner Pawskar?
I know this is a very new line item and like a very new SGA initiative, so can you just like kind of clarify what exactly student court will be like doing over the course of the year?
Yeah, this line item is pretty much in place to be able to buy food for student court justices. Hearings can go long, a lot of the time, sometimes taking several hours. And because of scheduling, you know, being students and stuff, that tends to, you know, be that could very much tend to be evening or over lunchtime. So being able to just get that food for them so they're able to make sound decisions on a full stomach.
Commissioner Pawskar?
And then just to clarify, this would also presumably be coming from Sodexo and being on campus.
If it was on campus, yes, it would. Theoretically, it would theoretically be on that sort of way. I'm not at discretion as far as that spending, so theoretically, yes, it could be from Sodexo, but it probably would be, but.
Okay, moving on to the swearing in line item. Okay, moving on to student legal services. Commissioner Fuchs.
Yeah, okay, so just a question. So I see that it did increase by $92,094. Can we get a bit of a breakdown as to why? Because I've been looking through the documents trying to get like more of a breakdown as to where this all coming from. It just basically said it's used and therefore it needs to increase by 85%. So could I get a little bit more clarification on that?
Can I offer a point of clarification in that, to the question?
Yes, Commissioner Pawskar.
So I know Jacob Stadola is our student, like, he's our lawyer on campus for student legal services. So this cost functions, it covers his like salaries, benefits, all of that, so we can't touch that in that sense. There is such a large increase because Jacob did hire a new executive or associate assistant this year. So I'm presuming that their salary and everything would also be covered under this.
Commissioner
There's
Hurd.
clarification though.
Yes. Oh, were you requesting?
Oh, I was gonna refer to Trent.
Thank you. So the budget hasn't changed at all. What it's different, so last year they asked for 107 because last year, based on projections of student fees, there was a $90,000 overage. So student government last year used that overage to cover the full budget, so they didn't have to, wanted to stair step the student fee increase essentially. So the budget hasn't changed, it's just we're seeing the full budget this year now.
Commissioner Koenig.
I know that this line item is quite large, but I definitely feel like of the line items we've seen, this one is really useful and important. So I would be like remiss to cut it or cut it very much.
Commissioner Bugenhagen.
I also, excuse me, I also feel a lot more confident in placing trust in Jacob's hands. He's a professional, he's worked in law for a long time, he knows what he's doing. Based on what I've seen, he spends his budget very responsibly. So I feel a lot better about pushing it into the hands of an already existing professional than I do into pushing money into a student organization's hands. And that's just because of the fact that this is his full-time job. This is what he does. It's not a project that someone has on the side on top of an existing job, on top of school, on top of family, on top of keeping themselves healthy. So I think there's not a lot we can do here. I'm sure Jacob put together his budget in a way that made sense.
Commissioner Bear?
Sorry, you know someone.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding?
I would agree that I think this is one of the more important things that we have in there, speaking from personal experience, speaking from what I've heard from constituents and just, looking at it from multiple angles. A lot of the things that many of these agencies or organizations do, the impact of it is also dependent on how active somebody is on campus. Truthfully, the more time you spend on campus and doing these activities, the more benefit you get from them, which is a beautiful thing. But student legal services, I feel, is one of those things that even if you're not someone who's typically very involved in campus life or who just is busy or who spends a lot of their time off campus, whatever it may be, it is still something that can equitably serve just about every single student, regardless of how involved they are, so long as they know it exists, which is something we've really been pushing for. So to me, it also feels like something that I believe in protecting because it can benefit not just the students that I regularly see and get to talk to because they're involved, but any student who needs that support, regardless of maybe how much time they spend being active in campus life day to day.
Commissioner Bear?
I remember what it was. I don't know who it is, if it's Nate, Trump, whoever. Do we know how many students that Student Legal Services advises? Do we have that number from your year?
Yeah, I have most recently from the month of February. In the month of February, they took on, I believe, 101 student cases. And it has been something that's been increasing. I don't have the broader track number, but I know February was a month, but previously off the top of my head, I remember it would be like around 50 cases a month, so a broad number of students are being helped.
Since July, 2023, 800 students have been served.
Commissioner Bear?
How are we publicizing this to students?
Just speaking as a fellow professional, I refer students to this office all the time if I'm working with them in contexts where I feel that legal services would be helpful. Or there is any situation going on in whether it be personal or academic, financial, where they may benefit from counsel.
Commissioner Bear?
I missed a response. I mean, I've been at UNO for 8 years now, and I've never heard of Student Legal Services until about a year ago. So that's the only reason why I say something.
Commissioner Povsky?
It didn't exist before. So.
Commissioner Bear, you can respond if someone isn't there.
Well, I have a new question.
Oh, okay, Commissioner Bear.
So my new question is so can I get the history of why this is now in the SGA budget? I know why, but I want it for the record.
Yeah, so previously it was being paid for with university dollars through the I believe it was student life and well-being or equivalent through that sort of office. And then it was realized that using state tuition dollars and that stuff to pay for a lawyer who might be representing people against the state is not good practice. And so it was realized that this is going to be a lawyer for students. It should be students who are paying for it fully to prevent any degree of conflict of interest and to enable Jacob to take on a broad range of cases. He cannot represent students against the university or other students, but it's pretty good range.
Commissioner Harding?
This is anecdotal, but he actually solidified my reason for wanting to be an attorney, because when you find yourself in a legal situation, it's completely unexpected. And I had a lease issue and he literally saved me several $1,000s. So I think even if you don't expect you're gonna use legal services, things come up. So I think it's a really good service in that way. I don't think so bias.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Has there been any discussion to move this into a sort of an independent of either section, so like not directly funded by SGA, but also not directly funded by the university, as if like, I see how like we have the fees here, they go to this stuff. Why not have a separate student legal services fee and have that fund student legal services, which is its own entity that's not either or?
Commissioner Bugenhagen.
I think the reason we can't do that is it's gonna end up resulting in the same exact fee increase for students. The fees have to come from somewhere, and if they're coming from if the whole reason that we're moving UBFFA funds to student legal services is because it needs to come from students, then the fee is just we're just moving line items into a different slot, but it doesn't really mean anything. And at least this way, SGA has some degree of transparency with student legal services. There's a partnership there, and that can benefit both organizations and then the student body as a whole.
I'm just more looking at the optics of it, that like, I feel like students would be more receptive to seeing a $5 line like fee item versus like, I'm saying that like, if we have a $25 fee for this and a $5 fee for student legal services, that might look better than seeing one big $30 fee. You know, students don't necessarily think about that often. They just see $30 versus what it used to be like $23, like, oh, well, this isn't right. Versus if you see 25 and 5, it's like, oh, it's like, oh, it's a little increase here, then they probably don't even notice a little $5 tack on.
Commissioner Sherrod?
Just for final confirmation, the increase is because of someone was funding it before, like last year, and they're not funding it now.
Yeah, so what we had done was we took the $90,000, which we added this year. Last year, we paid for that out of student government reserves. So we paid that $90,000 to avoid having like a very large fee jump in just 1 year. This like current fiscal year that we're in, all the money was paid for through like student government or like student fees. But whatever, the first year of the office's operation is paid through different source. Does that clarify?
Yeah, I was just during the first presentation, I have it in my notes that the increase is so he can, or the lawyer can do criminal cases.
Yeah, effectively, because before he was being funded through like state dollars, and so he really wouldn't be able to take on any criminal cases because it would be representing against the state in that conflict of interest. So now he would be able to. I think he may have been still doing criminal cases, but it was not good practice. So that's why we had to change it.
It really depends on the type of case. He can do misdemeanors. I don't think he can do felonies.
Yeah.
Right.
Commissioner Bear.
Just because I need to ask it for my sanity. What other creative solutions were thought of rather than tucking this under SGA?
So we've actually applied for a grant. I'm going to be honest, I do not think we're going to get it because I haven't heard back from them in a while, but and it was a process. The Women Investing in Nebraska grant, which is through the NU Foundation. We had looked through that as a way of supplementing this sort of funding. That's really the main sort of like avenue that we're looking to do that. When it is an expense this large though, and it's also something that becomes quite standard to a lot of, like Lincoln has legal service, a lot of universities have legal services. Finding like the novelty's not always there, so finding donors can be a little bit tough. So that's kind of the extent of that search.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Is there any trimming we could do that, even just like something to make a nice round number, like $195,000 instead of $199,514? Like, is there any flexibility in there, or does this have to be that number?
As far as, I guess I could break down a little bit more of the operations just to give some insight into what that's going for. So this year, Jacob actually slimmed down his operating expenses. So the base amount of that is a lot of that's just like salary, benefits, that sort of thing. But there is operating, which he slimmed down $4,000 compared to last year. Last year was $29,000. This year is $25,000. Among that, 13,000 of it's going to student workers. So it would be cutting student workers, cutting from that. 5,000 of it is for a National Student Legal Services convention, where it's, being able to do that. And I think developing, I'm in favor of that just because I think developing our own student legal services, make sure that they're part of that intellectual exchange is important. And then there's $7,000 miscellaneous, which that's including license renewal, a lot of stuff where it's this office needs this to be functioning. Maybe you could cut down 500, but I can't personally account to whether or not that would impact functionality.
Commissioner Hubbard?
I would say personally, I would not want to kind of lessen this anymore, just because it is starting, it's in its first or second full year of implementation. I would say keeping it up and allowing, as he is increasing cases that he's taking on month to month. So decreasing the funding would possibly have negative impacts on the reach that his office has. It could negatively impact students. So I would not want to turn this.
Commissioner Bear?
Do we know, is he only helping students in person? Or is he also helping our because I'm a master's student, I have some people who live in Oregon and my classmates. Is he also helping those students? Or is it just people who live in Nebraska and go to school here?
He's licensed to serve in Iowa, Nebraska, and South Dakota. So that's where he's barred licensed?
Yes, yeah, barred.
Thank you.
Commissioner Palaskar?
I would just further advocate that I don't think we should cut anything from this line item. I know Jacob's caseload just over the course of the past year has grown at an exponential rate. He's seen such an increase in the work he's able to do. And I know just in the budget that he prepares, he is very frugal and he does take a lot of weight into all of the decisions that he makes. So I think what he's asking for is what he should receive.
Commissioner Hubbard?
And more so going in with your last question, having met with him outside of this, he has demonstrated and let us know that if a student were from Portland, Oregon, and they had a question, he does help different situations. He had somebody last year that came from Oklahoma and had issues with their lease or something back there. And he kind of worked with how the law states. So he reads it through with them and then kind of gives them directions to go. So not fully following through with the case, but giving them the groundwork and basic information so that they can kind of go on. So I would say, even though he can't legally assist them, going to court and everything in other states that he's not barred in, he does assist those students and have an impact on those cases.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding?
I would second what Commissioner Powerscar said and kind of mentioned that we can't change that salary. So the only thing that we'd really be cutting from is the student workers and things like that. And one, what wonderful experience. And that's also just such a good thing for a student worker to be able to do. And two, with the increase in caseloads, it would be, to me, a very unwise decision to try and get rid of the support system that has been built in. 101 people in a month is a lot of people to be helping. And I have no doubt that from what we have heard in reports and just in talking to him, that those student workers have to be an absolutely integral part of making sure that everything is running in a way that is efficient enough to still be helpful to students, because legal matters are often a very time sensitive thing. So I agree that it's a frightening number, but nothing in there truthfully is something I'd be comfortable wiggling around without it putting the efficacy of that system at serious risk.
Okay, moving on to the agency allocation portion of the SGA budget, starting off with AMS and their operational amount of $13,025. Commissioner Cook?
So this is more than a 300% increase from the past year. I was just wondering if I could get any information on that, but it's being used to do that needs that amount of increase.
Yeah, I'm gonna defer to Jonna, you're all right.
Sorry, I'm multitasking, so I'm in 2 meetings right now, but I'd be happy to answer. So the operational account, that encompasses our advertising and promotion, I believe that's also professional development. What else are the other line items? Office supplies. There's a lot that goes into the operational account. What specifically in there were you interested in like knowing about? I don't know if are they shared like the breakdown?
No, they don't have to break it. Could you just break down, because there's a big increase, like, and just like go over.
Yep. Real quick.
Point of information on you. When we go through these, can you state what they are, AMS, like what those?
Yeah, I can.
Just for the record.
It can also be found in the questioning document. I believe there's links to each agency. I can scroll down to show you guys where, but it's right there. So I think all the budgets that were allocated through agency allocation are linked right here for you guys also. Would you guys prefer that I pull it up for you guys to see?
Yes, please.
And a quick reminder with this, any changes made to AMS's budget will have to come off of the working spreadsheet. Senate has went ahead and approved this. You guys would make changes to that big number. This is just for reference of what it is made out of.
Yeah, so I can, am I allowed to still address the question?
Would someone like to ask Director Bailey a question? Commissioner Koenig?
Can you explain the expenses, please?
Okay, this helps me a lot. So advertising and promotion, we asked for $2,000 just because we really value like sustainability, which is also kind of expensive trying to get sustainable products. AMS resources, we have a multicultural resource library that we offer BIPOC, for trans, books by those authors, as well as a subscription to Omaha North Star newspaper, which is a Black-owned newspaper. Conferences, this is something that's really huge for us. We've already spent literally pretty much all of it last fall and this coming year as well, which we value, sending our members to learn more about how they can impact change on campus, as well as in their career fields. And that's also used for like leadership development for our members as well. Office supplies, it's just something that it's always nice to have. We found out we needed a trash can, so it was like really helpful to have that line item still. And then dues, fees, and subscriptions, I think we briefly spoke about it in passing about like the need for Canva. That's in there, and we're also renewing our MASU subscription, which is to the Midwest Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Coalition based. So there's a lot of things. That's why that question, there's a lot that encompasses the operational accounts, but basically the increase, it's just to continue to grow and expand AMS, and that's why we're asking for that. Is that in the operational? That's in programming, isn't it?
Cultural support, I think.
Commissioner Postcard.
So I think particularly with program, we've seen a lot of increases for the Cultural Student Support Center and the AMS programming. Can you talk about why the jumps in those are like amounting to $4,000 and $5,000 respectively?
For sure. For Cultural Student Support Center, we just kind of define that as supporting the affinity spaces housed in SLII, the Asian Student Center, Black Student Center, the other one, Latino and Indigenous as well. And we've also seen an expansion of these organizations. There's like a little over 20 BIPOC, Black and Brown student organizations on this campus. And so we really use that line item to do event collaborations, as well as support them like for their needs, for their like offices and things of that nature. then AMS programming. There's a lot of event ideas that we want to do next year. As well as Sodexo was kind of like the main factor of the increase. Just even looking at our 50th brunch, we're gonna spend about $4,000, which is insane to me. To spend a lot of money on food from them when I know it could be cheaper elsewhere, but we're also accounting for the increased costs. That way, I guess if you wanna know some event ideas, we're looking at possibly doing a Black and Brown internship fair at Mammal Hall, definitely needed. It's also our 50th year as well. We wanna do something. But also, we have our brunch, but we wanna do like a part 2 in the as well.
Yeah, and to really clarify, a big jump is the cultural student support that was previously in programming, just getting shifted up into operations. And that's a $7,000 jump.
Okay, moving on to AMS director salaries. Commissioner Pavlikar.
This can be directed towards any of the agency directors, but there are discrepancies in the amounts between each kind of salary and how much has been taken out of the account retainers so far. So can you just talk about how like the salaries are distributed amongst directors?
These were all approximations. We met as agency directors end of fall semester to kind of chat about what we would put in that, because with taxes and everything, like coming out of Firefly, I thought might be a little bit more confusing to put like an exact number with cents attached to it. Since we were halfway through our directorship when we submitted these requests to the Senate, we thought it'd be easier to put a 3,000. Some agencies chose to do that, some did not. So yeah.
Commissioner Fuchs.
This is directed toward the commission, but I personally object to the student salaries in general. This is not directed at AMS, this is directed to all 6 agencies. And I would preface that by my own membership in a professional organization that's called ASHRAE. They write codes, and every single member, some like 50, 60,000 of them are professionals. They work full-time, 40 to 45, possibly 50-hour jobs. And it's all purely volunteer. They receive no stipends, they receive no pay. In fact, the organization relies solely on dues to survive. And I just feel like if these professionals are more than capable to take time out of their 50+ hour weeks to write code that is adopted by municipalities across the country, that students should be able to volunteer their time in order to help the greater student body.
Commissioner Bugenhagen.
Yeah, I know this is a touchy subject, but frankly, I think considering the situation the university is in and specifically student organizations, we have an opportunity here to reclaim a big chunk of funds and place it back into the pockets of our students, who will objectively know better what items they need to survive, what they need to be doing to invest in their own future. I don't know what that future looks like for us tonight, but I think it's a conversation we need to have and consider, so that we are truly doing what's best for our students, all students, not just students involved in an agency or any other student organization. I know there have been talks as well that I don't know off the top of my head how many student organizations at UNO pay their leaders or leadership any sort of stipend or wage. And so I'm just struggling to see what the difference is here with our agencies. I understand they do good work, but I think good work is done all across our university. So these are just thoughts that I've had that I think we should talk about tonight.
Commissioner Fair.
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, it is a big chunk, and when the point you made, the example you made is right on. And I mean, I think of my fraternity as well when I look back at it. I mean, we have multiple executive positions and they are expected to pay dues and they don't get a salary either. So I mean, in a perfect world, yes, I would love to make sure that each director and potentially even if we had the opportunity, the president, vice president and the chief of staff, but I just don't think we're in a position to do that.
Commissioner Fuchs?
I'd like to agree with what you just said, that in a perfect world, yes, I think it's good. But I also want to make a note, like earlier, we just slashed $30,000 out of Math Pro's budget, just like that. And, this is $36,000 here. That would more than make up for it. And those events serve hundreds of students where these salaries go to 6 students. I just feel like, we're putting money, like the money that we invest into some of these greater events like programming, like I don't object to any of the programming, anything like that, that serves fundamentally more students and we get more out of the money we spend if we were to allocate it towards other items.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding?
This is a topic that I've been pretty conflicted about since last year because I don't disagree with some of the points that have been made and that it's hard to also demand consistent effort being put in for being paid the same amount. I think that's also a stipulation I've heard about. But just because everyone isn't paid for the things that they do to support the university doesn't mean that they shouldn't be, is part of what I go back to is like, sure, I know that most positions aren't being given these stipends, and I know that lots of people are doing a lot of work for the student body without receiving any compensation for that. But I think that that's an underlying problem, not necessarily a standard that we should be holding ourselves to. I also think that it is a different position than the slash that we've made for Math Pro. They have a way to make up that money. There is no wiggle room to reconstruct this in the budgets that exist if we were to take it out. All that being said, I do think that it is one of those topics that it's touchy and there's lots going into it because of course, I like that it's there because I think that students should be compensated for the effort that they are putting in to give this experience and this support to students, especially for me considering the agencies, the fact that it is typically underrepresented students or students who are minorities. But it is a logistical problem as much as it is a problem of caring about these students because I know how much effort they put in. For me, one of those things that's been a hang up for the last year is also like, there is no guarantee that consistent amounts of work are being done for being paid the same. But at the end of the day, I think it's a large amount of money and it's one that's hard to always feel 100% comfortable with, but I would rather try and set a better standard of how we should be treating students who are putting a lot of effort into the work that they do for the university and its organizations, rather than take it out because it's not currently the standard. But I don't disagree that it's a discussion that needs to be had and one that needs to be considered carefully because it is a subject that even the students that I've talked to have very differing opinions going both ways with this. So I think it is something that deserves to have opinions shared about and be discussed while we're here, just so that we are all considering what we think the student body would choose for itself.
Commissioner Koenig?
I definitely see both sides of this issue. I think if we're going to try and make cuts out of the various salaries, that we shouldn't just completely cut them or slash them to a huge extent. Reasonable cuts, I would say.
Commissioner Fuchs?
I do agree with you on the point that we should make it the standard to have everybody just be unpaid. I do think that, especially this year, seeing as where we are sitting, that we might need to make, at the point I made earlier tonight, painful cuts. So I want maybe we can meet in the middle a little bit and maybe not slash, I'm not saying down to 0, but we could meet somewhere above 0, but between 6,000 and 0.
Commissioner Buchenhagen?
So to me, it's not about what is right and just or what the standard is for the university. It's about the fact that these are student fees that are going directly into single students' pockets for whatever reason. But just that on a fundamental basis is something that I really struggle with. It also, I agree that we can take this to a level where it's not cutting salaries directly, but we're still finding a way to support our directors and the work that they do. But I think that the argument that this needs to be able to hold enough weight to support a minimum wage salary, is a non-starter. I don't think we can do that. I think this is a way for us to support our directors, but this shouldn't be a job for them. This should just be another responsibility that they feel passionate about, that the rest of us feel passionate about. We're all spending our time here, and I'm incredibly proud of you all. But this is not something that I would ever expect to be paid for. It's just a necessity. Someone needs to do it, and we're willing to step up and do it. That being said, I'm not making a moral argument. It's just something that we need to consider since we have so few funds left, right? We're talking about making sure that the whole student body is being taken care of in a necessary way.
Commissioner Hirsch-Baumharding.
I don't entirely disagree, but I do think that if any changes are going to be made, to entirely remove it would be not my choice. And I think as uncomfortable as it might be to say it, if we are going to start cutting this, I think we also need to be analyzing how we are doing the amount for the senior staff at the Gateway as well, because it's being calculated for about the same amount per year for students. I don't want to do either one of those particularly, but I think if we are going to, we need to be consistent and we need to find a smaller amount to be cutting out from them, because I don't think it is just for us to just fully remove the $6,000. I think we need to be acknowledging that they are doing a lot of work, especially on behalf of the agencies. I think if we are going to make a cut, if we feel that that is what is most logical in this space, we need to be doing it consistently among all of those similar roles for the same reason that to some degree, you could argue that it is, those pieces of passion. It's not my preference to do so, but if we decide that we think that that is a place to be cutting from, I think it would be more logical to take like 1,000 from each of those roles. So 1,000 per person for those staff members for Gateway and 1,000 per the agency directors here. I think that would be the only place I'd be comfortable going up to. I don't particularly want to. I think that we should be trying to set that standard, and I think that there is a lot of work being done. However, I do acknowledge that I don't entirely disagree with the fact that there is some inconsistency in the fact that some people in these leadership positions are being given stipends and some are not. However, my biggest point here is if we are going to do this, my request is that we are doing so in a smaller amount and consistently among everybody. And that I do say that as someone who works more commonly with the agencies, but not someone who has an inherent, I would say, bias towards them in favor of the Gateway. I appreciate the work everybody's doing, but my view as a student who knows that other people have different interests is if we're gonna cut it, we need to be cutting it evenly for those positions that don't have set salaries that need to be paid.
Commissioner Bear.
Question, I don't know who it's to, but what is the requirement per week hourly? And then what is the requirement yearly? Is it the term or is it the full year?
Yeah, so I can take that. Agency directors are required to do 10 hours a week of office hours during the school year. And then during off weeks, when there's when we're not in school, they have to do 6 hours a week. So I don't believe that counts. Is that over the summer?
Yes.
Yeah, so over the summer, so it is year round. And just speaking, just directly answering that. So that is 10 hours a week during that, and they're required to do that per the policy and the agreement. In addition to hosting their organization meetings, and they're being paid for 10 hours a week. That's the rate that was determined last year, is that they're getting paid for 10 hours of work a week. Many of these directors put in more time than that, as it currently stands, but that's just what it's being paid for. And, while I'm just sort of talking an angle that's within this too, is that it's a professional development, it's a training sort of thing for people getting, nonprofit and organizational leaders into our community, in the broader Omaha area. Having people who are experienced basically running a miniature nonprofit, that's important for the kind of health of civic society, because they, don't necessarily unlike student body vice president, where an employer automatically knows what that means. They might not know what NDA director means or what that entails.
Also, audience members and all representatives, if the question isn't being directly asked towards you, please wait to be recognized by the chair, just for note-taking purposes and for the Zoom.
I have a follow-up. Can I follow up there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So based on the math that I just did, so that's about 90 hours when we're in term, 18 hours when we're out of term. So that's 10 months and then 3 months. That's a total of 108 hours. Would that be about correct? In a year, is that what a director would do? 108?
Week. I think it's.
Is it per week?
Yes, 10 hours per
Okay,
week.
thank you. Sorry, that was my math was wrong. I'll do some more math.
Commissioner Koenig.
Not to talk of unpaid internships, but it kind of sounds like that's what these would amount to if you did cut the salaries, and they kind of sound like what an unpaid internship is supposed to be, where you're getting experience that you would at a job and you're not being paid for it because in this case, just because we don't have the funds to pay them, but it makes sense to me.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I do not entirely disagree with that statement. However, I think we need to also be honest about the equity piece of that. It's a lot of work to be asking somebody to do and then also have to have a job and be a student and things like that. There is a lot to be examined with the concept of unpaid internships as an equity standpoint as a whole. And my worry is also, again, to be truthful, many of the agencies are serving students who are minorities, and thus the people who would be in leadership for them are students who are minorities. So it's even harder for them to be, the equity piece means even more to make sure that these students are being represented and supported in a way that is equitable to their leaders so that their leaders can focus their energy on it without needing to worry as much about balancing all the work they do for this, all the work they have to do as students, all the work they have to do as employees because they aren't making anything to support them. So to me, while I think there is some room to discuss the amount, I don't think that removing this would be smart. Of course, it sounds like an unpaid internship. Unpaid internships as a whole are made in a very systemic way to benefit certain people. And I don't think that the people that they benefit always match the body that we have here at UNO. Again, I don't disagree with the fact that logically we could look at the amount that we're working with here, as uncomfortable as it makes me to say that. In my ideal world, that's the minimum we should have here. But I do understand that logically, maybe we need to discuss the amount. I think removing it as a whole would just be supporting a systemic decision to have unpaid roles in a way that does not benefit equitably people who are trying to gain experience and be leaders and help students, but would instead be supporting a system that has never been made to benefit us and benefit people who have already been benefited by educational systems, especially in larger institutions. I think this is an important thing for us to keep in place. However, I do logically admit that we could scrutinize the amount that we're putting in here.
Commissioner Robertson.
Speaking of benefiting, students, I'm curious, hopefully you have statistics on these, but one question for anyone. When did the salary start for these positions? And then I follow, like, anyone.
Commissioner Bergenhagen.
They were initiated last year, during last year's SAPC process.
Okay.
First time.
And then as my follow-up, anyone from SGA or from agency, have you noticed an enhancement in student interest in these positions? Have you seen an enhancement in the number of activities and engagements from these groups? And 3, have you seen an enhancement of individuals who are not parties organizations, but attending the events and engagement or engaging with the organizations themselves? So in essence, do we see this money coming in as a motivating factor that in fact enhances the productivity of these organizations? And if so, what are we potentially sacrificing if we do reduce these salaries?
Yeah, I would just like to take that. I think we've absolutely seen an increase in the kind of really the quality of like work in the recruitment. Like, and that's, that concern there too. If it's something where it's like now it's going away. As far as we may very well have a recruitment trouble next year being able to get people to kind of come into this, because having that stability where it's like year on year, building that kind of institutional like backing, that's one of the troubles that the agencies have kind of historically had, where like you're going to have some years where you're going to have individuals who are super motivated, who want to be giving their time, but then you're going to have other years with students who are like kind of disconnected or maybe not at all there, or nobody who's able to do it at all. When previously, because prior to this, there was a stipend, but I think it was $50 a month. And under that sort of system, you didn't always see the year on year, kind of progression of, these organizations, whereas there are other groups that are more institutionalized, they have that momentum where it's like, we have a standard of excellence. That's part of the idea with the salaries, that you're having a student worker there who's really then motivated to make sure that there's good transition documents, that they're not leaving at a bad time and leaving people out to dry, because it matters to them and they have more kind of skin in the game, because it's it's a position that they're working and not necessarily a part of their career, but something significant that they could then put on, a resume that they're going someplace else. And it becomes a part of their identity in a way that if you're just volunteering, there's not the same character building, because you're not, putting in that same degree of hard work. So just to speak to that, I know WGC this year, they've served more students than they ever have through the essential supplies program. I know events the last couple of years have been increasing with number of people. QTS, they had a drag show this year that had, anecdotally, I don't know the number of people turned out, but it was a lot of people who would turn out. And it's because they had people who were able to put a lot of time into planning it, making sure everything was kind of spick and span. Some other agencies, we haven't seen that same degree of level, but it is only 1 year of that where it's going to be something that I think will take time. And if the agencies every single year are having to be we have to fight for this sort of right, there's a lot of effort going into this battle that could be instead spent on trying to get a fair wage, that could instead be spent on running their programming, running their operations, and serving the student body in a reliable, stable sense.
Just another quick reminder for all audience members and the commissioners, please wait until you recognize a specific individual for meeting notes purposes, so the public can review them if they would like later on. That being said, Commissioner Buchanan.
I think it would be wrong to say that our agency directors would be more motivated by money, or that they tie their identity to the funds coming into their bank account. I think we should talk about how wonderful it is we have agency directors that are willing to put in the work without a stipend, without a wage. There are multiple agency directors that are in office right now that were in office before these stipends became a thing, before these salaries became a thing, and they did just as excellent work back then as they do now. Additionally, I think it's a little misleading to think of an agency director position without a salary as being an unpaid internship, and to discuss the fact that that's unequitable, or that there's some amount of exploitation going on there, because that is sort of relying on an assumption that it's a for-profit organization, or that there is any sort of revenue coming into that organization. There isn't. These agencies they exist specifically to serve at the discretion of the student body. They aren't making any money. They don't need to make any money. That's why they're being supported by Fund A student fees. I think it's really important that we separate agencies from any sort of metaphor or anecdote that we can provide, because they're completely different organizations. The only thing that we can compare them to are other student organizations whose leadership are not paid. Those are the only comparisons we can make with any sort of meaning. I'm not trying to be a bad guy here, and I'm not trying to act like these arguments aren't worth the merit that they do have. But we can't sit here and discuss hypotheticals when what we're dealing with is like a $200,000 deficit. We got to find the money somewhere, and if it has to come, if we have to go back to when our agencies didn't have a salary because that's how they operated for the last 30 years, then maybe that's something we need to consider. To me, it's not that I want agencies not to have a salary or agency directors to not have a salary. To me, it's that we need to make sure that funds are being used appropriately and not being taken from our students unless it's absolutely necessary. And I don't think the salaries are absolutely necessary to have a successful agency, because they've been successful. They continue to be successful. They do wonderful work. They don't need the salaries. So if we need to cut the salaries, I think we should do it. If we need to drop the salaries by half, I think we should do it.
any sort of money we can find out of this line item is going to benefit the student body. It's not gonna hurt the agencies as much as I think we're making it out to be.
Commissioner Hartley.
I just wanted to agree with Commissioner Guggenheim. Specifically, the point, it's kind of hard to reconcile this because it puts like other groups, it puts a hierarchy of other student groups. And since the students are funding that, their interests may not be represented by these salaries. I'm not like making a decision on this, I'm just like kind of issuing the controversy of this. And that's why it's kind of, it's not about like whether they should get paid or not, it's the equity of like other groups that may not be getting paid and like the true representation that we're making.
Commissioner Koenig.
I certainly think in light of the deficit and the fact that these are new salaries, that they have only existed for a year, which I did not know before, that cutting them by like half or some sort of substantial amount seems very harsh, but they are new, like they did not exist the previous year, and we do have quite a large deficit that we need to find somewhere for the benefit of the student body. It's that.
Commissioner Pierce.
I just wanted to agree with that. I think that we can't treat these as like technical paid internships just because there is no profit incentive. I hate to go back to the metaphor I already made earlier, but with the organization I'm part of, ASHRAE, like is literal construction code that people have to abide by that is written by purely volunteers who on their own expense go to meet for days on end to write up code that benefits our society. And then even Nebraska, their energy code was actually based off one of these codes. It was based off ASHRAE 90.1 that was written into law. And this was written by volunteers, no paid incentive, no absolutely nothing. And they sat in a room for 30+ hours, not to mention all the work they put out outside of those meetings to create something. And I think that if our students want to create a good product, and I know I've been a president of an organization and on the exec board of another, and if you want to create a good product, that it's got to be by your own passion, not necessarily by the incentive of money. I think that's the whole goal of volunteering. And I think that if we have people who want to do the job versus want to get paid to do the job, then we're going to find people who want to create a better product anyways, rather than people who like see the number and like, well, I can do this and get paid for it. It's like, oh, well, I guess I'll do it now versus someone like, I want to be the director of AMS. I want to be the director of FGSA. Like, I think we need to find the people who want to help better the community rather than seeing that I can do something and get paid for it.
Commissioner Hirschbaum-Hardy.
I think as like a weird note, it is kind of important to remember that on a very technical basis, there is a form of hierarchy that we're working with. That's kind of why this is being done the way that it is being done with SABC for their funding. There is no part of my spirit that wants to change the numbers on here, but it sounds like there is we are leaning towards that way if we're looking at it by numbers. I would strongly urge us against removing it entirely. I'm acknowledging the fact that many people want it either removed entirely or at least slashed in a significant way. I would really, really urge us to not just remove it entirely, just to ensure that there is still support for these students who are doing a lot of work. But I am recognizing that there are good points being made about where we are focusing our lens of equity on, whether that is for students paying fees, for students who are being benefited by these organizations, or the students who are helping run these agencies. So I recognize that, but I am really strongly urging us to not just remove it as a whole. I think that it would just be a strong move in a way that maybe it doesn't need to be, but I would like to acknowledge that I am seeing that there is a trend, at least right now, of changing that number. So if anyone has other opinions who hasn't spoken yet, who has either opinions of, yes, we should be reducing this amount or no, if you can share that and you feel comfortable doing so, please do, just so that there is more of a temperature check for those of us who have blabbed a lot.
Commissioner Bear.
Well, I mean, we've been talking in circles and I'm sorry, I'm just gonna do this just so we can get out of the way. I move to reduce all of the agency salaries by $6,000.
Is there a second? Commissioner Fuchs? Oh. Now moving into a period of discussion. Commissioner Roberson?
Just want to address a couple before moving to vote and expressing that, I really vote for more of a cut than, or a reduction rather than a full cut, but, I think it's unfair to assume that the students who are leaving these agencies are going into these positions for the financial incentive, and stripping away their intrinsic motivation that got them there in the first place. It seemed like some of the discussions kind of skewed towards, we shouldn't be rewarding these individuals because they're only in it for the money. That's an unfair assumption that kind of played out tonight. And another one too, in terms of the comparison with the group of coders who've been volunteering, who typically work 40 hours, I'm sure many of them, not most or all, also have a relatively comfortable lifestyle outside of that volunteering. So they have the bandwidth and they have the financial security to volunteer that. Something that many individuals from or more economically disadvantaged backgrounds do not have the privilege of engaging in. So I just want to say as well, like that assumption or at least comparison may not be necessarily fair as well, because we have to understand students from these organizations may typically experience deficits in bandwidth or resources that prohibit them from fully engaging in something that they're passionate about. So again, not to say that, 6,000 is fully worthy. I'm not really aware of the full breakdown anyway, but that the full cut may be doing a disadvantage not only to those who are intrinsically motivated and need that support, so they can fully engage with the activities, but also the students who may have benefited from any potential increase. Of course, if there's no statistical support, this is all speculative, but that potential benefit from the students who engaged in activities that emerged out of the enhanced support and resources for these agency directors.
Again, commissioners, I appreciate you all, but if you guys could please speak a little louder, just so the mics can pick you up. Secretary MK can write down, just so all of you guys can hear each other would be great. Commissioner Baku?
Personally, I think that I would personally not like to slash it in total. I mean, if we're gonna do a reduction, I'd say like a reduction to 3,000. But I feel like something as a new member on this council that I have not really gotten a lot of information is on the historical background of this being added in. It seems like the last council added it, and before that was added, there was no payment. So I feel like if there is a push from last year's council and the agencies to add salaries, I'd just like to know a little bit more on why the agencies kind of last year wanted the salaries, because I feel like that also plays in the aspect. Because some of you members have stated that beforehand there were no salaries, but now there are. So I want to know kind of why there was that addition from the last council and how that comes into play for why we're gonna slash it now.
Is that a question, Commissioner Baku?
Yes.
Okay, would you like to direct it to anyone in the audience?
SGA or anyone on the past council.
All right. I can just provide a little bit of a historical context. So agency directors back, I think it was pre-2008, actually were paid. And it was paid student worker positions where they were paid, I believe, minimum wage. And it kind of goes back some time. So this has been a recurring thing in our university. I don't know the exact history. I'm not a historian who's focused on this to the same degree I know some other students have, but it has been a recurring sort of thing where it is a battle for, hey, we want to be paid, and then it going away. So the previous several years prior to last SABC, there have been pushes by agency directors, they're through student government in discussion, being like, hey, we would like to be paid. So it's not something that necessarily came out of the blue. And as far as I'm aware, it came through a great degree of activism from people within the kind of agency community, saying that like, this is something that we want the directors to be able to get paid and have a wage. And then it ended up getting set where it was at in compliance with minimum wage laws. They're considered student workers right now, like as is. Kind of similar to like if you had like a, office, like I know, like the history office, or they'll have like a student worker who will sit behind the desk and do office hours. Because they're there giving their time to, help out people. And we're paying for those students, it's just coming through our tuition. So that's something that like, it's not a unique thing to be paying for that I think has been maybe a little bit lost.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
Mine's a request for information, I guess, because I thought I knew the answer, but now I'm not sure. Are, on a very technical basis, the agency directors considered student workers who need to be with a set minimum wage? Or are they just considered, it's a position and they hold it and this is a stipend?
I have an email from, I will pull this up really quickly. I can forward this to whoever needs to be forwarded to, but essentially, when the commission last year passed the 6,000 salary, Dustin Wolf, who was the previous advisor, met with Garrett Gassman to appropriately determine, how we do get paid and everything. So an email got sent to all agency directors last year, kind of outlining like all the paperwork we had to do, which was student worker paperwork. We had to fill out an I-9, we had to do all of that. There were very strict like boundaries with it too, like being very clear, like you cannot work over 10 hours a week. Putting it into Firefly, the pay rate being $13.69 per hour. And it came with a job description as well. I'm happy to like forward that to somebody if people need to see that. But it did go through like the student worker people to get approved, if that's helpful.
It's a further request for information from anyone for whom it would be appropriate to answer that question. By the way that UNO handles student workers, does that mean that they need to make a minimum of minimum wage? Or is there some kind of weird stipulation that makes it so that student workers could be paid under minimum wage? Just to make sure we're not doing anything illegal.
They have to be paid minimum wage. So they, I think, and so you can correct me if I'm wrong, the agency directors submit a time sheet each week. I think Sierra is the approver for those.
Commissioner Koenig.
This is just a point of clarification. So this amendment would completely slash all of the salaries for each organization?
That's for all
Yeah.
6 of these agencies.
Commissioner Pavasgar.
So this is direct report to SGA or any of the directors currently, but is directorship of an agency also open for applications from any of the student body in that sense, the same way that any student worker position would be?
Yeah, so the way things end up working, I believe they were posted, they can be posted through Firefly, or not Firefly, what's the? Handshake. Through there in the need of recruiting, but they would be hired basically through the Senate and in consultation with the advisor, because they are being appointed by the student senate. So there is like that check mark of like oversight because they're a part of this organization, which is, the democratically elected representatives of the student body. And then last year on the ballot as well, each agency's salary was a item on the ballot, and people voted over, I think it was around 70% yes, to having agency salaries. And that was the student body voting as well.
Commissioner Baku.
Oh, am I allowed to question the commission or like the council? I mean.
That would just be a discussion, so you could just
Okay, okay.
talk into the full group in your mind.
I think that if some individuals are very strong about slashing it. So I would kind of call back to what Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding said, and going back and looking at the gateway. If we're gonna slash the agency salaries completely, I feel like we should look at the gateway salaries as well and do a pretty major cut there as well, so everything's even.
One song.
Okay. Commissioner Bugenhagen.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think it would be very prudent of us to take a peek at every student salary that is being discussed tonight. I wanted to just comment on something that Commissioner Roberson had said earlier. It's not that we don't want to reward our directors. It's just that these funds will be better used by those specific agencies to directly benefit our student body, which is the purpose of fund day fees, which is mandated by the Board of Regents. Like, we are being told by the Board of Regents, this needs to benefit a broad student population. Additionally, student government has very few avenues of accountability right now for agency directors. There's not a lot that we get to look at or understand yet. That is changing, and cooperation is happening between SG and the agencies, but we aren't holding directors to a higher standard just by giving them salaries. That's not really being accomplished by this specifically. Also, I think it helps to think about this. If we're looking at taking these salaries out of the equation, we can recognize that as instead being contributed to this really large increase in programming line items across the whole spectrum of agencies. So we're just moving funds from one line item to another, but keeping it in the same organizations. We're keeping the agencies well-funded, and we're making sure that those funds are going to be used to directly benefit broad student populations. It's not going to be salaries anymore, but it's going to be products that will go to students who need it. It's going to be organizations and events that are being held to support marginalized communities, people who need the support. And this is just a really direct way of getting that money to people, especially when we're in such dire straits when it comes to the budget of the university and the budget of this commission and what we're setting. I think this is the most responsible way to look at it, I think, and still make sure that these funds aren't being taken away from these communities. They're being just given more directly. And I think that helps me understand it. And I have one more point. I'm sorry. I know you guys hate hearing me talk. We mentioned earlier that the previous, like the pre-2008 wages or salaries were being paid via tuition. Is that correct, VP Ostek?
No, I was using that example as like a student worker in like the history department or Native American Studies department that have a similar job of like dedicated to office hours. That's paid to tuition, which is being paid by, students. I do not know where that was originating from right now.
Got it. Well,
I can text someone who does know that.
Don't worry about it. If because we don't know, I'm not gonna say my next point, so I'll leave the floor to this.
Just a point of information, student workers are paid by grants or state funds, not tuition.
Okay.
That being said, we're kind of going in circles here. So please kind of be mindful about what you're saying and how it's contributing to our conversation. Commissioner Koenig.
We have that number, 70% of the student body voted for these salaries. I do think that is important to take into account because we are allocating these fees on behalf of the student body, but I also would be cautious just because what parts of the student body actually vote? Like, are they people who are more invested in these agencies? But I thought that was important to take note of.
Commissioner Hirschbaum-Harding.
It's kind of a two-parter that is starting with a request for information. I think it will probably most be appropriately directed to Trent. If they are student worker positions, are we allowed to slash or like either reduce or slash their payment? Or would that just affect either the nature of the position and or how many hours are allowed to be worked by the student worker positions?
So I think if you're reducing it to zero, they're no longer student workers.
Okay.
If you're reducing it, I think it affects the amount of hours that they could work, basically. Once that money is out, they can't switch over to be volunteers after they're paid in a position like that. Fair labor laws don't allow you to switch that to a volunteer afterwards. So you'd have to start out the year one way or the other, essentially.
Commissioner Pauskar.
I think Commissioner Koenig, like bringing up the vote from the previous year, I would just like to emphasize like that was the previous year. So that 70-30 split was taken into account last year. I think moving forward this year, I don't know that there has been a vote. I think that could potentially look very different, especially with the open forum, like things that we heard in the beginning. It sounds like students are kind of changing their mind on whether agency directors have been good stewards of student money. So I think that's something that we should definitely take into account when like looking at this issue.
Again, another point of information, we are still in the discussion of decrease the motion of decreasing the line item. Just wanted to put it out there for everyone's information. Commissioner Regan.
I'm sorry, you guys. I have a question again for Trent. So right now we're looking at agency directors only being allowed to work 10 hours and no more legally.
Correct. I think the understanding, and again, the agency directors can correct me, once that money is out, that 6,000 that was allocated,
Right.
they're essentially done, right? There was no chance to extend that employment.
So then extending that, if we remove them from the student worker position, they can work however many hours they need to in order to accomplish the goals of the agency. Does that not more directly benefit our student body as well? Just a question. Motion to end discussion.
Thank you. Oh, seconded by Commissioner Powaskar. Moving in to a period of discussion.
We just ended the discussion.
Oh,
So we're moving
oh,
to voting on the
oh.
amendment, yeah.
Moving into a period of voting.
Discussion.
Voting to, sorry, yeah, voting to end the discussion on the amendment for which we have not voted.
Yes, correct. Okay.
Y'all have one yet?
All those in favor of decrease. Favor. Did I say flavor again? Yes. That's your prerogative. Okay. All those in favor of decreasing the salary line items for all agencies.
Ending discussion.
Oh, it's just to end discussion. We're just voting to end discussion.
We're voting to end discussion. All those in favor of ending discussions. I can't speak. All those opposed? And the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Now moving into a period of voting on decreasing the salary line item by $6,000 for all agencies. All of those in favor? Oh my God. Favor. All of those in favor, please raise your clapper. 1, 2, 3, 4. All of those opposed? 2, 3, 6. Abstain? The opinion of the chair, the motion fails. Okay. Any further discussion on AMS salaries line item? Commissioner Briggenhagen.
I move to reduce the salaries of all 6 agencies by $3,000, excuse me, $3,000. $3,000.
Is there a second? Commissioner, no. Okay. Commissioner Koenig. Moving into a period of discussion. Please hold. Please hold.
Seconded by who?
Commissioner Koenig.
Thank you. Now you may discuss.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
There you go.
I know you're.
I'll be honest, at first I thought this was gonna be the compromise that made the most sense to me, but with what we've just learned about how student workers work, 5 hours a week for an entire year is not the amount of work that these directors are doing. And that is a limiting factor for us. So I think either we need to keep it where it is, so they're doing the right amount, or Jesus, we can circle back to it when we're actually voting on the final line items. But I'd say it does need to be an all or nothing thing for me now. I was open to the idea of a compromise, but knowing what I know now, it's not gonna work for them to only work 5 hours a week. It's just not a realistic look at the amount of work they're doing. And that is where we start to risk that it would start doing damage to the agencies, is if they are limited to 5 hours a week for agency directors, we do start to get into a sticky situation where it might just be that they don't have enough time to be doing what they need to do for their positions. So I think we either need to be open to the idea of keeping it here and keeping it at 10 paid hours per week, or when we circle back, however we want to do that, we can look at the fact that maybe we need to not make it a student worker position, but I don't feel entirely comfortable with the 3,000 amount now, knowing that it would limit the amount of work that they could do per week.
Commissioner Hubbard?
I would just like to second what Commissioner Harding stated. I think 5 hours a week would significantly hurt the programming that the commissioner or the directors would be able to provide for the students.
Commissioner Koenig?
I completely understand what both of you are saying, and maybe we shouldn't decrease it to 5 hours a week, but what it amounts to, what we're proposing is that we either continue paying them exactly the same or completely stop paying them so we can ask them to work more. And that just feels a little icky to me.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding?
Request for information. Is there a way that this can be turned into, because I know before it was a stipend, not a salary. Is there a way to turn what they make into a stipend so that it does not directly affect what they are permitted to work? Or does it have to be a salary for a student worker position? Because I know it wasn't a student worker position before. So is there a way to mess with that so that we're not limiting the amount that they're allowed to do? Or is that how it has to happen?
Commissioner Biggenhagen?
I don't think that's within the realm of this commission. I think we can only set dollar amounts, and that's about it.
Oh, but as a point of clarification, is that a possible thing that could happen behind the scenes at the university? Or is that like just not in the realm of possibility, so we need to be functioning under that knowledge?
I don't believe that they can be paid a stipend. I think we asked that question with HR last year when we were having this conversation, and they came back firmly that it had to be an hourly rate.
Gotcha. Any further discussion? Commissioner Harding?
I just have a really quick statement. So I'm actually like a member of one of the boards. So that's why I abstained. Just to clarify that.
Seeing no further discussion, we will now enter a period of voting on decreasing the agency salary line items by $3,000. All those in favor? All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the motion fails. Okay, any further discussion on the salary line item for AMS? Okay, moving on to the programming account for AMS. Commissioner Pavaskar?
I think honestly with the like projected programs that AMS wants to do, and then considering that this is also an upcoming anniversary year for them, I would not cut this line item.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding?
Just to add details, that's exactly the way that we thought it through when we were doing agency allocations in Senate, is we were like, it's a big year for them. It's just not the year for us to slash that down.
Okay, moving on to FGSA, First Generation Student Agency, their operational account. Commissioner Koenig?
I'm gonna say this, I kind of wanted to apply to both their operational account and their programming account. I believe that this was one of the organizations that was like mentioned as a complaint where they were worried about how funds were being used. So I just think we should take that into account, especially because we are seeing an increase, I believe, in what they're asking for.
Point of
Commissioner Pavaskar?
Sorry, point of information, but can we look at the FGSA specific like budget breakdown, so it's on the screen, recorded on record?
Commissioner Hubbard?
Is a representative from FGSA here?
I do not believe so.
Never mind.
Commissioner Bear?
Is this account current? Have they only used 59 cents?
Oh, sorry. At 59 cents left.
Oh, excuse me, never mind. Sorry, we've talked too much.
Anything regarding the operating line item for FGSA at all? Okay, moving on to salaries. Moving on to programming. Commissioner Koenig.
So I'd just like to reiterate my statement, but also that it's specifically from anonymous testimony too, where they state that they feel that the agency must use funds properly and that they have only seen the fund being used to give out de-stress bags at de-stress events.
Commissioner Hirschman-Hardy.
I would say from the much longer presentation we got from FGSA when we were discussing it in SGA, it sounds like they have a lot more going on. It is important to remember that this is the view of one student who felt strongly enough one way to have submitted a comment, and we don't have comments from people who feel positively about it. I think that it is an ongoing discussion also, like systems of accountability that we can be putting in place as an SGA as an umbrella is a discussion that's happening right now, but from the presentation that they gave, a lot of the change is just like, they are also a growing agency, they're newer. And so that just is creating more space for them to grow in programming. And I think if the argument we're making is they're not doing enough programming that this person thinks is following their mission, maybe cutting the amount they're asking to do more programming wouldn't be the most effective way of seeing whether or not they can improve upon that note. And the presentation they gave, again, we had a very thorough process for working through these. It made sense, all the requests they were making, and we did get to hear that narrative and have that conversation with them.
Commissioner Sherrod.
For some additional clarification, but when you went through each agency, did you have the line items that we had with the fees in the beginning?
Oh, yeah, we did.
I know.
We went line item by line item through the agencies so that we wouldn't have to do it here. So we had presentations, 2 separate days over 2 weeks. Then we had deliberations for quite a long night. We went line item by line item, approved it, changed it, had large discussions about it. It was a long evening, and every single line item on there was discussed. Every single line item was also explained within those presentations for the agencies that gave us presentations. And so it was something that it was thoroughly examined. It wasn't just a yeah, sure, here's your money. So it was just essentially trying to be a time saver so that we wouldn't have to do that for all of the agencies here.
Point of information, you can actually see the votes that were submitted through Senate on each individual agency's line items there. Commissioner Hufford.
Then I just think looking at the budget and what they have remaining kind of disproves the anonymous thing showing that they only did that. So as someone who has done events with the Stress Fest, doesn't cost $7,000 to just do stuff at the stress events. So I think that might just be one jaded student that may have only seen them there, and they may need to do some more kind of research to look into the FGSA. So I think that's kind of, to go back to Commissioner Hirschbaum's argument that is one student, and I think everybody kind of has known that negativity is very easy to let out and get out there, whereas the positive stuff, but many people aren't as willing to kind of discuss that.
Okay, moving on to ISS, International Student Services, starting with their operational account. Commissioner Hirschbaum-Hardy.
This number is incorrect. It is not the number that was voted on by Student Senate. So
information, it actually was.
How did that happen? Because we motioned to change it to that and it carried by vote, looking at the minutes.
Yes, so what happened was the amendment was changed. So I believe you can reference the Senate documents if you would like. But from my knowledge, the amendment was changed by at the time, Senator Bugenhagen, to decrease only by a specific amount, resulting in that number. We went back and checked.
The number reduced, though, was the amount that was supposed to get it to that 3810 number. We were just having difficulties with the Excel document, and it was determined that the number that we were trying to reduce by would get it to the 3810.
A lot of calculators were out that night.
Another point of information was this.
Commissioner
Sorry.
Buchanan, wait, recognized, thank you. Commissioner Buchanan.
Sorry, I thought you were doing stuff. Wasn't that the meeting minutes document that never ended up getting released? That night. Secret minutes.
They weren't supposed to be.
I'm showing her my notes from the night, since my notes are different notes.
If anyone wants to move to group
Yeah.
in this moment, that would be great. Commissioner Bugenhagen. Commissioner. Commissioner Bear.
I moved a group for 12 minutes. That's what.
I'm speaking from experience, it's the right amount.
Seconded by Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding. We will now enter a period of discussion. Seeing no discussion, we will move into a period of voting.
Oh. My vote.
Oh, shush.
I abstained.
All opposed.
Trent's still here.
In the opinion of the chair, the motion carried.
Second. Girl, I'm sure, I had discount. It is supposed to be, remember there was the two documents and then when we determined the documents.
I swear to God, someone called Eric Paul. Someone called Eric Paul.
I'm gonna be so blunt with you right now, no matter what, I am motioning to change it to that number because that's what you want.
Yes.
Can I have a moment away from this?
Yeah.
It's fine.
I'm taking a
You are doing great. I remember you being in class, and I don't know how this, and I was like, Kat's gonna kill it.
Man, I used to, in my high school.
Class.
I know.
Stand by. Think about, you know?
Think
I've got a placard that I can say my.
Let's think of
No.
something.
And I'll
Stop.
request to change it because that was the intent. I think it's that there's just too many worthless documents and if people like it, they keep it, and if they don't, they.
Same thing that happened.
They were like,
And I still signed up to do it.
And if anyone wants more chips, we brought more chips. Just saying, I noticed.
I kind of like.
I love that. I like see if there's still.
I checked last night, I was like, can I actually see how much it is on my map? Like,
Yeah.
no, it literally, it's a part of the bigger. I think Lori actually.
I wouldn't expect it to be.
I gotta talk this point.
Actually, I don't think so. You gotta pay for it, but feel free.
Yes. No, my computer's not good though. Do not, it happened to, my advisor, is his name Todd?
Yeah.
Happened to Todd to, is gonna have a blue screen.
Yeah, I figured the floor was, well, I have a plug-in.
I just plugged in over here.
Did they write this?
Too much. Too much.
I could have sworn there were.
Sorry.
Really?
Yeah.
No, they're doing great.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
That ain't good.
You don't understand.
Wow.
You don't understand. Wow, you and Bear, respect.
You don't.
I got opinions with him. He's like looking at like, it's okay, just pass me up this time.
Oh, really?
I love it.
Is it that I talk too much? Tell me that. I like, I'm self-aware just enough to know that I talk too much, but not self-aware enough not to talk too much. But who?
Yes.
Good question out there for everybody.
Like the intellectual debate.
I feel not good about this test
feel
though.
like it's gonna lag, once we get back to it, it's
It's
gonna,
all gonna circle back. It's all gonna circle back around.
and I just realized that we haven't been like finalizing
Should I-
all of this.
Yeah.
So we still have a lot. more to go.
The finalizing honestly goes.
Okay.
I feel like get. The way of the finalizing.
There was a. I'm trying to like, commissioners are getting together to try to like. Right. Get each other to agree on them. This is our time not to think about what's going on here. This is our break.
I'm not, unfortunately, I'm very willing.
Yeah, it's better than last year. I feel like it's better than last year. When I come back. I feel like it's going smoother than the last year too.
Yes.
But it's certainly not as like, there's no animosity here, I don't think. I don't.
appreciate you.
I mean, I'm the problem child. Actually.
Learning everyone's
I don't answer that.
Flavor,
I don't.
without flavor.
100%.
Emotion.
It's so funny.
I've been trying to.
Looked at everybody, eye contact with Bear and was like, Commissioner Rubenhagen. My anger.
How many of us?
No, I did not even hear how much time we had. Go, we'll wait a minute.
You just haven't said, oh.
I got the email for the meeting.
No, I need to get more water. I forgot last time.
I know.
You see that? I was like, I can't leave. Oh, now we need to. Yeah.
But you're. You wanna go on a stroll?
How much time do we have?
And I'm not for me to get water.
I wasn't there.
And then remind you that you love and you would love to come back.
And I filled that out for tomorrow, but no one from the commission has let me know who, where,
Thank you very much.
when, I'm supposed to have this meeting. So I just got another meeting. Like, they sent everyone out the slideshow and then like the deadline to have your orientation done by tomorrow. But
Are
I don't
you?
know
Oh, yes. you
what
are.
the timeline is.
Can you just follow up?
Ishani just texted me, oh, what's happening?
Hey.
I kind of knew it would be a rehab.
What's the YouTube
Right. What do you mean what's happening?
Like,
I just wanna like lay down.
We're trying to say,
No,
hey, I
definitely.
filled out the
Like,
kind of
gonna be a lot
back,
longer.
come back to me. When am I able to complete my orientation
Yeah,
and all
but
that?
I would agree with that.
On
But I'm
the-
impressed that you-
On the email that had the link,
Cut.
when the,
I would make it
$3.
to new, yeah,
to the.
so that way
commission.
it's
students sitting. Of that.
Well, yeah.
I just threw that out.
Yeah. Like in the, like, superjet or like.
It's all in the
It's
all the red.
Okay.
We will now be moving back to ISS and their operating. Yes. Commissioner Hufford.
Is anyone from ISS here viewing? All right, second question.
No.
Second question.
Yes, Commissioner Hufford.
Can any of the SABC commissioners who are also on SGA explain how their budget is showing that they have not used any of their operational account in the last year and still got approved through the SGAs and is now in front of us without using any money up to whenever these budgets were supposed to be submitted?
Commissioner Bugenhagen.
I truly wish I could answer that question in a more thorough way. What Senator, now Commissioner Hershbaum Harding and I did during that Senate meeting was decrease their request, which was much greater than what you're seeing now, back to what their request was for the previous fiscal year. And we did that because we still have not heard from a representative from ISS other than Senator Leah Moore, who you heard during tonight's open forum and last week's open forum. But because Leah is not an official representative of ISS, we didn't take that as being an official representative because we're looking for agency leadership, agency directors, and we didn't get that. Also, I would turn the floor over to Chair Kondavali to explain, have you heard anything from ISS? Email correspondences, text messages, phone call, anything?
As Director of Finance, Kondavali, representing SGA, they were notified multiple times that this was happening, as well as our advisors kind of reaching out to their advisors regarding it. And unfortunately, we did not see a presentation. We asked for one and they did not submit one.
Point of clarification.
Commissioner Bugenhagen.
They've known since July? of
Yes,
Last year,
that's
July of 2023.
That they had to submit their budget on time?
Correct.
Sorry for
Correction. They knew that the new process was happening. I believe it was October, November, where notification of this process was communicated, and the process happened first couple of weeks after we came back for spring semester. Yep. Commissioner Baku.
Well, I guess with that information given, I feel as if this particular organization should be reduced in their allocation due to the fact that they haven't really shown any effort to talk to any of the student government heads on their allocations. So I feel like there's no reason to give them more money if they haven't even used any of what they already have.
Commissioners, point of information, Senator Leah Moore, who submitted something during open forum, is providing additional context. It is up to you guys since no question was directed. Commissioner Hershbaum Harding.
Just kind of further clarification. This has already been reduced from its original place. And in fact, there will be more clarification with that first item because it was supposed to match the allocation for last year. There was just a miscalculation. We'll talk about that in a second. We had a very similar mindset when we made that reduction. Please know that it was an incredibly contentious discussion and voting period. It was pretty close to a split on how people felt. Most people abstained from voting on that because it was just, it's a hard place because what I would absolutely definitively want to avoid is accidentally killing the agency for a year by reducing it so much that they cannot function. That to me would be the nightmare here because ISS does incredibly important work. However, the reason that you're seeing the numbers that you see and the reason that they are or are supposed to be the allocation from the year before is because we changed them to do so, because we had the same idea. It's that idea of, we did not hear a presentation. We didn't, from one of the directors, to be clearer, because that's not, I wanna be as accurate as possible. We did not hear from the directors. We didn't hear from them in future open forums. We didn't get a video presentation. We have not heard from one of the directors in open forums this week or last week, even though that was communicated to them that they could come and speak to us about this. So we didn't disagree. That is why at this point, when it happened, Senator Bugenhagen and I took those actions and reduced it to the allocations from the year prior, because we thought that was the most appropriate way to both demonstrate, hey, if I can't tell why you're increasing it, why am I increasing it? And two, we don't want the agency to die. That's the nightmare. Other piece of information that with that, we never did receive we received a narrative that explained what the numerical changes were. We never received a narrative that told the story of like, why do those numbers matter? Why are we changing them? So your line of thinking is not one that is particularly disagreed with by us or members of the Senate based on how we voted.
Commissioner Koenig.
So I second Commissioner Baku. It's hard to see where we should allocate this amount of money if we just have no contact from them, and it doesn't seem like they've put any effort into making contact. But then I also have a point of clarification. So the number that we're agreeing on is 4,110, or is it not?
I just haven't made the motion.
Commissioner Hubbard.
Let that go, can that communication and talking continue, because I have separate.
Got it. Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
On an official basis, I am going to motion to change that 4,110 to the 3,810. It was our intention to make it so there was just multiple documents with multiple numbers. There was a there was a lot of calculators though, guys. The intention with what we stated, what we were motioning for, and what we were voting for is we were trying to get it to the allocation from the year prior. There was just miscommunication about what each of those numbers was, so the number we reduced it by was inaccurate. So on an official basis, I am motioning to reduce the 4,110 to 3,810 to make it consistent with every 3 lines.
Is there a second? Commissioner Baku.
I second Commissioner Harding's.
Now we will be entering a period of discussion. Commissioner Hubbard.
Would we rather communicate or talk through what we in total want to do, instead of just doing an initial one just down to 300, when I feel as a commission that we're going to be reducing it more? Would that make more sense than just doing one for 300 and then another one to reduce it? Because I think we kind of have to.
Commissioner Bear.
I mean, I'm gonna be rather blunt. I'm sorry about it. But I mean, they didn't show up to give a presentation on how they wanted their funds allocated. I agree and I understand the spirit behind Commissioner Harding's like sentiments. But they didn't give any work. I mean, I feel like they should almost be allocated nothing. And I mean, that's pretty blunt.
Commissioner Pavlikar.
I think reducing the allocation to nothing, despite the lack of effort shown by the director, would be a huge disservice to the growing international population that UNO is seeing. We have so many international students that live on campus who depend on this university and who rely on the programming that ISS puts on to build up and really make their experience while they're here as international students. So I would I would strongly discourage cutting everything from ISS. I think that SGA has been very prudent in you have not shown us your work. We're not going to help you necessarily to grow this organization, but in helping to maintain what has been established so far.
Commissioner Koenig.
I agree that we certainly shouldn't just completely slash the allocation, but I do think we should cut it, just not in a substantial way to completely cut them off, but we do have this deficit that we're dealing with, and they didn't put in any effort.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding?
2 points. There's a number that disappeared in the AMS line. Is it supposed to have disappeared? There's a blank box now.
Oh.
I don't know where that happened, but there
Who's
is.
TV? Trent?
I didn't do it, I was just checking if it was hidden.
Anyway, I'll go to may I do my actual speaking point as well?
Yes.
Okay, actual speaking point. I know that we were, I was one of the people who originally made that change. I do not at all support just removing the funding for ISS, because if we are looking to hold people accountable for the fact that something, first of all, I do need to make a point of clarification. The narrative and the presentation that goes alongside submitting this budget, while it says should happen, is not a definitive requirement for being allocated funds. So that's why they are still being presented to us right now. It absolutely is best practice that should have happened. That's the verbiage that we have in our governing documents. They didn't need to for this to be presented to us. So we don't need to kill it, nor do I think that we should. I think that if we are going to look at accountability for somebody, it is the people who should have done that presentation. It should not be the burden of the students who benefit from ISS. It is a really, really important agency, especially for international students, because it's harder to make those networks of connection. It's an important part of student life. It's an important part of making sure that those students feel heard, represented, seen, and that they can have a support network in a country that they are unused to. I would advocate entirely for the agency and what's here. They have already faced some pretty serious hits with what we did in Senate. While if you guys feel that you want to reduce it slightly more, that's gonna be a discussion we all have. I do not advocate for maybe further cutting it, and I certainly do not advocate for us taking out those numbers, because the damage that that will do for people is not the people who made the mistake and not properly presenting this budget or giving that narrative. It would be the people who are getting very real benefits in a country that they are new to, and those shouldn't be the people who are paying for this. I know that it feels uncomfortable to be allocating that much after some part that we feel is essential was missing, but the people who should be taking a hit for this are not the students of ISS. If anything, it just needs to be a discussion about that accountability or what can happen in there. It was something that should have fallen on the directors and people in charge of those directors. It shouldn't be a burden that then falls on to the students of ISS.
Commissioner Jericho?
I would really like to ask whoever's in the audience now, was it Leah? Leah to hear her thoughts, because we got some good input from her and I'm a little bit confused on her role. It sounds like she's not the director, but she's somewhat very involved and has expressed the efforts that go into the large program that I know benefits a widely vast amount of students. And so I'd like to hear from her on what the impact is on this organization for the student body.
Leah, are you able to speak?
Yes, I am. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes. One sec, I'm gonna increase the volume.
Wait, I can also take out my AirPods for a moment.
Okay.
Okay, can you guys hear me or? Can you guys hear me okay?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna take out my AirPods and leave the meeting and be right back.
Okay. I think it might actually be the computer. I don't think so, sir. It was working fine.
Can we accept a written response?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you guys hear me now? Pretty good?
Yep. Yes, you are good to go.
Perfect. So number one, thank you for yielding some speaking to me. My capacity in ISS is actually as a board member for the international banquet alone. I'm an international student, so definitely I will talk about the meaning of that. But I'm sorry, I did not catch the commissioner. Could you repeat your question to me?
Commissioner Jarecki, could you repeat your question?
Sorry.
Before we move forward with hearing, Leah, can we have the volume turned up higher?
I don't think it's connected.
Just for.
I think you have to walk around. You guys want me to shut up?
I'm gonna.
Leah, can you say something real quick?
Huh?
Hello? Hello?
That's funny.
Yeah, just accept the written response.
Yeah.
Hey,
Leah, would you be able to give us a written?
Well, no, do you have your Bluetooth?
There's like
I'm gonna
20
go grab a
people
speaker that
talking.
I can FaceTime her, and then we can get her to call out.
I cannot. Grab a speaker. Nate.
Are we be able to?
Commissioner Paliscar.
Can I motion to groove for 5 minutes?
Yes.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hubbard, moving into a period of discussion. Commissioner Buchenhagen.
I think we should continue discussion while we're waiting for that, just as a good use of all of our time.
Or can we just have it be a written discussion and then she is able to type while we are further discussing so that she still is heard and it's.
I can certainly ask Leah if she could do a written thing.
In light of parties, points about not hurting the students that are being aided by this organization. Maybe if we were going to make cuts, it would be somewhere else in their organization's funding, but not necessarily in their operational account.
Oh. Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
Responding to what was said, the reason that I caution against any further cuts is one, there were already cuts, unless we were going to make them anyway, unless we think the number would be unreasonable outside of that fact, because even if we look at like salaries, we don't know that the directors that are going to be in there next year are the directors that we had this year, so we don't wanna underpay the next people because somebody made a mistake this year. With programming, that programming is very important to international students because, you know, that is their social network, that is their network of support. And it's a terrifying experience to be somewhere so new and to not know people. So I think it would be a disservice to those students if we were to cut that. If you think that number would be unreasonable as a programming amount, no matter what, that's a separate issue. I think if the only reason that we are looking at these numbers and finding them unreasonable is the lack of a narrative, I promise you, we've already handed it to them because of it.
Commissioner Drackey, could you repeat your question real quick? Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Can Leah?
Would you like a reminder?
Huh?
I mean, I have the notes. Would you like a reminder, kind of?
Oh, I would just.
Can Leah share her experiences on how ISS impacts the student body?
Commissioner Baku.
Can I get a point of clarification? I think that's the right term, for what ISS does, like what their group kind of tackles. This is either for Hirschbaum Harding or SGA.
Yeah, if taking that, I took the chance I talked to Senator Moore last night, actually, kind of for this sort of event to get a recap of ISS and kind of those main things. So if we're looking at these two sorts of so they do a lot of programming like directed towards international students in the international community. So biggest thing is they'll host like basically like tourist things around Omaha for like students, because oftentimes these students, they don't have vehicles. So like really organizing events where it's like either going to the zoo, going to like, you know, other places around Omaha, so they're able to get like, you know, the vibe of the city and like the amenities and all that stuff that are offered here. And then some of their operational, the big expense that they're looking at next year trying to fill is just getting flags for other countries that they have visiting scholars from, so they're able to like basically have that and follow that sort of like that protocol and that respect aspect. And then as far as programming is concerned, they throw the international banquet, which is a huge event, usually in the Scott Conference Center. Last year, I know 480 people were there like at its peak. which is like a fairly substantial sort of thing, and it's like, that's really the one big event that ISS does, and that they've been doing that for years.
I would follow that. Following that up, do they have any like sponsors that would be able to help them get new flags? I mean, I know that this banquet is as you just said, is like one of their biggest events. And if I'm not mistaken, the tickets or like the entry, you have to pay to get into that. So where do those funds go? And why can't they use them for flags?
Yeah, I'm breaking it down. I'm sure that there actually is, and with whatever amount the commission is deciding on, there will be a budgeting process which will undergo. As far as, that expenditure goes, and even right now, looking at when they have this operational line item, which I believe they haven't necessarily pulled from yet, but that might get pulled from. I believe ISS does have other sort of funding sources and just like donors that they are getting some degree of funds for. I could not speak to how reliable that would be on like the next sort of like given year. But as far as like general priorities when we're like looking at this, I think it's just that event, which we know is going to get planned this year, and we know that like is in the process of like being undergone as the main thing. So sorry, I got a little bit lost in the weeds there, but like as far as the flag, so I think that's also an example of just like the expense of something that they want to be able to catch up with, which that might actually come from programming. Like because if it's a flag being used for that event, that could theoretically be considered programming expense.
Commissioner Hubbard?
I am against like fully cutting it out, but I think, are we setting a bad precedent by just allowing them to continue on, even though they didn't put as much effort in as the other agencies? Anything else? That would be my only concern of like, just kind of keeping the status quo of exactly what because the ISS last year did put in effort, they were here for all of this. And so I think that for me, like year to year, I don't want like this to set a precedent going forward of SGA having to do so much more work on their end before this even happens. That would be my only concern from not kind of taking away some. I understand like the programming is coming up. I know the international banquet is at the end of the school year, and that is what the major chunk of their programming is going to. But I think not doing anything is kind of setting a negative precedent for those other agencies who have put in so much effort and work for this.
Point of clarification, Leah Moore was informed of the question. Unfortunately, I won't let her join the Zoom. So she said she would email in a response.
I have a point of order.
Yes.
Are we currently still discussing?
Yes.
You're still discussing my change to that line item.
Yeah. Commissioner Bugenhagen.
I definitely empathize with those thoughts that have been going around the commission. But I think it's important also that we make sure that our decisions aren't punitive in nature. There should be some logic, some reason behind them. And also I want to make it explicit that the students being served by ISS are different from the directors, and the board of ISS, the organization itself, is different from the directors. So whatever leadership is here now, most likely they won't be around next year to lead the organization. So we want to make sure that their successors have some material to work with and can successfully make the agency operate how it's supposed to.
Commissioner Fuchs.
I agree with what Ben said, and I think that as a commission, or this is just my opinion, I'm gonna voice it, that we should just take the whatever cut we're gonna move here and move on with it, because they screwed up. Yep, they should own it, and we should just move forward with it. We're already being pretty generous with them. I don't see why we should punish them anymore, just because of poorly managed organization.
Commissioner Koenig.
I feel that in light of all that they do for international students and that we're not increasing their budget anywhere, I feel like that's kind of punishment enough. Like, we're telling them no more money because you fucked up. Excuse my language.
Commissioner Harding.
just kind of to second some of the sentiments that have been said here, that is kind of what we were going for in making sure that they are not getting an increase here. That was kind of the natural consequence of like, there's a part missing, but obviously that shouldn't be the fault of the students that are a part of that agency. It should just be something that reflects upon the work that was done by those directors, which is why I am still trying to change that one line item so they're all exactly the same as they were last year. We changed it so the numbers were supposed to be identical because that is sending that message of there is a part here that we are missing and we don't feel comfortable with the fact that it was missing and then increasing it without knowing why. But we acknowledge that there is importance in this agency and we still want it to be active and alive for the students it benefits, which is why I'm still urging us to change this one line item to the $3,810.
Commissioner Jarecki.
I would just like to say, if you can pull up the comments, if you're able to do that, so I can direct the comment that Leah made for us all commissioners to understand, just those
These
couple points
comments?
that she was able to make, just so everybody's able to see that. And then I'd like to motion to end discussion. I can do that.
Is there a second? Commissioner Bugenhagen. Now entering a period of discussion.
We're
Oh,
voting to end.
Yes, sorry. Now entering a period of voting. All those in favor? All opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. We will now move to voting on the amendment to Leah Moore has responded.
So
Okay.
We have to vote on the line item before we
Yeah.
can continue discussion, but it can be a part of the discussion for the next portion. Because we haven't voted on the line. Yeah. I'm just trying to amend the line.
Amend the line item to decrease by $300. All those in favor? All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Yes, Commissioner Jarecki.
I motion to read Leah's message.
Okay. Oh, seconded by Commissioner Bugenhagen.
Oh, I don't know if that was a motion, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna read it.
Just do it.
Point of clarification.
Yeah.
Leah Moore states, in most cases, international students arrive with little to sometimes no English, rarely with family, and usually no friends. ISS serves the international students by offering opportunities for those international students to meet one another, learn other cultures, and teach cultures to others who do not have the opportunity to experience them. ISS aims to mitigate the fear, insecurity, and culture shock international students face through programming such as bi-monthly zoo trips, the international banquet, and Cafe International during International Education Week, to name a few events. In a way, ISS serves everyone because anyone is able to attend these events, except zoo trips, that allow international students to embrace their culture, home country, and language. Okay. Okay. So with that decrease, the fee is now $683. Okay. Any further discussion on the operational line item? Okay, moving on to salaries. Commissioner County.
I'm sorry, this is just a point of clarification in general. Can we tell me again where I can find the feed that tells me what these organizations are?
That's the
It's the question form. Yeah. Yep.
Under SGA, sorry.
Under Okay, moving on to the programming account of ISS. Commissioner Fuchs?
And likewise, man, the previous point, I think we should just continue with what it's at and they've already.
Commissioner
I
Howard?
can do
Oh, that was.
He's just like.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Commissioner Fuchs,
Motion and discussion? Oh.
there's.
No, wait.
No, we don't have.
I forgot, we're not voting anything.
Yeah, you guys are doing great though. You're doing great though. Okay, so moving on to NDA Network of Disability Awareness onto their operational account of $1,420. Commissioner Pavaskar?
Point of personal privilege, can you go to the more in-depth breakdown since my laptop recently died?
Yes.
I'm trying to revive it.
That just feels
far, you know?
That would be different.
Point of order, yeah, point of order. We will now start discussing the operating line item of NDA. Commissioner Bear?
Is anyone here from NDA?
I believe Director Shepner of NDA is on Zoom.
Okay, I have a question for them. Could they explain the dues, fees and subscriptions? If they can hear me, hopefully.
Director Shepner?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The dues, fees, and subscriptions is $120, and this would go towards the purchase of a Canva Pro account. So it's a very specific, it's the exact amount of purchasing that subscription, and it would allow us to create better quality graphics and social media content, to raise awareness for our agency.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pavaskar?
Point of clarification, are each of the agencies asking for their own Canva Pro subscription, or will they all be sharing them? I'll direct that to you, Nate.
Yeah, they're each asking for their own. We discussed the possibility of bundling, but there's getting like the nonprofit account that actually ends up being more, because that can be like $1,000 a year. Doing it that way. And then we talked about like, oh, hey, maybe we tried to do it through the free teacher thing, but then we're like, that's not necessarily reliable. So like, we just ultimately decided each of them just doing their own will be just the simplest and most reliable way.
Okay. We will now move on to the salaries of the NDA director. Okay, seeing no further discussion, we will move on to the programming account of NDA. Commissioner Koenig.
Can I just ask if they have, why is it being doubled? I believe it's being doubled.
Director Shepner, you're able to answer that if you want to.
All right. Yes, thank you for that question. We are asking for an increase in our programming account because we're launching a new initiative. We'll be launching monthly lunch and learn events for people to just engage in a little bit more of the educational aspects surrounding disability, accessibility, and inclusion at UNO. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Yep. Commissioner Pavaskar.
I'll also direct my question towards Director, is it Shepner?
Shepner.
Yes. What is the plan for the remaining, it looks like almost I'll say $4,700 that are like left in the programming account for NDA.
Yeah, so the plan for that remainder this semester will be to start doing some of those lunch and learn events. We're also doing collaborations with some other agencies, and we're looking at some social events, particularly as the semester reaches its end. Just some opportunities for people to hang out, get to, build community.
Commissioner Fuchs.
Yeah, so for those lunch and learns, this is directed at Director Schopner. How many do you plan on doing? What is your anticipated cost per lunch and learn?
Yeah, so looking ahead to the 2024-2025 school year, we intend to do one every month for the 10 months that school is in session. We estimated a cost of about $300 for those. And so over 10 events, that would be $3,000 total to cover lunch for a set number of participants, as well as any additional fees that might come with bringing speakers in.
Okay, thanks, Director Schopner. We will now move on to QTS and the operational accounts. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, we will move on to the salaries of the QTS directors. Seeing no further discussion, we will move on to the programming account of QTS. Commissioner Koenig.
I guess my question is, how exactly does this organization serve the student body? Because I'm gonna be really honest, I'm trans, and I've never heard of it. It's kind of like it's for me, so.
I believe we do have a director. Director Wilson, would you like to answer that question?
So let's salutations. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you repeat the question for me, please?
How does this organization serve the student body?
Oh, that's an easy question. So basically, we provide an open space for all people, but especially for LGBTQ students, like safe space and stuff like that. We have like 3 social groups that we host every single week: lesbian, real queer, men of creations, and one more. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I literally just got home. I'm a little bit exhausted. Lesbian recruiters. Oh, and another third group that we host, but it's not coming to the top of my mind. But we host them Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And we also host just general events around the year and stuff like that. We also do the drag show every homecoming, every fall, and we also go and have in collaboration with WGEC with Big O and stuff like that. Is that clear?
Yep. Thank you, Director Wilson. Okay, any further discussion on the programming account? Okay, seeing no further discussion, we will move on to the WGEC, starting off with the operational account. Commissioner Baku.
I would like to ask why there is a $150 increase in the office supplies. Just feel like that's a pretty big jump.
You are free to ask your question to Director Miller, who's back there. Yep.
Can you repeat it one more time? I'm
I
so
just wanna
sorry.
know, why there's a increase of $150 in your office supplies?
Yeah, so our office space is currently, it's in 114 downstairs, and we share a space with another agency. And typically we find it's a little chaotic down there, and we both have growing boards. So we just want to be able to provide adequate furniture and furnishings in that office space to accommodate the growing boards we have for both organizations, and also just the number of people we're seeing in our office space throughout the week.
Commissioner Hubbard.
Director Miller, I would like to give you a chance to respond to the open forum messages that we got. If you could respond to those and kind of explain your point of view from as a director, what you guys do and how you guys monitor your funds and do that, please.
Yes. I guess I heard quite a few things in the open forum. Some of them I think are a little bit misinformed. I think the biggest thing that I saw that I just wanted to address is there was some mention of us taking from the reserves from student government last semester. And we're seeing that in our requests for SABC for next fiscal year. I am requesting a cut of $25,500 from our operations line to account for the project that is being paid for by the Division of Student Life and Wellbeing. just for, I don't know how well it was explained last week, but essentially what had happened is we went to student government for this project. It had gotten approved, and then we found out there was a miscalculation of the reserves. We couldn't take the money out, so it just never went into our account or anything. So that money really just stayed in the reserves. It never went into our account. Like we do not have any obligation to that $25,000. And then the Division of Student Life and Wellbeing approached us about funding the project. I met with them with a number of other stakeholders, I suppose. And to my knowledge, that purchase has been approved by the Dean of Students. So I am requesting if a commissioner could please cut that from our budget request. Other than that, based on what I heard in the open forum, I mean, we do a number of things on campus that some people are just not going to like. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding. I am motioning to reduce the operational account line item by $25,500.
Seconded by Commissioner Koenig. Oh, 25,500. Yeah. We will now enter a period of discussion. Commissioner Bear?
My question's for Director Miller. Again, kind of coming back to the anonymous testimony that was given in open forum. And specifically, where it was mentioned that the purchasing of adult sex toys was student fees. I am wondering, can you explain that a little bit more? And do you feel that it is appropriate for the WGC to use student funds to purchase such items?
Yeah, happy to answer that. I don't know if that necessarily has to do with what we're talking about right now, but I'm happy to answer it now. We have done that in the past and it's never been an issue from this commission or the university as a matter of fact. The reason we did it was for our sex ed night that we do. We know a lot of people don't have access to sex ed. We want to create a pro-sex environment because that's just not something a lot of people have growing up. And coming to college, we just want to create that environment. It's not up to me or anyone else to tell anyone the right or wrong way to have sex. And we're, giving these items away as a way for people to potentially explore what that looks like for them. It's reproductive justice, it's disability justice. And that's just the way I see it. The university, if they deem it inappropriate, fine, we won't do it anymore, but it had never been a problem up until now.
Commissioner Koenig.
I certainly don't think any funding should be adjusted because someone finds it inappropriate that the WGEC buys sex toys, but I will say it specified that they were expensive vibrating sex toys. So maybe to cut costs, don't buy the vibrating kind. That's a genuine statement, but other than that, I don't feel like it's. Yeah, I don't feel like it's our prerogative to be like, you can't buy sex toys for a sex ed night.
Can I respond?
Point of order, we are still discussing the motion to reduce the line item by $25,500, not operational costs.
Point of clarification, it is 9:45 PM. I would like to stay on track. So please keep conversation relating to what we are discussing. Thank you. Commissioner Drackey.
I move to end discussion.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Hubbard. We will now move to a period of voting. All those in favor of ending discussion.
I thought we were having discussion about the second to end discussion.
I don't believe there is a discussion.
There is no discussion for ending discussion.
Okay, yes.
We're just ending discussion on the changing of this line item. This line item can be further changed, just as a point of clarification. Saying yes to this doesn't mean we can't change it more.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding said. All those in favor of ending discussion? All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Okay, now, we will now enter a period of voting regarding decreasing the WGEC operational account line item by $25,500. All those in favor? All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. That currently brings the fee down to $5.77. Okay. Any further discussion on the operational account line? Commissioner Robertson?
I want a clarification, so for that 25,500 on the specific WGEC request, which operational account line is being taken out?
Director Miller, would you like to come to that?
Yeah, it'll be coming out of mental health resources and operating. It was 37,000 that we requested, so now we'll be down to whatever the math is.
It takes it down to 11,000.
Point of order.
Commissioner Bear?
So AE 53 is not formatted correctly, so it's not showing the updated amount.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I see.
So it would reduce even more. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for catching that. That reduces the fee to $4.72. Okay, any further discussion regarding the operational account line item for WGEC? Okay, moving on to salaries. Okay, seeing no further discussion, we will move on to the programming account. Okay, seeing no further. That brings us to the end of SGA.
We're not gonna vote.
Okay.
Line by line.
We will now move on to voting line item by line item for all of the organizations. Please remember that you are still able to make amendments to the line items if you want to. Okay. Quick review, our fee increase right now with all of the amendments that have been made are $4.72. Okay. Okay. Starting with the gateway, publishing and printing. All those in favor of. We discussed.
Everyone, we can make amendments if we're voting, so yeah.
Yeah.
Short period of discussion. You got it.
Okay. Any discussion regarding the publishing and printing line item?
Sorry, I just wanted to pose this because I know we started with this line item at the very beginning, so I don't know if we were all totally like knew what was going on. I didn't. Now that we've had discussions about like what the future is of physical newspapers on campus, we also did discuss like the MAV readership program, and we were like, we would much rather have the gateway physically on campus. Is there any amendment that we need to make here? Do we want to drop that and encourage more online presence? Or do we want to increase it to encourage a more physical presence? Or are we good with this? Is everybody good with this?
Yeah, I'm good with this, because I think with using student fees for it, I think keeping student newspaper and an independent newspaper on campus is more important than bringing in the national physical newspaper.
Yeah.
Commissioner Pavlikar?
I would say, I just think with the gateway budget allocation that they presented and that we talked through, they have been the most like frugal and conservative when considering the student account fee. I think they're being excellent stewards of student money. And I think we've heard a lot of excellent testimony from like how much the paper is impacted and like how many people pick it up on campus. So I would encourage staying, like having this line item maintained.
Okay. All those in favor of locking in the publishing and printing line item for the gateway, please raise your placards. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, it's locked in? Yes, that wasn't a question. It's locked in. Oh. $. Oh, sorry, 1 second.
Just delete all.
To be impacted too.
Hey. Now moving on to the communication line item. Commissioner Jarecki.
I just wanted to make a quick point of reference for everyone, since we're all on the document and maybe there's been some accidental clicks. If you change in the top right corner to, it says editing, if you drop down, change it to viewing, so then no one else can edit it except.
You guys have, okay.
All of us just disappearing off the screen.
Okay. Moving on to the communication line item for the gateway. Any further discussion? Commissioner Koenig?
Sorry, this isn't related to this, but is there a way to move to discuss salaries right now to get it out of the way? Like,
It's just, we'll fly through these, and get there when we get there, man. It's gonna take a long.
Well, we'll get to it in about 5 minutes.
Just
Yeah.
give us a second.
Point of clarification. You can choose to do that. I would advise against just
choosing not to.
like. Moving on to the communication line item of the gateway. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Oh my God, I'm making you a mug after this, dog.
Someone make like.
Not a t-shirt.
I got it. All those in favor of voting in to lock in the communication line item, please raise your placards. All those opposed? Staying in the opinion of the chair, that was locked in. Okay, moving on to dues, fees, and subscriptions. Any discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of locking in dues, fees, and subscriptions, please raise your placard. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Okay, moving down to office supplies for the gateway. Any further discussion? Commissioner Bear.
I'm just gonna be a penny pincher. I mean, what about $100?
Dude, they already reduced it.
I see that, but look at your prior.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
Man, it's already reduced. I feel like 150 is a perfectly reasonable. Also, how much is $50 gonna save the student body?
1 cent.
You never know.
I mean,
Yes. Point of order, Commissioner Hubbard.
Oh, would it be possible to vote on multiple things at one time?
Yes,
Yes.
yes,
You can block vote.
Commissioner Hubbard.
I move to vote on, or to keep office supplies, postage, food and water, equipment and software, and travel at what it is on their request right now. Just vote all of that at one time.
Is there a second to block voting those? Sorry, I'm just gonna highlight it so everyone, I shouldn't have, sorry. These line items right here. Seconded by Commissioner Bugenhagen. Entering a period of discussion. Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
Does anybody have anything in there that they want to make a specific point about to keep us from block voting? Anybody?
Commissioner Bear.
Food and water expenses. I feel like that should be reduced.
Okay, Commissioner.
Yeah, I would just echo Commissioner Bear because it was the one point where they were willing to take some cuts on.
Okay, Commissioner Baku.
I agree with all of that. I think a reasonable number would be 1,000, because that's $300 increase for one day.
Point of clarification, if I could have someone end discussion, so then switch. So, Commissioner Bugenhagen.
I move to remove food, water, and expenses from the vote by block.
Oh, yeah, is there a second for that? Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding. I know, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, you're not.
Which I do.
It's yes,
I know.
Because I knew you were gonna say something.
Sorry.
Okay. Moving into a period of discussion on removing food and water expenses from that block vote. Seeing no further discussion, we'll move into a period of voting. All those in favor of removing food and water expenses from the block vote? All those opposed? Okay, let's share the motion carries. Okay. Back to discussion of block voting without food and water expenses. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, we'll move into a period of voting. All those in favor of block voting without food and water expenses? All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Okay. All those in favor of voting for office supplies, postage, equipment and software, and travel to be locked in, please raise your placards. All those opposed? Abstain? In the opinion of the chair, those are locked in.
Sure, they're.
Yes, Commissioner Bugenhagen.
Do we have to vote on operations and maintenance even though there's nothing there? Like, do we have to approve there being a zero value there? Should we?
Probably, yes. Bill can't, yes. Yes. Point of clarification, yes, you would have to vote on those. That is my bad. I'm sorry. Those again could be flawed, but. Commissioner Poliscar.
Yeah, I motion to block vote on conferences and operations and maintenance at this.
Okay, Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding seconds that. Operations and maintenance. I know. Now entering a period of discussion. Commissioner Fuchs.
Question, so could we, like, I know there's multiple items that are like zero, can we block vote any item that is requested zero and just say, okay, yeah, let's just get it over with?
Please list out the specific line items.
We'll just do it when we.
Never mind, that's someone different.
That's okay. Seeing no further discussion, we will move on to a period of voting. All those in favor of locking in conference and operations and maintenance, please raise your placard. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, those line items are locked in.
We were were voting on block voting. weren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. We were voting on block
Oh.
voting. So we just gotta do one more time.
And then.
Hey.
On block voting, correct?
Correct.
Yes. All those in favor of locking in the conference, operations, and maintenance line items, please raise your placards. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, those are locked in.
Please God, not right now.
Okay. Any further discussion with food and water expenses? Commissioner Baku,
I move to decrease it to $1,000.
okay, is there a second? Commissioner Bear?
Second.
So fast. Point of clarification, was that by 1,000 or to 1,000?
To 1,000.
Now entering a period of discussion. Seeing no further discussion. Commissioner Bear. Seeing no further discussion, we will now enter a period of voting. All those in favor of reducing the food and water expenses line item by $500, please raise your placard. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Okay, any further discussion on the food and water expenses? All those in favor of locking in the food and water expenses line item, please raise your placard. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Point of information, please remember that we cannot adjust the managerial positions, so they would, but still must be voted on. Commissioner Hubbard.
I move to keep manager wages, advisor wages and benefits at what it currently is.
Okay. Is there a second? Commissioner Fuchs? Point of clarification, that was to block vote.
Yeah,
Correct?
yes.
Okay. Now entering a period of discussion. No further discussion. We will now enter a period of voting. On block voting, the manager wages, advisor wages, and benefits. All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? Okay, in the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. All those in favor of the manager wages, advisor wages, and benefits being locked in, please raise your placard. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, those are locked in.
Oh, no.
Any further discussion on senior staff?
Oh,
Commissioner Buckingham.
yeah, this is just a temperature check, and not a vote. Agency salaries aren't being zeroed out, are they? Can you shake your heads if no? Just so we get a temperature check. Great, thank you. So if the agency salaries aren't moving, neither should the gateways. I think we can call this a draw and just be done with it. I think we've done a really good job of decreasing our fees for this year. If we're good to go home, let's lock it in. Does that sound good?
Commissioner Fuchs.
I actually motion to move all senior staff wages, editor-in-chief wages, ad manager wages, and all SGA agency wages to the end of the voting period. Is that?
He's motioning to table discussion.
Table discussion till later. I don't know how to actually say it.
Okay.
Table the vote.
Seconded by Commissioner Bear.
Yes.
Entering the We will let Secretary MP type that out.
Second of that.
Commissioner Barry. Good?
Yeah.
Now entering a period of discussion, Commissioner Hirschman.
Okay, so I see the vibe we're going for, and I don't necessarily think it's a terrible idea to just double check that we have it where we want it before we vote on the biggest pieces. Point of clarification, though, I thought we couldn't change the amount that editor-in-chief and ad manager are making because they have to be paid like a set amount. Am I misinterpreting, or is it just that is what it should be considering how much money you would make
So-
with how many hours you probably are gonna work?
Yeah, so the only ones that cannot be touched at all are the managerial positions. Student management is separate from senior staff.
Okay.
And that is the amount that our committee has suggested that we run at 20 hours for the editor, 15 for the ad manager. Does that clear things up?
Yes, it is, thank you.
Commissioner Fuchs.
I just wanna say the whole point of the motion is just that way we can get through like stuff we generally agree on, and then we can table this, probably going to be for discussion until later. That's the whole point.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I don't particularly have much more to have to think about these. I think I know which way I feel about them. However, if it's gonna make us more comfortable and it's gonna make it easier for us to get to the end and say we've reduced it enough, that's great, mazel tov, we're gonna vote on this the way it is. If that's gonna make it a little bit faster for us to say that we're comfortable with these salaries, then fine.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of tabling the student management line item, senior staff, and all of the agency salary line items, please raise your placard. All those opposed? The motion fails.
Has to have majority.
All those in favor of locking in the senior staff line item? This is voting, by the way.
We're voting for senior staff right now. I don't know if anybody else wants to vote.
Point of order.
Do they know what they're voting on? Yeah, I don't know. Yes, Commissioner Bear,
Why did that last motion fail?
because it was 6-6, it was a tie and you need to hit that majority.
You wouldn't be a tiebreaker?
I don't believe so.
Normally, you would be a tiebreaker as the chairperson.
Really?
Yes.
Yes or no?
In Robert rules, you would be the tiebreaker since we would need a majority to either fail it or to proceed it. We're stuck. We haven't done either.
Yes.
Yes, it's tabled or yes? Okay,
It's tabled.
it's tabled.
Okay, so, yes,
We have to move to end discussion on. Now that
We
we
are
have
not-
tabled
oh.
everything,
Yeah, that is.
we're officially done voting right now.
yes.
Oh, we haven't voted on contractual pay. It's a zeroed out item. We still need to vote on it.
Yes, yes. All those in favor of locking in contractual pay? Oh, sorry, 1 second, please. I need to write down all the people. No.
No.
Yes. Okay, deal. Locked in the 11, 12. Okay, all those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, contractual pay is locked in. Now moving on to MAVPRO. Seeking a motion to block vote all of the zeroed out items. Commissioner Bugenhagen?
The block vote all the zeroed out ends. Do I gotta say them? No, please don't make me start.
Commissioner Koenig seconded that. Okay, moving into a period of discussion. I guess point of clarification, that is for all of MAPCO's budget?
Just the zeroed out portion
Yep.
of that program.
Yes, sorry, all of the zeroed out.
The whole thing.
Okay. Any further? Seeing no further discussion, we will now move to a period of voting. All those in favor of block voting those? Well, all those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. All those in favor of locking in the zeroed out line items in the MAP Pro budget, please raise their placard. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, those are locked in. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Oh, sorry. I don't know what. That's. Is someone editing it?
There you go.
Thank
no.
you.
Nobody wrong. Nobody.
Oh, wait, can you please, Commissioner Bear, could you please stop messing with documents?
I'm just trying to help.
Okay, I will fix it later, thank you.
You're welcome. Does it update?
You just refreshed.
Yeah,
Okay, all those in favor of locking in the special event insurance, please raise your placards. All those opposed? In opinion of the chair, that is locked in. All those in favor of locking in public relations, please raise your placard. Sorry, any further discussion with that line item? Please raise your placard. All those in favor of locking in public relations? Yeah. All those opposed? 11-1. In the opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Okay. Yeah. Although, any further discussion regarding traditions line item? Okay, all those in favor of locking in the traditions line item, please raise your placard. Okay, all those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Any further discussion with general programming? Okay, all those in favor of locking in general programming, please raise your placard. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Okay. Moving on to SJ's budget. Starting off with the.
Sorry, I'm updating my. I would like to motion to block vote on all the zeroed out line items, as well as move line items.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again a little louder?
I would like to motion to block vote on all the zeroed out line items and move line items first.
And move line items first,
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Hirsch-Bombarning? Okay, now entering a period of discussion. All those in favor of voting on all zeroed out line items as well as the moved ones first, please raise your placard. All those opposed? Abstain? Okay, and
Point of information,
yes.
are the three members of the commission that are also senators allowed to be voting for any of this?
It is in your best interest to abstain if you choose to do so.
I don't think that first one.
Okay. That was a good one to make that mistake.
Yeah, it was. Good job.
Thanks.
Okay. You just put it to block, right? Yes, okay. Okay. Now, all those in favor of locking in the line items that have been zeroed out and moved, please raise your placard in the SGA movement. You can do that. You would have to keep saying, yeah. He would have. He also had.
Double fraud.
Okay, all those opposed, all those abstain. Okay, in the opinion of the chair, those are locked in. Yeah. Okay. You know, it probably is. Yes, please.
I don't know if he's actually out there. It's just possible.
Oh. Oh, they're not. Okay.
We didn't know if we were locked out.
Okay, all those, if any further discussion on the accountant retainer line item? All those in favor of locking the accountant retainer line item, please raise your placard. All those opposed? And abstains? Okay, in the opinion of the chair, those are locked in. Sorry, that one is locked in. Okay, moving on to contingency. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing as there's no further discussion, we'll move on. Oh, yes. All those in favor of locking in contingency, please raise your placard. Okay. All those opposed? All those abstaining? In the opinion of the chair, that's locked in. Okay, any further discussion on the dues, fees, and subscriptions? Okay. All those in favor of locking in dues, fees, and subscriptions, please raise your placards. 8. All those opposed? Abstains? In the opinion of the chair, the line item's locked in. Okay. Any further discussion regarding the gala? Okay. All those in favor of locking in this line item, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those abstain? In the opinion of the chair, the line item's locked in. Any further discussion on insurance expenses? Guys, please, okay. All those in favor of locking in the insurance expenses, please raise your placard, line item. All those opposed? All those abstained? Opinion of the chair, it's locked in. Any further discussion regarding MAVRIDE? Okay. All those in favor of locking the MAVRIDE line item, please raise your placard. Commissioner Fuchs, did you have discussion? No. Oh, okay, sorry. 6. 6, yep. All those opposed? 2. And then abstain. Okay. 6, 2, 4. Okay, in the opinion of the chair, that is locked in. No. Okay,
In order,
yes, Commissioner Bear.
you put a 903 for, what is it, the
MAV readership
the MAV
program.
readership program, we actually have to vote on that one since it's not an original 0 number.
Oh, that was not going to kill. Can I just?
Yeah, it's just an oopsie, we'll pretend it never happened.
Yeah, you're fine. We'll just vote again. It's all good.
Okay. Okay. Now moving on to the Maverick Leadership Program line item. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placards. 8, 9. All those opposed? All those abstain? 903. Oh, slide, thank you. Oh, sorry. In the opinion of the chair, that is locked in.
Yeah, but.
No, I get it. Efficiency. Okay. Any further discussion regarding office supplies? Okay. All those in favor of locking in office supplies, please raise your placard. All those opposed? Opinion of the chair, the line item is locked in. Any further discussion regarding programming? All those in favor of locking in programming, please raise your placard. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the line item is locked in. Any further discussion regarding Freshman Leadership Council? All those opposed, oh, sorry, all in favor of locking in the Freshman Leadership Council line item, please raise your placard. 9. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the line item is locked in. Okay. All those in favor of locking in the public relations and outreach line item, please raise your placard. I'm sorry, was there any further discussion? Yes, Commissioner Sherrod.
A question for, sorry.
Respond Harding. It's not very phonetic.
Since, you're gonna be the one who we're gonna, use this fund primarily, what exactly are you planning to use it for?
Point of clarification, I don't know that I would be the person next year using it because I have to win re-election and then I have to be reappointed to my commission chair. But in an ideal world, what I'll be putting in my like leaving notes is just this idea that, so like we did our hockey pregame, we've done some of our civic engagement things, we've done all sorts of things. So there used to be a tradition of every semester, there would be at least one kind of pregame or athletic co-event between SGA and the athletics department as a way to reach students who might not normally be in the spheres that SGA would run in like inherently. It's just a good opportunity for outreach, and it's a good opportunity for us to be looking at ways to get students to recognize that we're there, especially in a post-COVID world. It was a huge tradition, and there used to be a lot more money put into it before COVID. It obviously stopped, and it's something that we're trying to get back to as a way to establish student government as something with traditions and more visibility. So my goal, and what I'll be putting in my like exit notes, or is that that's something I'd like to continue to do. We just don't particularly have funding to do something on that scale again this semester. I'm looking to do some other things, but just because of funding, it's not necessarily an obtainable thing this semester, so it's something I'd like them to consider next year.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of locking in the public relations and outreach line item, please raise your placards. 9, all those opposed? Opinion of the chair, the line item is locked in. Okay. Okay. Any further discussion regarding professional development? Commissioner Sharon.
I feel like if there was a line in operations that we had to take something out, I feel like this would be a line. Just because this is more of something that they're planning to do for the first year. And I mean, we received some kind of idea of schedule of what they plan. You know, they have some conferences, academic programs to for the new students to come in, but I don't know if 2,500 is exactly what I give.
Commissioner Palaskar, oh, sorry.
No, I would agree with Commissioner Sherrod, just because this is noted in their question document as one of the points that they would be willing to accept cuts on.
Okay. Commissioner Hubbard.
Point of clarification for Commissioner Sherrod, what would you like to bring it down to? What would be your number?
I think 1250.
Just kind of that.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Bear.
I motion to reduce it by $1,250.
Commissioner Koenig, seconding that. $1,250. Yep. Now entering a period of discussion. Commissioner Liberty.
One clarification, can we get an outline of, for the professional development, the outline of the funding that would be contributing to engagement? So like if it's conference, do we have an estimate of like how many students, and Sierra, would you have this information in terms of how many students would be funded, and what opportunities may be cut if we were to reduce by half?
As far as specifics of what conferences, what certifications, things like that, those are not solidified yet. It's more so wanting to have a pool of money to pull from, or you know, when we start planning about having members of student government be a part of those professional development experiences and being able to pull from there.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we'll move into a period of voting. All those in favor of reducing the line item by $1,250, please raise your placard. Yep. All those opposed? Okay. Opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Any further discussion regarding the line item? Point of clarification, would you guys like to see what that fee is now reduced to?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. That fee is $4.60. Okay, all those in favor of locking in the professional development line item, please raise your. All those opposed? Abstain? Sorry, yeah. In opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Okay. Moving on to the retreat line item. Any further discussion? All those in favor of locking in the retreat line item, please raise your placard. 9. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Yeah, postage. Oh. Okay, moving on to student court. Any further discussion? All those in favor of locking in student court, please raise your placards. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Okay. Moving on to swearing in. Yes, Commissioner.
Move to block vote swearing in and student legal services.
You. Sorry. Seconded by Commissioner Pavaskar. Now entering a period of discussion, Commissioner Bear.
I hate to be that guy. We have talked about we're wanting to table, how students get paid. It is my understanding that there are students that fall under student legal services that get paid. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So wouldn't that fall under the same caveat that we made before? Of directorship as well as, the gateway?
It was not, point of information.
Commissioner Hirschbach Harding.
It was not requested specifically within the part that was tabled. It was said specifically, we want these parts of it and we want it in there. To respond to, if you're asking as a philosophical point, no. Those are all like leadership positions within something that is run by students for students as a part of campus life. I would not consider that the same as a genuine student worker position in a legal office. Also, this is a completely different subset in the sense that like this cannot run unless they are being paid, and this is, to my understanding, not work that they can do for free based on the nature of it. I definitely don't consider it the same thing. If we are making the argument that the reason that the other positions should be is because it's passion projects being run by students for students that have equal positions within the universities, these folks do not.
Commissioner Barron.
And I understand completely. I do have a question for Trent though. Are they considered student workers?
Yes.
So in the definition by the university, they are the exact same.
Commissioner Draken.
By definition of how they're getting paid, they're all student workers, but this is a student worker for a service for students, and the others are student workers for student organizations, student clubs. Legal services is not a club. It is a service for students.
Commissioner Bear.
I would disagree. Ours, all of the agency's services to students, they're marginalized students that are offered services through these agencies. is that not the same as what you just said? It is a service provided to students.
Point of clarification. You guys can take, like, I don't know how else to say this, but like, you guys can create a new amendment if you would like to include it. But Commissioner Bugenhagen.
If we don't know precisely exactly how much these student workers are being paid, I'm not comfortable with us decreasing this amount by any at all, or even discussing it really.
Commissioner Bugenhagen, would you like to direct your question to an audience member?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Hirschbaum.
I'm gonna be so frank with you. I don't consider them anyway. With the arguments some of y'all have made for reducing those items, I don't think they're the same thing. I don't think they're chosen in the same way. I don't think they're available to the same students. I don't think they serve the same purpose. I'm not gonna vote to add them to the block. I'm not gonna vote to table them. So if that's what you're going for, I'm gonna be blunt. I don't think it makes sense. I think they're an integral part of a whole instead of pieces of leadership.
Commissioner Jordan.
I move to end discussion.
Seconded by Commissioner Bugenhagen. All those in favor of ending discussion, please raise your hand. No. Yes. I said well. Okay, good. Okay. The opinion of the chair, the motion carried.
So we're voting on block now.
Yes.
We wanna block both of those.
All those in favor. See, any further discussion? All those in favor of voting by block for switching from student services, please raise your placard. All those opposed? Yeah, chair, motion carries. All those in favor of locking in, swearing in student legal services, please raise your placards. Oh, sorry. All those opposed? And the opinion of the chair, those are locked in. Okay, moving on to AMS, operational account. Quick reminder that all of the salaries are tabled. Any further discussion regarding AMS's operational account? Commissioner Drake.
I motion to block all of the agency allocations, operational accounts and programming accounts. Block them.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Baku? Any discussion? Commissioner Posner?
I would not do that. I think there's still warranted discussion we can have for potential reductions in these, especially if people are starting to form more solid opinions surrounding the agency salaries. So I think if we continue to make cuts, we should not block them in the effort of like being able to make those and do those more reasonably.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Fix?
I agree with that in the sense that, like, I'll just be frank, my goal is to try and get this increase to $3 or less, and that I would be more comfortable if I didn't have to say, become the bad guy here at the end of the night, say, yeah, salary's gotta go because that's the only way we're gonna get to there, so.
Seeing no further discussion, we'll move on to a period of voting regarding block voting, the operational and programming accounts for each agency. All those in favor? Okay, no, you're good, you're good. One, all those opposed? Nice. Abstains? In the opinion of the chair, the motion fails. Any further discussion regarding AMS's operational account? Okay. All those in favor of locking in the operational account for AMS, please raise your placard. 7, 8, 9. All those opposed? Abstain? Alright, in the opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Okay. Moving on to the programming account for AMS, all those in favor of locking in the programming account, please raise your placards. Okay. All those opposed? Abstains? Oh, in the opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Okay, moving on to the operational account of FGSA. All those in favor of locking the operational account, please raise your placards.
Were we gonna do discussion though?
Yes, sorry. Any further discussion regarding the operational account of FGSA? Okay. You're good. All those in favor of locking in FGSA, please raise your placards. 10. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Okay. Any further discussion regarding the programming account for FGSA? Commissioner Powaskar.
I think it's worth noting that with the allocation they had last year, they still have not spent even half of their allocation so far. And I feel like I forgot to ask this, but they didn't make mention that I took note of like their plans for the remainder of the year. Unless I'm wrong, I will direct that towards the audience in case I'm wrong.
Point of information, they did spend.
They did,
over
okay.
half. So so that's remaining, like what's left in their account.
My bad.
Yes, yep.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of locking in the programming account for FGSA, please raise your placard. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All those opposed? Abstains? In the opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Okay, operation. Now moving on to the operational account of ISS. Any further discussion? Commissioner Koenig.
I know we discussed not punishing ISS, but because we are still trying to get fees down, maybe we should reconsider the amount we're allocating them.
Commissioner Powaskar.
I would still advocate against that for the sake of our international students living on campus. Yes, we've kind of acknowledged that this agency and its directorship has like not taken appropriate action steps in being able to present a budget and being able to like present a reasonable allocation because of that. But again, I don't think we should be punishing an entire student base trying to grow at UNO for the sake of, you know, that directorship and leadership.
Commissioner Bear.
I mean, I know I made my statement earlier, it was rather blunt, but I mean, I think we gotta keep it at 3810 at the very minimum. I think we have to help support our international students. Very careful.
Commissioner Hubbard.
I would still advocate cutting slightly, just even if it's down to $3,000 on the operations side. In my opinion, the main objective that ISS uses to support those students is through programming. And I think showing that support, like, hey, we do see that your programming is important, but like we still need, like, this side of the operations, we're not taking a ton to really affect them greatly by like cutting all 3,800, but showing that like, hey, we do need the effort in input into all of the SABC and SGA budget allocations showing that, so that we're not taking a ton and we're not affecting their programming and what's important. What Leah had mentioned in the trips and the different programs that they run, we're also not taking away all the money so that they can purchase those flags, individuals, countries. That is another important aspect for what their mission is. But like still showing like, hey, there is like a precedent that we need you to participate in this, and that isn't eventually like kept being put off onto the student level.
Commissioner Poster. I hear that point and I totally understand where you're coming from. I would argue that a lot of their operational account costs, though, when you look at the further breakdown, are contributing to the success of their programming. A majority of those costs are coming in the form of supplies for international awareness, advertising and promotions for the programmings that are being held. There is a large amount for like conferences, that did get decreased by SGA in their initial round of voting a little bit anyway. And other like line items that are falling under that. Postage is gonna be a big thing for internationals, mailing different supplies or like different communications between countries gets very expensive. So I'm still gonna push for not changing this line item.
Commissioner Koenig?
Earlier, we had discussed not changing ISS's budget because we didn't just want to punish them. Well, right now, it sounds like we're not just punishing them, we want to get fees down. So I think that there's a reasonable reason to do this.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I'll have two parts because I'll also respond to that. One, if we change the $810 of that line item, it saves students 3 cents. So like that doesn't feel like the hardest place to hit. I think if we're going to be changing if we're talking about programming, because maybe that's more room to wiggle it. I think if we're going to, at this point, with the changes that have already been made to this agency, if we are going to change how much they are getting for their programming, it should be a consistent percentage that we're decreasing all of the programming lines for agencies. I don't want to do that. I don't think that that's particularly necessary in my view, but I would caution against just singling out one agency, and I say this as someone who made sure that there was action to demonstrate that what had happened, in my opinion, was not appropriate. If we are going to reduce their programming, if that's what we're focusing on because it's a bigger number, I say that we choose a percentage that we're doing and that is a consistent percentage that we decrease all the programming lines so that there's at least equity in the way that we're doing it. Again, I don't particularly want to do that, but I think if you're going to do it, we need to be distributing that in an equal way so that it isn't just one group of students that is facing that decrease.
Any further, Commissioner Hufford?
There was only one student agency that chose to put in no. Is my kind of overarching, like not saying that they haven't put in any work this year, but for this specifically, we would be unequitable to all the other agencies that did put in a significant amount into this.
Commissioner Buchenhagen?
I really just worry about this pound of flesh mindset. I think we're gonna find fees that we can requisition. They have to come from places that genuinely aren't gonna have any use, and I think we're reaching our limit there. We also have to recognize that like $5 of the fees are coming from the additional student legal services, which we've already decided we're keeping. We've broke even on all of the increases from programming lines, operating lines, from all of our student organizations. Just so we're keeping that in mind. So avoid the punitive measures, I think. I made the point earlier that the board is not the director or co-directors. So I don't want to punish the entire organization because of one bad year of leadership. And that's not even saying the whole year has been bad. I'm sure they've been doing things behind the scenes. So this has just been a failure of communication. It's not a failure of communication shouldn't cost an entire organization $1,000.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding?
I'd also just add to that I'm not saying that I'm not also frustrated that we didn't receive the communication that we expected. They did still do all the work for the budget itself. We just didn't receive a part that I think is key to the nature of what's happening here. I'm not saying I wasn't frustrated by it. I was one of the people who reduced the amount that they're being allocated here. The two people who did that are sitting in this room and saying that we don't think that we should further that. Because they've already had it furthered, and at that point, we go past just saying, this is a consequence, this is a natural consequence, and saying like, it is coming from a place of frustration rather than a place of saying this is what is fair. And I worry about going past that because it seems to get into a space where it can just be like focusing on the frustrations instead of what is actually, like, we've already done the work to say this was not appropriate in our eyes. And so we're not going to reward you in the way that we are, in a sense, rewarding the people who did that work by like coming in and giving that narrative and giving us that information. The reward being rather, I guess it's not the right word, but saying, yes, we agree with the way that you are increasing your budget. That seems logical to us. We didn't give that same leeway to this agency because we didn't hear that. I don't think further lowering it is gonna do any justice. And I'm saying that as I'm the person who reduced the programming account, which was the bigger one too. So like, I just don't think it makes more sense to further do it. I think we're scraping off important parts at that point.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of locking in the operational account for ISS, please raise your placard. 8. All those opposed? 2. In the opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Moving on to the programming account for ISS. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of locking in the programming account, please raise your placard. All those opposed? The opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Okay, moving on to NDA. Any further discussion? All those in favor of locking in NDA's operational account, please raise your placard. All those opposed? The opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Okay. Moving on to the programming account, any further discussion? Commissioner Koenig?
In the interest of reducing student fees, I'm not saying we completely slash this, but maybe reducing it by like 1,000 would be useful because we decided not to block vote on this.
Commissioner Bear?
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point. I mean, they have about 4,800 remaining. When you reduce it by 2,000, that gives them 8,000 total in that line item. I feel like that might be substantial enough to program it.
Point of information, I know it's getting impacted, but if you could still speak loudly so we can hear you, that would be great. Commissioner Bigenhagen?
If I remember correctly, NDA is our youngest agency. So that also may be something worth keeping in mind. They're trying to expand, they're trying to grow their reach. So something to think about.
Point of clarification, I do not believe they are
FGSA.
FGSA.
I stand corrected. I retract my statement, sorry.
Commissioner Powsker?
I think even with Commissioner Bugenhagen's point, it's worth noting that NDA, like in previous years and this year, stated that they are in rebuilding efforts and wanting to establish a better presence on campus. And I think with 2 agencies still up for discussion, I would encourage people to think about those coming up as well.
Commissioner Koenig?
I hear both those points, but I feel like we're still increasing it by like a pretty substantial amount, even if we do this increase right now, or this decrease right now.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, we will now move into a period of voting. All those in favor of locking in NDA's programming account, please raise your placard. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? 5. In the picture. It doesn't get locked. Going back to discussion regarding the programming account for NDA, Commissioner Bear,
And I move to reduce it by 2,000.
is there a second? Commissioner Cunning? Now entering a period of discussion. Commissioner Pierce.
I think this seems fair. It takes from, what would that be, 100% to a 60% increase. I mean, 60% is still fairly significant. So it's not like we're cutting them down to what they had last year. I think they're still getting a significant increase in money, but it's just not a 100% increase.
Commissioner Hirschbaum.
I'm a bit conflicted with it, but I think a couple things to consider is, one, is still one of the lowest programming accounts when we look at the amount that's being asked for. So to me, it makes me a little bit uncomfortable that we're picking one of the lowest ones to be reducing it by because it is a bigger percentage. However, I did note that when we're looking at that questionnaire sheet, the thing that NDA is prioritizing is their operations. That's what they said they're focusing on with like the essential areas. So I guess if there were to be a place that they wanted to take cuts from, it's programming. But I do feel a little bit weird that one of the lower numbers in programming is the one that is now taking what is a 20% cut from what they are requesting.
Commissioner Jarecki.
I think point of clarification, in the previous year's allocation on this spreadsheet, it says 5,000. But in the detailed spreadsheet that was provided in the questions of the SGA form, it has this past year's budget as 7,000. So they're asking for a 3,000 increase rather than doubling that increase, if that's making sense for others.
Yes, that seems to be a discrepancy. I can double check that number real quick if we want to. Anyone wants to move the group for a little bit?
Yeah, I'll move to group for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Powers. You said 5 minutes, correct? Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Hirschbaum.
We gotta vote.
We gotta vote.
Entering a period of discussion.
Oh, wait.
Oh, now entering a period of voting. All those in favor? 12. I think it was 12. Okay. Oh, and then man share that.
Sorry, I'm tired.
Trying to say, last time.
For like those ones.
Yeah, but I don't wanna have to explain what unanimous consent is right now, Doug. That would take longer than holding the elected.
If no one disagrees, we just do it.
There are no timers set.
Unanimous consent right now, Nate. We're so far into the day. Unanimous consent should have happened 4 hours ago. That's a new concept.
Regular like this. Some salaries come up. They're way down there.
5,000 was correct.
I think we're getting close to. Yes.
We're still ahead.
We're still here. It's not 1 AM. That's what
I am already, I am an hour and a half past my bedtime though.
Mila, in 30 minutes, you have.
30 minutes after start
I
what?
need a walk.
Oh, don't tell me.
Take a walk.
Thank you.
Literally only voting.
I'm done with this. But
I'm not against talking about it.
I'm an hour and a half past my bedtime.
I have thoughts for you.
So bad.
Lots of thoughts. I literally was like, I swear you would look at it on my list.
I gotta get
Y'all
into
are
it.
so-
It looks.
I totally jinxed myself though. I walked in, I was like, these are my things.
I'm a girl. Just kind of. I'm not gonna fucking one.
You know?
Oh, well, it's split it. Actually, I will specifically be requesting we don't block vote.
Well, I can vote on amendment, C salaries.
Yeah.
Well, we can with, first, so we can do 3.
Yeah, but it's all.
Maybe it's not
Which-
until.
We can't.
Yes, but anything that is. I already voted on it. That's okay.
Exactly, like.
Not because I'm, right, because like. it looks like I'm still saying
Exactly what they did last year.
Literally.
Yeah, last year was
Like, for
exactly
the
what we
students
just
that
tried to
afford
fucking
it.
do.
I'm still making them pay that
It
much.
was just dumb and it's how we're not.
And you know, like some of, I guarantee it's in students.
They still have to take it and they just run it. I know, yeah. They can't fall from it again.
That was literally, that was literally like 6 people in this commission going, I don't really like the things that the Gateway writes, so I'm gonna kill their budget. Which is dumb. They took they took the Gateway's budget
Tony,
and just gave it to the agencies.
Tony
With
said it.
this using it. It's a part of it, but very.
And we're not in
It's
session
all
right
the
now,
arguments.
yeah, I don't care what you're saying. We gotta go, I just.
You don't want that, cause we'll never stop.
It's true, it's true, we let him do it once and we've been friends for months.
What do we do last?
Bye. Let me use the mic. I didn't know the mic was on.
Oh, they didn't say a naughty word?
Because I think I could be able to like forward, when it was
I'll be
plugged
where-
into that thing and it just showed.
We are point of order, okay. Point of clarification, this spreadsheet was correct. They were allocated $5,000.
Oh.
Yep. And we did vote in discussion regarding programming, by the way.
So let's slash it.
Seeing no further discussion, we will now enter a period. Oh, sorry. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of locking in the NDA programming, sorry,
Motion to.
sorry, did we reduce by
Reduce
by 2,000? I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Um. Seeing any further discussion on the amendment. Okay, seeing no further discussion, we will now enter a period of voting on reducing the NDA programming account line item by $2,000. All those in favor, please raise your placard. 6. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. And the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Okay, would anyone like to see that video, Grace? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion regarding the programming account? Okay, all those in favor of locking in NDA's programming account, please raise your placard. 8. All those opposed? Okay, in the opinion of the chair, that gets locked in. Okay. Moving on to QTS's operational account. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of locking in the operational account line item for QTS, you can raise your placards. 9. All those opposed? Okay, opinion of the chair, that gets locked in. Okay, any further discussion regarding the programming account for QTS? Okay, all those in favor of locking in the programming account for QTS, please raise your placard. All those opposed? Okay, opinion of the chair, that gets locked in. Okay, moving on to the operational account of WGEC. Any further discussion, Commissioner Powasco?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of valuable cuts we could still make to this section in particular. I know on the question sheet, someone asked the question regarding WGEC parenting supplies that hasn't been discussed yet. They are wanting to increase this to $100 every 2 weeks. That only serves virtually 30 students, and this is coming from a fee that thousands of students pay for. So like looking at the Board of Regents policy that this should be funding and like supporting a broad student base, I don't see all of the money in this account retainer doing that.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I can acknowledge that, but I think that it is important to recognize why so many of our students are probably also overlapping as parents. It's incredibly expensive to be a parent. It's incredibly difficult to multitask with that. So any support that we can be providing them, I think is an incredibly essential part of that. Something I've learned a lot in my field of study is just the inequity that can cause from, I mean, it costs on average about $20,000 a year to raise a child. So anything we can do to have that be less of a disparity for our student body, I think is important. There can be an acknowledgement that it is a pretty sharp increase in the cost of that program. I think that there's a lot of benefit to it and that it could continue to benefit more students. The longer that it exists, the more that it's marketed and the more that students are able to coexist as being students and parents.
Commissioner Baku.
Can I get a point of clarification? Does that give them $100 a week, or is it $100 in supplies that go to the parents? And is the director of the WGEC?
Yeah, it's 100 in supply, or it, theoretically would be 100 in supplies. Currently, it's $75 in supplies up to, so some parents may choose not to hit that threshold.
Commissioner Hubbard.
Commissioner Housecar, what would be your idea for like how much you would be wanting to cut from that? Or like what number?
Yeah, I think like I do see a lot of merit in supporting our parenting students. I think that since they are such a small population though, I don't know that I would keep it at the allotted, their request is for 10,000 specifically for parenting supplies. I would cut $3,000 from that specifically.
Commissioner Baku.
Question for the director. Has there been a ask for an increase in the parental funds, or are you guys doing that just out of kindness?
What I've noticed with a lot of parents is we will email them after they fill out the food pantry form where they express the need for parenting supplies, or we'll list them out. I'll email them and, say, what can we, help you with? Like, please note, it's only up to $75 every 2 weeks. They'll give me a list of items with what their priorities are on that. So most of the time I'm seeing diapers, wipes, and formula being those priority items. But a lot of times with parents who, for instance, I have a parent who will request formula from us in addition to diapers and wipes. I'm not able to fulfill a request for $75 for diapers and formula because formula has gotten to a point where it's so expensive that I'm going to like $85 potentially. So I want to be able to like honor what we're saying to parents and also what, we're giving to the commission too on, accountability for this. And that's the reason why it would be my like ideal situation that next year the director and board of WGC would up it to 100 to be able to actually fill a whole request.
Commissioner Jarecki.
I want to direct another question to the director. And thank you for clarifying on the price difference because for someone who's not a parent who doesn't pay for those things, just a point of clarification, a box of diapers costs about $45 to $70, depending on what the size of the child is in. And then formula is ranging anywhere, if you're getting like a substantial amount, which usually will last about 2 weeks, is going to be upwards of $40 to $70, depending on what the type of formula they need. So it's extremely pricey. To follow up with the 30 students that are saying they're using these funds, can you talk a little bit about how that can maybe increase? Because I think there was comments in the questionnaire of the barriers of knowledge about the program as well as stigma about taking from resources. So can you speak on what the agency's ideas for reaching more students? Because there's more than 30 parents that are on our campus, much more. So I don't think it's fair for us to just solely look at that number. I think it's fair to look at the number, but can you speak a little bit more on how we can increase that?
Yeah, definitely. So right now we're in a partnership with the Maverick Food Pantry for Nebraska Diaper Bank. So right there, parents typically will opt into that program first. In fact, like we kind of encourage that. So right there, we have, I think our tier we're in with them is 25 to 50 parents a month. So we're serving that many student parents with that program. On top of that, the diaper bank program, while it's great that we have it, it limits the amount of diapers a student parent can get per month. So typically it's somewhere between 60 to 80 diapers a month. If you have a newborn, that's not enough diapers. So they will then come to us for additional requests, or if, they need something other than diapers. A lot of times with parents, what I'm seeing and being in this position the past 2 years and having that relationship with student parents, a lot of them, being a student again this year, a lot of them will reach out and be like, hey, I have a friend who's a student parent, like, how can they be a part of this? Which like is great that that's happening. I would love to be able to promote our services more through our Instagram. I know the food pantry does a really great job of that, but also like on our end with our audience that we currently have on social media. On top of that, just general like outreach. Currently, we do the Big O Gazebo probably twice a month with QTS. So if there's a way we can really push that parenting aspect of the parenting program a little bit more than we currently do. A lot of times when we have people come up, they're typically interested in other products. But we do have a sheet right now that says like sexual health, menstrual, parenting, lists all the items on there. So I guess pushing that a little bit more would be ideal. On top of that, I mean, just with barriers that we see, I've had parents who will order from us first semester. I won't hear from them for a few months. And then they'll reach out again and be like, hey, like, is it okay if I still do this? And I'm like, yes, like, of course. And a lot of them just feel the stigma because they don't want to feel like they're taking from other people. And that's a really common trend we see, especially in basic needs, where people are, you know, not wanting to take from others because maybe they don't have it as bad. Maybe they only have one kid instead of 4 or something along those lines. But we know it's really hard to be a student, and then adding being a parent on top of that is really difficult. And I can speak from my parents' experience that they were also in that position in college. So I think there's just a lot of stigma there with that. And then the other thing I've noticed a lot, particularly this year, is that a lot of times our parenting orders will be stalled like 5 weeks. And when parents aren't getting their items really quick, they tend to maybe not order from us anymore because we're seen as uncredible or unreliable. And that's really a problem I'm seeing on like the business office end or like SLII. So I would like to press that more on their end to get those orders in. But those are just a few of the barriers that I see when I'm interacting with parents. I'm sure the food pantry could speak more to like day-to-day experiences as they come into the pantry. But those are just some of the ones I see.
Commissioner Baku.
Just to follow up on that. So in the case that your ask is cut by 3,000, would you still be able to push what you would like to do next year for next year?
I think to an extent, it's really hard to, last year it was very hard to gauge because we did have the diaper bank program. Now we have a better idea of, you know, the parents we're serving still. Last year we had around 80 to 100 parenting orders in the whole fiscal year. I believe we had to go to student government at least once to request money because we did run out. It'd be my hope to not do that next year. So if possible, I think there are other areas in the budget where we can trim down a little bit before we really hit on the parenting line item. Like, I just want to be able to advocate for our parents and look at other line items in our operating budget before we go to this measure, I guess.
Point of information, Director Miller, so what would happen is they would decrease the overall operations. You are able to distribute where you would like to cut that money. Commissioner Palaskar.
I think still like even taking parental supplies into consideration, I appreciate your explanation and like your advocacy for those students. I still think a cut would be prudent, especially like when menstrual supplies are looped into this. I know we did a large cut to kind of account for the funds that Kathy Pettit has kind of promised the WDEC in that sense. But they also talked in their presentation about, you know, potential partnerships with Access Period, with other local nonprofit funding, things that are in conversation and in the works. So I think in the effort of like being good stewards of student fee money, we should like not just totally cut out cutting more money.
Okay, seeing that there is no for Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
May I, it's a question more directed towards Director Miller. If you were ideally going to take a cut of that amount out of operational or programming, which to you and the vision of your agency do you think would actually be more appropriate considering what you want to do next year?
I can pull up some numbers really quick to kind of answer that better when I went off the cuff. Right now, I think I would rather take a hit from programming, if I'm being honest, than operating. Let me pull up some numbers if you all wanna keep discussing and come back to me in like 2 minutes.
I think that honestly answers it more. It's just if you had to, which is better, and I think if it makes more sense for programming, then I think that's what we should be doing, is that if it just makes more sense, since it is harder to move from programming to operational than it is to move things around in operational, I would suggest we instead take that cut from programming.
Commissioner Fuchs.
What if, we could just take all 3,000 from, what if we just took 1,500 from each?
Commissioner Hopper.
I would say based on the amount that they have remaining in their programming account, along with the said willingness to take it out of programming, I think if we take, I would like to take more out of programming than operations, but I still understand and see Commissioner Powerskar's point of taking some out of both. My personal thing would be take 2,000, increase it, meet halfway between what they asked and what they got last year, keeping it at 8,000, and then moving programming down to that 3,000. So what, just because they have a very significant amount still remaining, and they ran 2 years previously with $2,000 less than what they were allocated last year. In that programming account, that would be my personal viewpoint on that matter.
Commissioner Powell-Scar.
I think like we're making cuts where we can. I would almost say that like, I feel like the operational cuts are more beneficial to the student body despite what Director Miller said. I feel like the programming is more accessible to a wide student base and like a wide student population. I know so many students, regardless of, any of their intersectional identities, who attend Take Back the Night, attend a lot of the programming that the WGEC does. Not all of our students are menstruating, are parenting, and can benefit from other initiatives going on in the operational costs. I'm not saying that those are like things that I want to defund. I've done a lot of, period poverty advocacy myself. I understand like a lot of the student needs, but I think looking at what's going to benefit most broad base of our student population, I feel that operations would take the better hit in that case.
Commissioner Hirschbaum-Harding.
I don't particularly disagree, but once we have removed a certain amount from operational, we don't actually have any guarantee that it's gonna come out of where we want it to. So I'm also acknowledging the fact that you make very good points about the fact that it is a more limited amount of students who are benefiting from that parenting line item. But we don't actually have any guarantee that if we were to take it out, that it would come from that and not whatever else they would decide is where that's gonna come from. So that's also part of my hesitance, is like, it might not actually be getting the end goal or the very solid reasoning that we are trying to present here, because we can't control which of those specific line items is getting affected by that.
Can I ask a point of clarification? I thought the Gateway and Mav Pro can move money between line items. I don't believe agencies or student government can without a vote of student government, can they?
Correct. Sorry, what I'm saying is if we were to take a set amount from this line item right here, the operational account, we don't actually decide how they allocate that once they have that amount with their operational account, like we
They have
can't.
a lot of things that make up.
Correct.
operations.
It's a multifaceted piece, unlike, programming is programming and salaries are salaries. Operational is unique because it does have every single one of those that we've already voted on within it. So once they're given that money, it is my understanding that, they put that where they need to as an operational account. They've just given us a breakdown of the logic for the amount that they've requested as a whole. Which is why my worry with that is that maybe we have our reasoning for lowering it, but we can't actually guarantee that that's what's gonna be lowered, and it's not maybe something that we think is more universally applicable to our students.
Commissioner Powell-Scar.
By that logic, though, they're also at the discretion to move those funds where they want to. Like in that sense.
Okay. Any further discussion regarding the operational account of WGC? Commissioner Powell-Scar.
I would motion to further reduce this by an additional $3,000.
Is there a second? Commissioner Koenig? Now entering a period of discussion. Commissioner Bear?
I mean, is there any? I'm just thinking, trying to get it to a round number. Of 20,000, you know what I mean?
No, I don't.
That's fine.
I think, I think we need to consider logical numbers, not round numbers right now. I don't think the student body isn't gonna benefit from us making it a pretty number right now. We need to make sure we're not cutting more than we need to for the sake of making a number more appealing to us.
Well, not appealing, just for all the other reasons as well.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, now entering a period of voting. Okay, all those in favor of decreasing the operational account by an additional 3,000, making that number 28,500. Leave reduction, not addition. Did I not say? What did I say? Yeah, decreasing decrease, okay. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed? Abstains? Okay, then pay of the chair, the motion carries. Okay. Would anyone like to see that fee update? Okay. Any further discussion regarding the operational account line item? Okay. All those in favor of locking the operational account, please raise your placard. All those opposed? Abstain? In the opinion of the chair, the line item is locked. Moving on to WGEC's programming account. Any further discussion? Commissioner Hopper?
I would move to, decrease this by $3,000, based on them having said that they would be okay with that. Or more okay with it in their questioning answers and the significant portion that they still have remaining. I think giving them the same amount as they got last year, would not do as, would be fine.
Point of information. Would anyone like to ask any of the audience members a question? Yeah, Commissioner Robertson?
Yeah, just confirm that figure for reducing the 3,000 for programming account was contingent upon leaving the operational account the same, or was that what?
Yeah, I mean, I would have rather taken a cut from programming than operation. I think the vote that just happened was, it didn't feel great, just because I feel like we're doing a disservice. And the reason we increased our programming was really due to Sodexo's insane costs, for food at events. I will also say the remaining 7,200, whatever that number is on our remaining, that's actually not correct anymore. This was submitted at the end of January. We're now sitting at about 3,500 remaining in our programming. We just did a really big expense for our sustainable menstrual product giveaway, and we're spending about $2,500 on Take Back the Night, which are all contracted costs of food. So that's an April expense. So just wanted to let you know that we are spending money in that line item. If the vote that just happened didn't happen, I would say yes, decrease programming, but since it just did, I'm gonna stand pretty firm and say no. Thanks.
Sorry, There is a mishap on my part. We will have to go back to that motion. So is there anyone to second that motion? Commissioner Bear, thank you. Now entering a period of discussion. Sorry about that. Commissioner Jareki.
I feel concerned with reducing this down to 3,000 down to 10,000 with us just having them have the other cut of 3,000. So now they're taking a total cut of $6,000 when we have hardly cut any of the other programs. I just think that's a really large number for, you know, one population. That just seems risky to me.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I want to second that. I'm frankly deeply uncomfortable with the idea that we would cut $6,000 from one budget without it being things that are like obviously superfluous, without having done any to most of the agencies that started. It feels like we're doing a disservice to this agency just because it so happens to be last and we're pushing to get that number down. It doesn't feel like it's an actual equitable decision. And the only reason that it was ever suggested to take from programming in the first place was that would have been an easier place for them to receive that cut than it would have been for operational account. I think if you've already taken $3,000 from them, it doesn't make sense to do more, especially considering that from what I have experienced, just witnessing the agencies in my position in SGA over the last few years, they are an incredibly active agency that does a lot of good. They do a lot of visibility on campus. It's a large section of our population that is benefiting from this agency. To take another 3,000 just doesn't feel fair, and it doesn't feel necessary. It feels that if we were going to have made these cuts, they needed to have been more consistent. The only places that are now getting these kinds of cuts are at the end. And to me, that feels like it's just more of a like, oh, we're not at the number I want to be. Let's cut the last few ones down. And I'm frankly not comfortable with the direction that that's headed in. I think that if we had wanted to make those cuts, as I mentioned before, they should have just been an across the board percentage that we picked for everybody. It shouldn't just be the last few ones that are getting picked on because they're the last parts of the night and we want to get that number down.
Commissioner Palatkar.
I understand that. I'm also not comfortable moving forward with a full $3,000 cut. But I will add on the caveat, like, I do think the cuts coming are not just because it's the end of the night. I think we've heard student testimony that WGEC has been just writing down what I wrote from earlier. They've had reckless spending, refusal to compromise, a lack of transparency with fees for students. I think that like taking into account the student body presenting these like opinions and testimonies is kind of what's contributing with that.
Commissioner Jareki.
I'd like to direct a question to Nate.
Yeah, thanks. I just also wanna, I don't know, just kind of address that the WGC, as far as agencies, serves by far the most students. As for yearly pickups, you know, from menstrual products, from, you know, their events tend to get a lot of traction, whether it's a sex at night or take back the night and that sort of thing. And just like going through this, there has been a lot of political pushback too, though, when the Senate, when there is, you know, either last year they took the lead pushing for, you know, director salaries, or, you know, these other things where it is these high expenses. And, you know, that friction that generates that, you know, there's a lot of kind of hurt feelings that can emerge, but I just want a strong advocate in really the strongest possible terms that they do serve a huge number of students and are very visible on campus.
Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I also want to add that I think that there is more room for transparency in spending for all of the agencies. I don't think it's just a WGC problem. I think that it's a problem with the system and one that we're observing and one that we're trying to change, but it's a bigger issue in the fact that sometimes the only times we hear about budgets are this. I'd say truthfully, my exception to the only time I ever hear about people's budgets is once we get to agency allocations is the WGEC. They're by far the people who visit with student government the most, and it's because they have more need. There's this gap in the amount that they need to be spending right now and that they have received in previous years. So that's why I also hesitate to further cut it. And I think that they do a good job of the due diligence of coming to speak to us and having resolutions passed forward that are just about advocacy, not just about funding. And I would say, like, I'm not saying that as someone who on the floor, many a time has spoken both in favor and against the resolutions that I put forth. They are not ever someone that I go easy on, but it's because I know that they are doing the due diligence and because I recognize that they are doing work to make sure that there is some kind of communication. I can say that there are some agencies that I have never heard from in SGA in the 3 years that I've done it. And there are some that I didn't see at all until they were presenting their budgets this year to SGA. That's not the case with the WGEC. So while I am not in trying to invalidate the way that the student has expressed their concerns, I would say that those concerns are a greater issue for the agencies and the way that they operate with SGA as a whole, not just a WGEC issue. And I think that it would be unfair to only take that testimony into account as we look at some of the issues that are underlying within that system.
Seeing no further discussion, we will now, we will now enter a period of voting on the motion to decrease the programming account by $3,000. All those in favor, please raise your placard. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, abstain? In the opinion of the chair, the motion fails. Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner Pawlikar?
I don't agree with the $3,000 amount, but I do still think that there should be a cut in this a little bit. So I'm gonna motion for a cut of $1,000.
Is there a second? Senator Buchenhagen? Now entering a period of discussion. Commissioner Baku?
I would just like to note that we have tabled the salaries and the gateway as well. And I know many of us are on different ends of the spectrum when it comes to those as well. So I would just like to note that that's still up in the air.
Commissioner Gurecki?
I don't, temperature check was used before. I don't know if that's a thing that we can do. Are these cuts making people feel less inclined to cut the salaries? No. So we're, okay. Sorry. That wasn't a temperature check? I'm sorry, I'm just wondering. So we're wanting to cut this in addition to salaries. Some maybe. Okay. All right.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, regarding decreasing the programming by $1,000, we will now enter a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards. 6. All those opposed? 4. Okay, in the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Okay, all those in favor of locking in the WGEC programming account line item, please raise your placard. The word. Yep. All those opposed? Abstain? Any of the chair? That is adopted. Okay, that brings us to the end of all reorganizations. Yeah. Yeah, that was good. That's good. Okay, yes, sorry. We will now be returning to the tabled line items of both the senior staff in the gateway and all agency salaries. Commissioner.
I know that this is a tough cut that proposing to cut these salaries is a tough thing to do. But I just want to reiterate that, I believe the Gateway said that if they were willing to take cuts, they would take cuts on the salaries. That in previous years, these salaries did not exist, so it's not like we're doing something monumentally different than previous years' budgets. And that also, the students that are hit the hardest by student fees are poor and marginalized students, so I just feel like there was some argument that these salaries benefit marginalized students, which I agree with, but also that these fees hurt marginalized students. So if we're talking about like weighing it out, more students would be hurt by these fees than would be benefited. So I do believe that we should, because it's the only option to cut fees, we should slash the salaries.
Commissioner Fuchs.
I'm just gonna make my position clear, as it's gonna be the last time I speak on the matter, that I view these positions as voluntary, like volunteer positions. That's how I would see them if I was in those positions, and I just feel like we should treat them as such. That is my opinion on the matter. I don't know if that will sway any of you. If not, so be it. I respect all your opinions, all the talks we had about this earlier. Made great points, and I do 100% like see where you're coming from, but that is just my opinion on the matter. And if you don't see it that way, that is completely all right. We had a good discussion, and so I'm ready to just make a decision on this once and for all.
Commissioner Baku.
Could I request to see the changes, like the fee change?
Yeah. For all of the line items? I mean.
Yeah.
I figured one to be sure.
Before or after this cut?
Yes, Commissioner Hagan.
I think this entire conversation is gonna hinge on how the vote goes for agency director salaries. So if we could start there on a motion. I'm gonna motion to move all the agency director salaries from 6,000 to 0, just so we can have this final vote once and for all.
Point of clarification, I will carry out Commissioner Baku's wishes of zeroing it out real quick, just so he can see that number.
Okay, and then my motion is just to keep it that way. So if that makes it easy on you.
Yes, I'm gonna change the senior staff as well, though.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay, that brings the student fee to $1.17. Yes, Commissioner.
Is it also reducing the editor in chief and ad manager? Is that correct or no?
Yes, sorry, you are correct. Those were also included in that first round.
Okay,
Tabling.
thank you.
Okay. Okay, that brings the fee down to 21 cents. Commissioner Bugenhagen,
What?
It needs to remake.
you made a motion.
I did.
Yes, is there a second to Commissioner Bugenhagen's motion of reducing all of the agency-specific salary line items, decreasing them by $6,000 each? Commissioner Koenig? Okay, seconding, you. Entering a period of discussion, Commissioner Bugenhagen.
I would like to yield the floor to the audience.
So point of clarification, the commissioner said the Gateway does not pay staff and has not paid staff in previous years. That was last year specifically, it was cut to 0. We have always paid staff members previously to that point. Last year, in my opinion, is a freak year. We need staff to be able to do what we do, to cover more stories, to be able to do what we can for the campus. It really just is impossible. We want to have students from all backgrounds to be able to serve in these roles. Same as I believe agency directors. I mean, I think agency directors should be paid. Same as them. We're not gonna have people from diverse backgrounds who maybe don't have the time nor ability to do these roles for the amount that's asked for. I mean, it's hard to put all the time into something and have no compensation when you're paying rent, you're paying bills, you're trying to support your things. It's not a full-time job. I have another job. I do other things.
it's a small ask, I think, to give a lot to the students. In our situation, I mean, we, by the Board of Regents, student fees supply flexible support, which allows students through their elected representatives to have a word in the general publishing responsibilities of the newspaper. Students, we're here for the students. The students come to us, we cover the students, we try to get to the stories. If we don't have the ability to do that, we're not gonna be able to have the time necessarily to say, talk to Preston Love, who's running for Senate, professor, to cover these events. Honestly, we need that. It's a very small ask. We've gotten the fee down so far. Student legal services, it's, I believe, I'm not a math major, I'm not a math major, sorry. I'm not a business major, I'm a comm major, but I've kind of been crunching some numbers here. I believe it's a $4.13. I thought it was for student legal services in addition to stuff from previous years, adding that to it, adding 100K to that. And I think that is a great service for students, but we can't, I think, let that necessarily take away from what these other organizations, tier 1 organizations, are trying to provide for the campus. I have a passion for this. The staff members have a passion for this. We're trying to do our best. I feel like we've made decent strides in the past year to get around, cover these stories, go to events. And we did that because we pulled from other areas. We're not going to necessarily be able to keep doing that. And it's frankly a little bit disheartening to be striking these sections to 0. I mean, there's definitely debate to be had in adjusting these, but I think it's just a little bit short-sighted to do that for a fee that's very minimal. I mean, when you take a look at it, when it's dispersed across these students, where it's around $30. Nate, you said it was part of like a overall $400 some fee that these UPFF funds are part of. In general, I mean, I think the small amount that we're putting in here for each staff member, each director, it's a small ask that's going to do a lot of good for the greater student population. I feel like we're kind of missing that point. I don't know if I have much else to add at this moment.
Commissioner Hufford.
I would also think, and you bring up the marginalized and areas that this fee increase affects. These are also like the major student organizations that assist and help those marginalized individuals on campus. And I think cutting these will majorly affect them even more than the $4 increase would. Cutting these, you're cutting them at the knees of their ability to keep up with those needs of those marginalized and individuals. I think keeping it at $6,000, $4 increase will be represented and shown to affect and help those marginalized individuals instead of just a 21-cent increase will do more harm than I think it would do good in keeping the price low.
Commissioner Bugenhagen.
Just to be clear, I wanted this motion so that we could have our vote and be done with this, because I think we've already had plenty of discussion, so I'm gonna motion to end discussion now. I'm sorry for all of you who I just denied the chance to speak, but.
Is there a second to that motion, please? Commissioner Fuchs? And debate and discussion. Now entering a period of voting for ending discussion. All those in favor, please raise your placard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 6. All those opposed? 6.
Tie break. I'm all gonna look at you now. Just gonna stare at you.
No. Okay. The motion fails. Commissioner Hirschbaum.
I think now knowing that it's only a $4 decrease, it does not do as much good as it will do harm to do it. We got over $5 removed from the increase that we were looking at, which is over what my goal was for this. I know we each have a different goal for that, but frankly, I think we're just shooting important organizations in the knees and hoping they'll crawl to somewhere that we can go, oh, look at you go. And I don't think that that's fair to them. I don't think that, especially considering how much work we just did going piece by piece to get this down, that also makes sense. There is a discussion to be had about the way that this works, but I think just fully removing it is not gonna do any good for any of these organizations, the people they represent, the people they bring information to. I think truthfully, we are doing a greater disservice to the student body than we would be with a $4 increase. I get charged $7.50 in a cultural fee. I don't know what that means. And so I think for us to be more concerned about the $4 increase that cutting all of this would do and the harm that would do to these programs, to me, it seems frankly ridiculous when I consider how many fees I get charged that I have no say over, that are well over a $4 increase and well over the 20-something dollars this would be total. I mean, and I say this as someone who goes to H&K to use the gym almost every single day. You get charged that automatically. And it is a bigger fee than we are asking people to pay right now. And it is a much bigger difference than it would be what we're, requesting the difference be with the $4. And do you know how many students actively are actually using that? Not most of them. Do you know how many in some way are going to be benefited by the smooth running of one of these organizations for which these salaries are supporting? A whole lot more than you would probably think. I think that especially, honestly, I was more convinced before I saw that it is a $4 difference. Saying that, I don't think that truthfully that amount, well, I think it is incredibly important that we be cognizant of the way that we're affecting students. And I say that as a student who does not have a lot of money. I think if I'm thinking about the benefit that I get from all of these organizations and agencies and their directors and the work that they bring to campus, I'm willing to pay $4 for that.
Commissioner Pauskar. I think Gateway excluded from this conversation with the directors' salaries falling, all of the directors and the agencies are under the directive of SGA. And I think in discussions that we've had earlier pertaining to other matters with the programming and operations, I'm wondering how true that holds because other agencies have presented their budgets. ISS is not. Where is the regulation kind of falling and in those salary allotments, how are we able to kind of look at and see that things are being even and equitable across the board in that way? Is that a question, Commissioner Pauskar? Yes, it is.
Would you like to direct it at someone?
One thing to also I think it's important to note this year is that every single agency has had advisor turnover. There's not been a substantial, this has been a weird year for them as far as being able to put in work and have that degree of accountability. Because under ordinary circumstances, they will be working with, and they should be working with staff members and be under that. But in student government this year, for our own advisor, we've had basically 3 different advisors since this started this. And there's just been a tremendous amount of turnover that has made any degree of stability very difficult, which has impacted operations, accountability, that sort of stuff, which should not be happening moving forward. I mean, if we've talked about I know that Kathy Pettit's talked about that there should be stability moving forward over the next couple of years. And I really hope that that's the case because the quality of work that we're going to be able to put out is going to be it's going to just increase exponentially with that.
Commissioner Koenig.
I have so many things to say. I don't think that we should say that we can't cut $4 just because other fees cost more, because this is what we have control over. And this is what we're here to do, is to cut fees. Also, I was not originally aware that when we were proposing this cut, it would cut completely the Gateway's budget. So I had not taken that into account. Oh, and then $4 can be a lot for some people. I know some of us, it's $4, but in the overall, it can mean a lot. So I don't think we should just count it out just because it's $4.
Commissioner Jarecki.
I'm sorry. It's really fast, my back and I just lost my train of thought.
That is so good. That is okay.
I'm gonna circle back.
Deal.
Do the follow-up.
Commissioner Hufford.
I don't think we're minimizing the impact of the $4 fee increase. But I think we're emphasizing more so that $4 fee and the good that it comes with it to all of those populations. Cause we are in theory talking about 8 or the 6, 7, 8, if we're including that program, those groups cost, or not cost, but help and touch in people on campus. We're emphasizing that, hey, this $4 goes to student experience, retaining students, providing a sense of belonging, providing all these other essential benefits at the price of, that is not, yes, it is a cost and it is a significant cost increase, but removing that $4 increase would remove all of the good that possibly could come from these organizations.
It is midnight. Just wanted to throw that out there, that it is 11:58 PM right now. Yes.
Okay, I just wanna say that I don't agree with any sort of cuts on any of the budgets. I think it's a very valuable thing and I think it's risky for us to slash them all. But I think if we're gonna be splitting hairs continuously, I don't think it's fair to have Gateway lumped into this because I think Gateway is producing a product and that is in a sense service. And so I don't think that their student worker positions are the same as the director positions. So if we're gonna continue to split hairs, I'd like to split those.
Commissioner Pavascar.
I'm gonna yield to Steven because I saw him with his hand up, so.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to that. Like you said, $4 to some isn't much, and to speak anecdotally on this, the commission base that we get for our staffers, that $4 means a lot to me. Personally, I am a minority in America. I come from a marginalized group. My father has medical issues, and honestly, the only way I support my family is through the commission that I received with UNO to also then professionally develop myself. Obviously, my goal is to graduate college. My goal is to get my master's degree eventually and be like some of you graduate students here. The Gateway is my avenue to do that, and the only way I can support my lifestyle right now is through the commission and staff that we have, and I can't speak to the directors. I've not been in those positions, but it is solely based upon the fact that the Gateway is the establishment that it is, and the staff that we are able to pay is why I'm able to sit in front of you today. Again, anecdotally, I dropped out of college. I had to find other options. I had to find revenue, and I found revenue in college through the Gateway. And that is how I'm able to still support the lifestyle of college. So in that sense, it is, I would say, be very hesitant to cut these staffers when the avenue we're providing in a field like journalism, where it's not necessarily secure, is very important.
Point of clarification,
I have a clarification.
go ahead.
Guys, I'm gonna be brutally honest with you. It is now midnight. We've been going in circles for a very long time now, even after the tabling. So just please be mindful of not only our time, but all the people that came to watch and present, get their budgets finalized. Commissioner Bugenhagen.
Just so we're clear, the Gateway is involved in this motion. We're talking about the agency salaries.
We're slashing their salary, correct?
No,
Uh,
motion is on the agency salaries.
Point of clarification, Commissioner Bugenhagen, that motion failed. So
When?
We did the 6-6
Yeah.
and she said
and then I
no.
said no.
That was just at the main.
Discussion.
Oh, discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's.
30 minutes now.
Oh,
That was just on
okay. Oh,
We are-
that was on ending discussion?
Yes,
Oh, no.
we're
Oh,
still in discussion, yes.
no, didn't we end discussion? So now we can move to.
No, you said no to ending discussion, and so we still have placards raised.
Okay. Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
I'm just gonna make a quick reminder, and then I am gonna make the motion I think you're going for too. Our goal, our job is not actually to reduce fees, it is to allocate fees. To some of us, that might mean a reduction. Truthfully, that's part of the way that I look at it, is how low can we get it while still being beneficial to the students? But just as a reminder, that isn't actually our jobs. Our jobs are to appropriately allocate fees, not just reduce them. However that means to you as your business. Also, I am now motioning to end discussion on the motion to slash those agency. Yeah. So.
Seconded by Commissioner Sherrod. Now entering a period of voting regarding ending discussion. Oh, all those in favor, please raise your hand. I'm like, wow, okay. That's gross. All those opposed, may have four, the motion carries. Chair. All sure. Yeah. In the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Now entering a period of voting regarding reducing each agency salary line item by $6,000. All those in.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're on.
Point of clarification,
Go
no?
for it now.
Yeah,
Yes, point of clarification.
can you, so this is only the agencies under SGA, okay.
Yes. All those in favor of this motion, please raise your placard. 2. Okay, all those opposed?
Ben, you can't vote.
It's SGA. It's
Yeah,
a
we're
reduction,
not-
it's not the vote.
We're not
so-
locking it in right now.
Oh, you're so right. Sorry, Ben.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All those opposed?
That was abstains.
That was a public.
Abstain. In the opinion of the chair, the motion carries. Commissioner Huffer.
Motion to keep student association salaries at 6,000.
So you're motioning to end debate on it?
Yeah, motioning to end.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a second? Commissioner Buchenhagen?
Point of clarification, is this for a block vote on all of them as they are?
Commissioner Huffer. So just to be clear, again, explicitly block voting on all of the SGA agency salaries.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, now entering a period of discussion. Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of block voting all the salaries together, please raise your placard. SGA agency salary specifically. 10, 11. All those opposed? Abstain? Okay. I'm just gonna move this back real quick. Okay. All those in favor of locking in the agency salary line items in the SGA or, oh my God, SGA's agency salary line items, please raise your placards. 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed? 2 and abstain. Okay, the opinion of the chair, those are locked. Okay, that concludes SGA's organization. Moving back to the gateway. We will now. Take a look at the senior staff and student management, Commissioner Bugenhagen.
I move to vote by block on the senior staff, editor-in-chief, ad manager line items.
Is there a second? Commissioner Fuchs. Now entering a period of discussion. Seeing no further discussion, we will now enter a period of voting. All those in favor of voting those line items by block, please raise your placard. All those opposed? In the opinion of chair, the motion carries. Okay, all those in favor of locking in.
Discussion first.
Is there any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of locking in those line items, please raise your placards. Opposed, abstain, any other chair, those are locked in. Almost. You have to adjourn. Yep. Point of order, we have to lock each individual organization still. Commissioner Pauser.
Oh, I was just gonna ask that point, so thank you.
$168,679. Thank you. All those in favor of approving Gateway's allocated budget to be $168,679.40, please raise your hands. Oh. Okay, point of clarification, someone has to motion to lock it. Commissioner Pavlikar.
Yeah, I motion to approve the gateway budget.
Seconded by Commissioner Hufford. Okay. All in favor of voting on the Gateway's budget, please raise your hand. Placard, not your hand. Cool. Oh, all those opposed? Okay, in the opinion of the chair, that is locked. Okay, moving on to Math Pro, Commissioner Bugenhagen.
Move to approve the total budget for macro.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Bear. Okay, all those in favor of locking in Macro's allocation to being $100,000.
How's that?
I did.
All those opposed? All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, that is locked in. Commissioner Fuchs.
Well, I would like to motion to approve SGA's budget.
Yay. Commissioner Koenig. Okay, all those in favor of locking in Student Government Association's budget of $411,256, please raise your placard. Oh.
I'm sorry.
I'm so excited. Okay, all those opposed? All abstained? Opinion of the chair, that is locked in. And that, oh.
No,
I know.
please. The whole thing.
Is there a? We get the, she's been finger hand up. I saw. Wait, where do I? Oh, is that just for records? Okay. Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding.
Point of clarification before what I say, what I'm gonna say. Do we have to vote for the whole thing or did we just get to adjourn now?
I know.
I motion to vote for to lock in the final allocation.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Koenig. Okay, all those in favor?
Wait, I think point of clarification, I believe it has to be a roll call vote for the final vote.
It does. Okay,
Yeah.
let's give Secretary Emke a couple minutes to get there.
So sorry, I have another point of clarification.
Yes, Commissioner Bugenhagen.
Are we running a surplus now, even though we have increased fees? Calculated revenue, 580.
Yeah.
Approved budget, 584. Okay, so that should be a deficit, right? We should be running like a $4,000 deficit. Still. So the projected surplus / deficit should read $4,000.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was just for your information. So like.
Oh, so that's.
No, it does not adjust.
Sorry about
Are you done, Emma? We're good to go.
Sorry that I have to scroll through 21 pages of notes. Yeah, you guys hit 21 pages. Love this one.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
Never been
Hey.
sick.
Everyone, family order, please. Okay.
Commissioner Baku. Yay, nay,
Yay.
Cool.
Bear,
Yay.
Bugenhagen,
Yay.
Fuchs,
Yay.
Hardy.
Yeah. Hirschbaum Harding,
Yay.
Tucker,
Yay.
Drake. Koenig.
Yay.
Havaskar. Roberson.
Yes.
Gerard, or sure, my bad, this is very late for Emma. Sherrod.
Point of order, I'm really not sure about that SGA number at 411, because it started the night at 511, and I don't know if we cut down $100,000 throughout the night, or if there's a calculation thing going on.
Please wait to be. You think the number's wrong?
Number that's telling you. I can't know, yeah.
Too much, should I just?
Oh.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. Five.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No? How is this?
That should just be a sum of that column.
Of this column?
Yep.
Oh, okay, I see. Very good.
What does that change?
617.
Yeah. See?
Well, too late now, they're all locked in.
Technically, it's not. The Senate can always toss it back.
Point of order, please.
Yep.
What did that for y'all to decide? No.
Nope.
It's over. We just got it.
So sorry. Voted in, and please don't send it to protect it. Commissioner Bear.
Are the other two sheets the same way?
I believe they are, but I will double check for you. Yep, everything else is good.
No, I don't think so.
Why would it?
No, those
That
are right,
one's
because it
fine.
would be
That
the
one's
total
fine.
minus what was reduced.
And this one, it's because they have totals in their spreadsheet, so I can't just drag it down.
The Senate will double check everything.
Yeah, we're not done yet.
You all need to go to sleep.
Okay, that is enough.
Motion to adjourn.
But wait, we didn't finish approving it. We
finish
didn't
roll
finish approving roll call.
Say what?
Yeah, cause I messed up his last name.
Oh, yes, okay. Commissioner Hirschbaum Harding,
Motion to adjourn.
seconded by Commissioner Post. Okay, vote. Okay, seeing no discussion, seeing no further discussion. We will now enter a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards. Yep, okay, 12, all those opposed. Oh, we'll figure it out. And the opinion of the chair, the meeting is adjourned.
And I'm gonna get a whole quarter.
Private dollars.
Keep pushing it back.
Get long exposure dollar sign.
Is that means we have to do
That out,
that? Only to, no.
Staying all night, congratulations.
Whatever we meet is if the Senate says no.
Really need to leave.
Which we, they're pretty dumb, you know?